So while they repeat the lines in the parking lot, we're asking everyone to do street parking. Up the street parking? I'm not saying well, everyone is. Because nobody wants to assign. All right, moving on to site.
Hey, Rob?
I'm fine. Each department will get their lines. Do you need to go to the dentist? I don't want to. Hey! Well, sorry, everybody. What were we talking about? Recycling? Dentist pulled the tooth out yesterday. But it's always a good idea to demonstrate to your coworkers you are capable of understanding the dramatic experience. Plus, it's always fun sometimes. Attention, everybody! You are all officially invited to a dinner party. 7 p.m. tonight at our home. Early school because I don't have a home.
That's it. There's no more rounds. We've been dating for almost a month, so we just decided that we wanted to do something special.
And dinner parties do combine two of our favorite things: dinner and parties. Yeah. It's like if you could have a Xbox pancake. Your invitations include requests for each of you to bring stuff. You can have a whole lot. Don't be late.
Here's please bring silverware. Please bring cooked steak.
This is ridiculous.
Young love show to the world. And we're all going. What? There's boys selling killers today. Hey,
Oh, hey.
you going tonight?
Yeah, really good. Avatar and 50 pairs of 3D glasses. 3D element. Yeah.
Well, I will see you there with all of those things.
Something to see you at.
Oh, yeah?
My boss in Indianapolis wants me back on the road for a week.
this morning, bristle to stay here and watch. That's what yours stay in one place for a while.
Well, this is a great city. It's definitely the best city in Indiana, probably America, possibly. But on the other hand, put in 12 years with the state government.
So you should say but that was
It's a tough call. You know what I would do? You should make a pros and cons list. That always works for me.
Yeah.
okay. Maybe I'll do that.
Excellent. Nice talking to you.
So,
Yep. Putting myself out there, meeting some people, having some casual fun, and it is awkward.
yeah, well,
You know what, Jerry? I make fun of you a lot. Credit me for it. You know, I like how you
Yeah, that was so cool.
Hey, gang!
Hey, what'd you bring?
I'm just charging the hair. To be fair, it's not an egg so much as it is a vegetable. Get your mushrooms or Bible sprouts or spinach and it's sweet.
what did they ask for? Vegetable or a cake?
No, this is
So not only does this thing exist, but now you have brought everyone a cake.
Donna. Oh my God, I'm so excited to see you. These things are horrible when you're by yourself.
But do you know where you are right now? We're in the jungle. There are no friends here. It's every woman for herself. Joking, right? Well, look, I'm not gonna dating is a zero sum game. If you get a man, I don't get that man. I'm checking to see if I can do any more adventures in my life. Here's some more of those. I don't know.
Talk about it. Thanks, Al.
Pretty easy to tell. Andy, we should move out.
You agree? Just layering it with bagel bites.
Hey,
Oh my God! Good evening. Let me see you.
why do you have to look? Work.
Supposed to be a big surprise, but tonight me and April are getting married to each other.
Pregnant? Are you pregnant? Oh, are you sick? Are you terminal? Wasn't it that movie a long time? Yes.
What?
Oh. Why are you doing this? Why is this great thing happening?
Well, it's actually a really funny story. Hanging out, and suddenly I was like, I got married tomorrow. And she was like,
That is a great story. You guys have been together very long and you have no place to live. We've been together long enough and we're finding a place to live. House, condo,
probably condo.
kids can't just get a condo.
No, you're right. Yes.
I love Andy and April as a couple. I want them to stay together forever. But relationships need planning. You just can't jump into something without thinking. It took me 4 years to find the right hairdresser, and we still fight all the time. Andy and April are so surprised people with the secret ceremony. Secret wedding.
The toothy girl used to be too.
Well, I need to hang out sensitive.
It's not really my place.
Hi, I'm Anne. What's your occupation?
I'm a manager for sporting goods.
No, wait, me too.
Seriously, which one?
No, I'm not. I was just ripping.
What are you trying to do?
What? Oh, I don't know. I couldn't hear you.
So you just laughed. That's it?
Yeah, excuse us.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Did you ever get one? No? No?
I'm rusty.
All right, come with me.
Be anywhere. It's going down. So have a great gas.
Thank you.
Hey, someone just occurred to me. Can I be your best friend?
Yeah, there's food. Thank you. I'm a fan.
One of my life goals, the best man, is a baller position. Get drunk, make speeches, and you make love to the prettiest bride. Usually standing from behind. Well, I know that I cannot tell you what to do. I know it doesn't work. From all the times I've tried to tell you what to do before. But you know what would be fun? Maybe we should make a pros and cons list. Let me take you home, and then we'll go do that together and relax. Chloe, relax. You relax. You relax all the way home and get into bed. You need to go to bed. I fell madly in love with the Morgan that I owned for 6 hours, and then it turned out that I was alone all the time. And the slow thing really
So you made it sure hilarious. Eric, my best man.
Got a little competition for the best man, huh? Well, you know what the best man does? Excuse me! Are there any strippers here? Former strippers? Non-dancers, but maybe a little bit wrong?
So what is this performance?
Hello?
Hi, Anne. It's Leslie. Leslie down from the Parks Department.
Yeah, I know. Where are you?
April and Andy are getting married tonight.
What?
Yeah, I know. I need you to get down here, Anne. I need you to kiss him again, or kiss her, or kiss somebody. I don't know, Anne. Help me, please. Relationships are like scuba diving. If you come up too fast, you get the bends. Well, I know this. Me and a guy once home from scuba diving, and I told him that I loved him underwater, and he shot up really fast and got the bends.
No, our guys don't know how our going to die.
Wait, are you asking me or telling me?
Can I talk to you for a second?
Yes, please.
April and Andy are about to get married.
Wow. Where the hell is all the Is it convention?
I don't know. Depends on how frequently you use it. Stay focused, okay? Please. Point is, 2 moments. Well, I love you. You're about to sacrifice your future to save the one thing through. And nobody seems concerned about this.
Attention, everybody. Madames and Miss Waz. If you would do me the obligation of having your honor heretofore in the room docked right over there. Heads. Big event in that room, 15 minutes.
That's really happening. I love April and Andy. I want them to stay together. And that is why I have to stop their wedding.
Hi guys, remember how I told you there's going to be a A surprise later? Well, the surprise is you're not actually at dinner. You're at our wedding. All right, let's do this.
Ladies, we are gathered today to and perhaps why, as gay people live life. I guess I hate those things, but they never really seem to hate you. So I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Is that cool?
Is it my turn? You're the most awesome person I have ever known in my entire life. I vow to protect you from danger. I don't care if I have to fight an ultimate winner or a bear or your mom. I will take you out. I will give a map right now. My life. I'm the luckiest man in the galaxy.
By the power vested in the state of Indiana, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Real something. Tackles. Maybe you just ruin your lives on impulse decisions.
Trust me, I got married twice. Both times I was a lot older than most. And the burning ambition. Used to say what works. Let's put it right back in the reverse. That's all anybody can do.
Wait, were you married 3 times?
Key to burning an ex-wife effigy. Use a dipping in paraffin wax, and then toss the flaming bottle of isopropyl alcohol from a safe distance. Do not stand too close when you light an ex-wife effigy.
My sister is lame, and you sort of cool. Guess I kind of see why you married her. Also, my great.
That was beautiful.
Remind me of me.
I got it. So I brought it in there. Genre.
That's what's up with that. This guy.
It's one. Obviously. Swingers, graphic, red club. Talk about his girlfriends. Love action. Here's pause. Drop my phone.
I wish you the best of luck, both.
How could anyone ever possibly top that? Am I right? So, thank you all for all the talking. Let's just get back to dancing.
See you around, maybe. Yes, did, however, proud to tell me to meet me. I'm sorry, Tom, I'm gonna go home. I just found out he and Lisa are married. So that's my ex-boyfriend. We're together for a really long time. What? You are a hot type. A nurse, actually.
Okay, but I do have two fiction apps. If you want to go home and feel sorry for yourself about a man, you can. Or do you want to go talk to them and give an hour before I start the podcast?
All right.
I just want to thank my family, friends, most importantly, my best man, Mr. Tom Haverford. Oh, this guy I know, the ladies, he's single. I think. You're not still married, right? No. You're straight.
Yes.
No, yeah. Anyways, oh my God, I'm married. That's crazy. But seriously, life is short, right? I really think we should just do whatever makes you happy. That's what April and I did. We are in love. So we didn't overthink it. Seriously, I cannot emphasize how little we thought of it. All right. All right. Well, this is a song I wrote for you. If you want to be part of the floodgates.
Exactly. We're talented. See, I like to take chances. There's nothing more we can accomplish. Try.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm not gonna say another word. This is your day. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad you're here. You're awesome. I love you.
Yeah, like, she good to go. Like, she down to clown. She's married. She got married like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, that's the same girl from the wedding ceremony. Yeah. All the good ones are taken.
We should stay. Go back to India. We should stay here. Yeah. Yes. It's a great city here, and there are great people. You've made a lot of friends. What are you gonna do? Go back to your job, pack up people's lunches. Stay here. Help the world.
I already accepted the job. I'm staying here.
It's good.
Yeah, I think so. Or it's fine. Okay.
Okay, so just keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Okay.
What do I get? Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
How's the weather?
Run.
Hey, Dan. It was great talking to you last night. We'll put it together soon. Okay, now you're right.
Hey, you guys, we got a video for April and Andy.
It is awesome. We're at this vacation house on Lake Michigan. We're having so much fun. We're here. Turns out it sucks at water skiing so bad.
Andy sucks at driving a boat and I'm a horseman.
Bonnie is, as you all know, the fourth most city in America. To be number 3, slowing down. Starting right here at City Hall, I am implementing a government-wide
Would you ever see how God called me? I have perspective in my post on.
great idea. Keep coming. I will run back. No, Listen, I've been commissary member for lunch every day for 12 years. I just want to make sure this pointless health crusade won't affect any part of my job. On the other hand, that means the sluggish as the opposite. Tricky with it? Look like like it's a real camera? If so, yes. Journey burger. Take me round that burger is a burger. I don't know what if I told you that I can make taste? Challenge accepted. Cook off later today in the courtyard. If I win, hamburgers remain in commissary. Go and get my number. There is true of all. Victory over me. Ron Swanson. We're on. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually checked out that snow that you recommended. It was pretty awesome. I was in trouble for a shaky one.
Yeah, I'm not allowed. So I had some ideas with help.
How about ice cream by later?
Or go out after work. You know, go to JJ's cafe.
I have to look at it, but why don't we just talk about like what the but great ideas.
So I asked Ben at dinner. He said no. You know what? If he was going to go out with someone, so much fun with the meeting. And then crap on a crayfish that really stinks.
Ron Swanson, April 18th. Hey, I'm just gonna pop in really great and simple. Breakfast and eat between. Tell me this.
Money doesn't happen all the time.
No, swear. It's only fair. I'm getting help with your snacks for your chef's day. Did you know that the food you eat becomes energy? Look, that's spaghetti. Not chicken.
That's my husband. Right. Yellow haired female likes waffles and noodles.
Sexy, well-read blonde. Mostly super kids. Much better. Hugs.
Organized hygiene. Jamming on my planner.
Favorite place.
Upstairs, there's this mural of wildflowers, and I like to sit on a bench in front of it.
Really? Maybe anywhere in the world. Paris, Hawaii, the Grand Canyon.
Bench.
What about like an actual meadow? Wildflowers.
Oh, and I'm scared of these. Mural.
Okay, what do you think of dogs?
Love.
Cats?
Love.
Fish?
Love.
Turtles? Describe your activity.
He's dark and mysterious. Insane and lazy.
You just described the family.
Hey guys. Where am I?
Sasha?
No, I don't plan to buy anything here. I buy my food ingredients and food stuff. Discount food I like. This is for my mom and I. I came here for the same reason people go to the store. It sure is amazing.
Because it may be 80% match. It's a soul match. I've never seen it before. Okay, I know you're thinking anything forget about Ryan. He had his chances to win. This could be about future Mr. Murphy. Yeah. Okay. Entire universe of guys on my date. Let's see what you got. Ah! Greg, your services are out. Yes, you are soulmate match. Totally wrong with me. I like him as a friend and everything, but I never go out with him. He's like a little sister. Really? Well, that's not cool. You heard me. You're married. Goodbye, Greg. What's up? What's wrong with me? Why do good guys hate me and yours guys love me? Dynasty characters. Nothing. Intelligent, classy, and attractive woman. But for whatever reason, right now, only douchey guys are selling. So I should call and ask them what they think I'm selling. A douche investigation. Hi, Joe. I know you're going to take this the wrong way, but can I talk to you for a second? I was flattered by what you said earlier. And I was just wondering, what do you look for?
She can't get a wheelchair. Okay, it's okay.
Basically, you're just attracted to me because I'm an elderly person.
And as I aforementioned,
What does this do?
Would you like to sample our vegan bacon? 100% meat.
Yes, please. Another, please.
Sir, is there a problem?
I'm just making sure no one ever has to eat this.
I don't think I could give you.
I want one.
yeah, I'm calling to lodge a complaint about the seaweed almond under eye cream. Oh, my problem is it smells terrible. Yeah, I even mixed it with another under eye cream and it still smells. So I ruined 2 eye creams. Yes, sir.
What's this?
Dragon fruit.
What's this? What's this? I need that. Wow. Fresh lettuce. It's my all-time favorite. What's your favorite? Well, I take Skittles and I put it between 2 Starbursts. You know what I call it? Skittle sandwich. No, I call it Andy's Mouth Surprise. It's nice because the flavor of the Starbursts really bring out a similar flavor in the Skittles.
Go to lunch. You can go anywhere. Your choice. I'm buying.
Can I have some desserts? Desserts are what I call desserts. Tray trays, I call sandwiches Sandy's sandwiches or Adam's sandwiches. Air conditioners are cool glasses. I call cakes big old cookies. I call noodles long ass fries. Fried chicken, fried chicken, chicken parm, chicken parm, chicken cacciatore, chicken catch. I call eggs beer, tortillas are beef, and I call nuts drinks. Yeah,
as many desserts as we want.
Well, let's get it like a little bit.
This week, let's say you grab a bottle and a genie comes out and gives you three wishes. What would those wishes be? This would be a fun game. Three wishes, go.
Okay, first wish, I have a huge house in the mountains.
Okay.
And I would just, start with my empire, like a drug dealer, like a baby. And I'll just spend my time out there with my iPad and espressos and Jerry Popper.
Wish number two.
Okay, I'm the CEO of this Spike TV network, and my best friend slash personal assistant is Oscar, Jake Fox. And we create a raunchy animated series based on our friendship called Dummy in the Box.
Okay. You don't have to do this.
No, this is wish number two. Everyday point players. I play both roles, Keanu and Stacey.
Frustrating.
I've seen ingredients. What ingredients?
Nope.
Do you need help shopping?
No. No better. Take it easy.
Honey?
Let's play the game. I'm going to say something about me, and you say on a scale of 1 to 10 how interesting you think. Ready?
Okay.
I love sunshine and fresh air and early morning walks. 1. I've read 5 biographies of Obama. I work in the parks department. That's a huge one. I once kissed a girl in college. Where I graduated soon without a history.
1, 0, negative. Don't talk about this.
I love food and stuff. It's where I buy all of my food. Most of my stuff.
Hey, can I get these?
Oh, sure.
$2 please.
Mouse? Nope. Just
So, the only thing that's important to you is hotness, and see, all you cared about was the shape of your boobs.
I really like them, and they have a nice dress. Fabulous. So you can yell at me, but I like how
Promise not to spoil it.
Sure.
This is insane, but you and I got matched up on who'syourmate.com. 98% match. Soulmate level match.
You want to date me?
This is a date. This is not a date, okay?
You're fancy restaurant.
You paid for my meal, and you're trying to get to know me better. Just trying to figure out what these sleepy guys are into me right now.
Let's try. Living all the time, have a bird. Living the day, living the night, all day, living in time. Dating in the car, dating on the floor, dating everywhere, 'cause you want some more. But yeah, all I gotta do, yeah.
Tom, he's printing out these health tips. Can you grab them for me?
Oh god, the less it has everything about it. You always want to go walking around. What's wrong? What you got?
Stop it.
And it's okay with you, Leslie. Last night I said something magical happened today at lunch.
Office yoga. We do stretches at our desk, next to your desk, or in a chair, always. We give everyone pedometers and contest scripts steps and exercise. We even get their heart rate up.
You know what else? Talking about sex.
Pick it up. Hey, what's wrong with you?
What this?
You are putting a little bit too much acid right now, okay? Knock it off. Fix that. It was all just a joke. I can assure you, there's nothing romantic about it.
Very strict policy. No office restrictions. Taxpayers pay this.
So just have a quiz we talked about.
What do I say? Can I say, fine, you got messed up on my date site. And I was messed with her, she got this, so yeah, I'm all right. And she's never like me. And she must have like 10 minutes. I'm just saying, she knows what's in the house.
Here's mine. This is hamburger made out of meat on a bun with nothing. Add ketchup if you want. Not good for lunch.
Sorry, Andy, mine's better.
Oh my God, it's full of better gravy. Turkey can never beat kettle. Qualifying artery body hammer.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, we were. No, we're not.
And it applies to everyone. Just the other day, Ben told me my research was I smell something. Awesome.
Really?
No, it's true. Yours is everything. It's no good. So bad. I have to jog on.
Hey, what's up?
Chutney. Also, what's chutney?
No food. Hey, I never get to tell you the rest of my ideas.
Yeah, I'd love to. Let me get some actual food in you know that wildflower mural on the second floor? Yeah, it'll be there.
I don't know if the online thing is for me. I prefer to meet people in person. It's like door number 2. Let's make it. Do you want the thing you have? You know, like, isn't perfect. Or do you give it up? What's behind door number 2? I think I like it. I'm gonna try to make it. I'm kidding. Right, be honest, Tom. How did you and I get matched up?
I make 26 profiles, each designed for tracking against buttons. Tom A. Hacker, sort of sexy. Tom B. Hacker, sort of soul. It's like,
And Tom N.
the N stands for nerd. I never even checked out. No one ever responds.
It's Tom N. Hacker collection. Great. That's not
His favorite movie.
Nana. shut up from now on. Every time I want you to shut up from now on. Donna?
I never even checked that. No one ever responds.
Okay. Tom and Alfred collects little. Great. That's enough.
His favorite movie is Book.
Donna? Every time I want you to shut up from now on. I just wanted to remind you of the art show that's happening tonight at the community center. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, that sounds cool. That sounds like a success. I mean, like anything that you figure you're awesome.
Listen up. Ben Wyatt. Ben, great. Do you remember the woman I told you about that had the pictures? Okay, but sure, send it around. Anyway, she's really clever.
Oh, you asked her out for me.
She's interesting, smart, and insightful. And is very important. And eloquent is also.
I thought you had a rule about intergovernment relations.
Oh, don't worry. I'm also so
We weren't. You.
I'm sorry.
Cindy Miller.
Cindy Miller, Strager. Guess who's standing in this room with me right now? Ben Wyatt. And say hello.
Hi, Cindy. I'm sorry.
Hi, we're following and very could be Chris.
How are you doing?
Woo, sparks are flying. I may have to call the fire department. It's a government show. I love Senator. Here's the secret. I determined someone's best qualities. Then I found someone who was bring them together.
I can't go home because I have this art show at the community center, and I can't stay here because I see Ben, and I can't date Ben because of Chris's stupid rules. I feel so powerless again. I'm like that letter. Weak, flickering, barely giving up. Unable to make out the light of it. You know what might make you feel better? A hug. Taxel. Terminal subscription.
Hey, Tom. Question for you. Do you know anyone or maybe how high?
What? How hot is this place stay?
Oh, come on, that's not fair. You should let me know that you're looking for. I've been staying at Pawnee Super Suites Hotel for 7 months. It's a charming little inn. Wonderfully random wake-up calls, delightfully unstable temperatures, and as of yesterday, bed bugs. 4 stars, says nobody.
She can hug me anytime, but I can't leave my bedroom. I never do sleep on my couch anymore. I bring home a I have a ritual. It starts on the couch. I sit there, clap my hands, lights it, and I just get moist and very stuff and things. Nope. It's my ritual. Oh, you don't like being able to help it yourself.
This is awesome and perfect. I just live this ritual.
A couple households left.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Can't use the front door with the back window. No personal phone conversations. Ever speaking in Spanish or using formal instead. No knowledge of the other side. A couple more rules. If you ever watch a side movie, you have to wear mascara so you can see whether or not you're crying. No noise loud on Mondays. Once you get to
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. What's wrong with you? All right. Okay, everyone, shut up and look at me. Welcome to Visions of Nature. This room has several paintings in it. Some are big, some are small. People did them, and they are here now. I believe that after this is over, they'll be under government buildings, private government, all art shows beyond me. I also think it's pointless for a human to paint scenes of nature. They can just go outside and stand in it. Anyway, please do not misinterpret the fact that I'm talking right now and genuine interest in art and attempt to discuss it with you further. End of speech.
And it's a TV room. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a mess.
I was just here 3 weeks ago for your wedding. What happened?
Early moved out, he was going to tell the lady thrown away and stuff.
Wait, he moved out like a week ago. You guys made this mess up.
Well, I always think April would clean up.
It's cute.
No. Yes, it is.
You guys frying marbles?
We're checking to see if the fire alarm works. The biggest challenge to picking the perfect roommate is finding someone who's willing to pay more than their share of rent.
I think we found that for them.
So, my favorite picture was one of my very favorite foods. Centaur goddess diagram. Slaying greats.
It's stunning. It's breathtaking.
Yeah.
Hey, Leslie, you should really come over here and look at Jerry's painting. Oh my gosh. That's me. Is that me?
Just realizing that now.
That's what you see when you close your eyes, right, Jerry? Topless Leslie glued to a horse.
Sorry.
No. Leave it up. I don't know how to explain it. Every time I look at it, I just think to myself, what can't that centaur woman do? Besides ride an escort to red car. Art can be so magnificent.
Oh my god, the baby is Tom. What? What the hell, Jerry? Look at my potbelly. I look like a pregnant baby. What? I'm so scared. Are you gonna take this down now?
No, the painting isn't going anywhere. Staying right here. Hello, fellow lover of the arts. Welcome to the painting.
This guy's in it too. He's the big fat baby.
Yeah.
What's going on right here? Baby roll! Oh, we're trying to get the light picture.
Hey, Kurt.
Good morning. You want to stay in my office this morning? Told me she wouldn't leave until we got this done. Well, I'm glad someone's here. I'm gonna need that baby. Public view. Where anybody can see. One brush stroke. Jerry and June. JC vibe has taken years to cultivate and replaced it with a background baby vibe. It's not as good as vibe.
Hey, Aphrodite. It's Nathan's office.
When you're done with the light, fix the printer.
I don't know how to fix printers.
Learn it.
Leslie, should I go too?
This isn't about you, Jim. Why am I upset? Let's start. We're going to find an animal. Oh, I office apologizing for an obscene depiction of bestiality. Bestiality? It is a picture of a centaur, a beautiful half-person, half-horse. I caught it with the internet. Sex with what if he were a witch? She's serious. Do you find this personally offensive?
Personally, I enjoy it because it's college was
That painting is not going to be destroyed. Every great work of art contains a message. And the message of this painting is unless you want no hero in your house.
Morning. Well, there were no bed bugs. Also, no bed. I need to go buy a bed. Sorry, are you looking for speak? You correct? Do you know what it means?
You gotta get some turkey.
You guys are gonna get some washing dishes.
Having dishes. Okay. Something on my lap.
Oh, sorry, dude. We already spent your money on the Xbox 360. That's right. Okay, good. Here's the deal.
I said this is what I think.
And then I'm going to teach you the adults.
Welcome, Victoria.
Especially when it means exhausting.
They are wild for vaginas. In fact, a woman from Pittsburgh was.
I am not the subject. The subject is strong and empowered women.
Obsessed about a particular word. A pejorative word. A pejorative word used to describe.
So you always separate your lights from your darks.
I like to call it cunt. Cunt. I mean, find it. Cunt.
This is
Oh, I really like it. Cunt.
double bathrooms.
I mean, listen to it. C-U-N-T.
It was never our intention to offend anyone. I guess some people get too powerful and emotions also.
Also joining us today is a person.
And you.
That's right.
Fantastic. Now, this lady right here, I'm looking at
But let's be honest, it's obviously ours.
All right, we need to do some basic. Where do you put your bill? Stack. So they won't be
Hold up your hand if you want to say cunt. Okay, say it, ladies. Everyone over here who wants to say cunt, this guy's a cunt.
Okay. New lesson. Basic writings. I'm going to teach you how to balance a check.
Cunt.
Filled with love of the heart and sometimes pain.
He looks up from his papers and he says,
I would just like to
"Look at that."
my name is this trailer,
Okay.
and I am a big fan.
Right? Chanting. Cut. Cut.
I'm not moved.
No, no.
However, this
Thing.
thing
You.
is disgusting and wrong. Hey, I'm not that big. I'm small, slender man. Similar to actor James.
Members of the Public Art Commission, good afternoon and good art. Every great society has always supported artistic expression. The Romans, the Greeks, two great societies. Yeah. There are some members of this community that would like to demonize this painting, and when they do, they in fact demonize art itself. What is or isn't art is up to every free thinking American inside.
Listen to it.
Yeah, it says it.
Can't fuck that feet.
Decided
Close.
the painting should be
Close
destroyed.
inside. Close inside. And then see you.
You're
And
supposed to be in
dirty.
favor of public art.
Red and shirt. And the uniform under.
Seems like what they say.
Cause we do. Then we review. Then and see on. Smell better. Skin for clean for the end. Next now. Next is nice. Always step. Around and up to this time. Whichever. Look like purpose in my can soft and warm and see you and see you and tea and sharp certain tangy tea texture take tantalizing tempting taste 10 first time tell me can't I say
So how do you do this? We are running privately,
tell
and
me
I'm
I just can't see I just can't think of it sick on everything I was really say so that's right Boys would try go ahead together I was watching I can't this is better than therapy going to there
God, everything that makes sure of our meeting
for the
fabulous.
rest of
No, stick to the list. First things first, oven mitts. Where are they?
My God, they have all the icing on TV stuff. Shake weight, iron pin, spherical tender for a big cup cookie, little bites, hot cup. We gotta go for
Money. Get it all. Grab everything that we've seen it on TV. Put it in this car right now. Why aren't you? I think this is so cool.
you
Shoot every time.
Hey, what about the magic bullet?
Yeah. I've seen that.
Oh, hi. I was at a meeting around the corner and some people wanted to destroy his painting, so I brought it. Where's Andy and April?
They're shopping.
What are you doing? Really?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Why did they want to destroy it?
Well, it's a painting of me as a centaur. And it's just basically like the chest region. You don't have to do that. It's very classic. It's Chris. Hi, Chris. What painting? I'm sorry, if I could just explain to you my point of view. Mighty pretty.
We didn't get to see the pictures too.
Sure we do. Got the marshmallow shooter.
It's on the list.
I want it.
Wanted to, but I also kind of want my own fork. Which is cute, but also super annoying.
Fine.
What? What's wrong?
Nothing. It's just adults are boring. I hate them. I don't want to buy all this boring adult stuff for boring adults.
Yes. Sharp. Do you think for 1 second I'm not also going to get the marshmallow shooter so that I can shoot you with this marshmallow shooter?
You're level-headed. What do I do here?
There's one place where you come in and shoot the fat people.
Stole a painting, and I was hoping you guys would help me find it.
I'd like to. It's very simple.
No, it's
Oh my god. Is that you as a naked horse?
like me. I don't even.
Yes. Here's my boss. Friend.
So, that's sweet. Go. You broke this and, see you later.
Alright.
So, how'd we do? I don't know. Does this answer your question? No. Did you buy plates? Oh, plates. Listen, what are you doing?
Say goodbye to Diaphina. Turn her over to stupid Marshall Lake.
I mean, to be honest, it seems like the kind of thing. Funny cereal from a bowl. You're not supposed to be dishes at work, right? You have a lot of cereal. What's going on with you? Anything like us. 3 weeks from now. Mary.
I'm glad you finally came to your senses. I know that's not an easy journey for you to make. Let's take a look at it first, shall we? Whoa! Amazing! I had the artist paint over the original. Feel free to destroy it. But I think you'll find no unless, of course, they have a problem. Centaurs having modern haircuts. There were many kinds of Greek goddesses. Some were lovers, some were warriors, and some were tricksters. You said you didn't like her.
shoulder. Nice job, Jerry.
Why? It's amazing. Looks like me, and I look awesome.
Your penis between your front arm and back legs.
Damn it, Jerry.
Gail, I know Jerry is your husband. Look, I can promise you there's absolutely nothing going on between us. No, I did not know you. But thank you for thinking.
Okay, well, sure, hold on.
Gail, sweetheart, have nothing to worry about. Okay? I'm not gay. Neither is Jerry. And I didn't promise you. I promise you, Jerry only has ice cream. And pound cake. Am I right?
Morning, Ron. Nice bench, is that new? What are you doing for your birthday on Friday? Birthday. Ron refuses to tell anyone when his birthday is. He's even had it redacted on all government documents. 3 years of investigations, phone calls, Freedom of Information Act requests, and still I had nothing. Well, he's right. You're listening to a Gateway Media Podcast.
I was so careful.
Also for reasonable fundraising.
I could pay you.
I'm gonna do nothing. I'm gonna do something. It's gonna be really big. A lot of years to make up for it.
I don't like photos. And like, especially the summer. Because they don't bring lifetime information to town. Plus the whole thing is scams. Birthdays weren't like Hallmark. So.
No! There's a small park on the line between Pawnee and Eagleton.
Last night, the first fencing on the side was disgusting.
Robbie, the story as a character. It's some really original and engaging stuff. So take a listen to this trailer, and if it strikes you, give it a try. You love role-playing, science fiction, and history. What if there was a podcast that brought all these things you love together in a deep, dramatic experience you'll never forget? Enter the Twilight Histories, a campaign-style storytelling podcast that casts you as the hero. With the Twilight Histories, you will travel to exotic worlds spread across the multiverse. Some are familiar, others are totally exotic. You'll visit Egypt, locked in an ice age. You'll follow Napoleon into India. You'll explore Venus, terraformed by dinosaurs. Choose your adventure and experience a world out of time. The Twilight Histories was awarded Apple's Best of 2019. Listen to the Twilight Histories wherever you find your podcasts. Now, step on the platform and let's get you on your way. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today, I'm going to share with you the story of James Beckworth, a man described as an explorer, trader, trapper, prospector, Indian chief, shopkeeper, card player, horse rustler, soldier, and one of the greatest yarn spinners of the American West. And that's just a part of his resume. For me, Beckworth's story is a fascinating one. He is a representation of the classic American mountain man, this breed of rugged, resourceful individuals that were so important to the opening of the young American Republic in the first half of the 19th century. He is a contemporary of more famous American explorers and adventurers, such as Kit Carson and Jim Bridger. But even Beckworth is unique. One reason is that he was born a slave. Another is that he is considered one of the greatest teller of tall tales of the era, a legend amongst his peers, who were no slouches at spinning their own yarns. This makes the telling of Beckworth's story a little problematic, as we struggle to really know what's real and what is just a part of the Beckworth myth. Oftentimes it's a little of both, but we will talk about that as we go. Regarding Beckworth, while an explorer, his story is not typical for this podcast. He doesn't set off from point A and reach point B over the course of a set period of time. I mean, he will make discoveries, but in a lot of ways, he represents all of these mountain men who came in the wake of the Lewis and Clark expedition. These men pushed into the Great Western Mountains, often by themselves, hunting and trapping, but at the same time, opening up routes into the Rocky Mountains. Many of these men are just remembered as names, if even that, but by studying Beckworth, we are taking a look into all of these guys. Now, one very important note about this story. Much of the information we have about Beckworth is drawn from a book written in 1856 by Thomas D. Bonner. Bonner wrote the book transcribing what Beckworth told him, and here we have some major issues. First, Beckworth is, at best, not a trusty source. To say he liked to exaggerate is about as polite as it gets. And we can't forget, Beckworth was telling the story decades after the fact, so there are bound to be inaccuracies. Second, Bonner is even more dubious of a character than Beckworth. Bonner wanted to sell books, so he had no problems expanding on or fabricating the already fanciful stories that Beckworth told him. All of this means that we need to look at Beckworth's autobiography with a heavy dose of skepticism. Still, the book is an important account of an era that has so little documentation, so it's a great resource. I do have one note for you before we start, and that is you can check out our website, explorerspodcast.com, if you want to know a bit more about Beckworth. There are some photos of him on the site, as well as links to some books and other resources. With all of that said, let's get going. James Pearson Beckworth was born on April 26, 1798, or 1800. Like a lot about Beckworth, the year is debatable. Beckworth said that he was born in 1798, but most records indicate that it was more likely 1800. Not a huge deal. Beckworth was born in Frederick County, Virginia. His father was Jennings Beckwith. Note the name is slightly different. A prominent landowner and a descendant of English nobility. Beckworth's mother was a slave and likely was a mixed race herself. We don't know much about her, not even her name. It is said that she had 13 children, and Beckworth was her third. Reports indicate that Beckworth's mother and father had a long-standing relationship, and Jennings Beckwith, from the start, acknowledged that James was his son. Despite that, Jennings Beckwith held his son and his mother as slaves. Little is known about Beckworth's early life. His father moved to Missouri in 1809, bringing with him 22 slaves. Some reports say that Beckworth's mother and all his siblings came as well, but other sources say some remained in Virginia. Jennings Beckwith would settle on 1,280 acres of land between the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, a dozen miles from present-day St. Charles, not far from St. Louis. The region was more French and Spanish than American. This was wild country right on the edge of the western frontier. St. Louis was, at this time, one of the great frontier cities of the West, the hub of the region. Goods came down the Mississippi, often from one of the many eastern tributaries, such as the Ohio River. From the western tributaries, such as the Great Missouri River, came the spoils of the West, the greatest prize being beaver pelts. Beaver fur was highly valued in Europe and Asia. In Europe, the fur was used to make felted beaver hats. These hats, which came in many designs and shapes, were soft yet durable, and they were the height of fashion for around 300 years. Trappers had depleted the beaver population on much of the eastern side of the continent and were moving west of the Mississippi. In addition to all the commerce generated by the river, there was also overland trade with Spanish territories to the southwest, with Santa Fe being the great trading center of the region. The early French and then Spanish traders worked with the Plain Indians to acquire pelts, heading up the Missouri and Arkansas and other rivers to trade. In exchange for the valuable fur, the traders brought metal goods such as pots and pans, spooled cloth, blankets, beads, and alcohol, just to name a few items. Trading guns and ammunition was banned, but it wouldn't take long for such exchanges to take place, especially as rival trading companies pitted various tribes against one another. No matter, most of the Plains natives came to rely on these traders for goods. However, by the time of Beckworth's arrival in St. Louis, things were changing. Americans were arriving in greater numbers, and it didn't take long for them to encroach on the lands of the native peoples. And it wasn't just the white settlers coming west and taking lands that caused problems. It was other tribes being pushed from the eastern side of the Mississippi to the western side. It all means this world would be a volatile and oftentimes dangerous place. James Beckworth, who I will call Jim, as that is what he was known by his friends and companions for most of his life, would find out just how brutal the world is could be when, as a boy, he was sent by his father to a nearby mill to deliver a sack of corn. On his journey, young Jim would come across the mutilated bodies of some children. In his book, he says there are 8 of them, but other sources say there were 2. The culprits, some Maraudi Indians, were hunted down and killed, their scalps brought back and put on display. The fighting would get especially bad during the War of 1812, as many of the native peoples allied with the English, who they saw as a lesser evil than the aggressive young American nation, whose appetite for territory seemed to have no end. The war would get within a few miles of Beckworth lands when 155 war canoes descended on the region. The local militia would fight off the attack, but many homes and cabins were burned and people killed in the conflict. Now, as for Jim Beckworth, he was not treated as a slave by his father. He would be sent to school. Born for several years. There are debates about Beckworth's ability to read and write, but it wouldn't have been surprising if he was at least semi-literate. Despite the schooling, Beckworth grew up hunting and fishing and wandering the wilds with his father, who both loved the freedom of the outdoors. When Jim's education was concluded, his father would set him up as an apprentice blacksmith in St. Louis. It was a good, steady career, but as Jim Beckworth matured into a man, he grew restless and bored. Also, he had become a proud young man who didn't take slights very lightly. He can't forget that Beckworth was part black. This was going to close some doors to him and open him to abuse and contempt. But Beckworth would never be the kind of guy who would put up with this kind of behavior. He hated being treated as less than others, and he was not afraid to stand up for himself. So his distaste for the big city was, perhaps, influenced by the racism he encountered, something not much of an issue in the wild. As a note, many people who met him did not realize he was black. He is often mistaken as being part Indian or Mexican. At the age of 19, Beckworth would get involved in an argument with his boss, likely over a woman, and the two would get into a fight. Beckworth would knock out his boss and take off, heading to his father's land. The next couple of years are a bit of a mystery, but we eventually find Beckworth striking out on his own. His father would free Jim, as he was technically still a slave, and give him some money, as well as a horse and saddle to travel. Now, as we get ready to explore the world with Jim Beckworth, I want to reiterate that much of what we know about Beckworth and his contemporaries is subject to second guessing. We just have to tell the story the best we can. Thus, I will hand out a lot of caveats in this episode. And the first thing I want to talk about is Beckworth's name. He was given his father's name, Beckworth, at birth, but at some point he changed it to Beckworth. When and why, we don't know for sure. It doesn't appear that he ever had a falling out with his father. Perhaps he wanted to just distinguish himself from his family. Or maybe changing a name was a way to escape a legal situation or debt. We just don't know. So the next time we catch up with Beckworth is in 1822, and he was heading up the Mississippi River to the area around modern-day Galena, Illinois. Lead had been found in great quantities in the area, and the government had sent representatives to negotiate with the native peoples so that the ore could be safely mined. What exactly Beckworth did there is not known, but he would spend 18 months in the area, and in this time he would get to know the local native people. And it, in a lot of ways, opened his eyes. I mean, Beckworth had had dealings with native Indians all his life, but now he really immersed himself in their world. He liked the Indians, and they liked him. The young man had a natural charm and charisma, and he found himself a trusted and valued part of their world. An example of this was when he spoke about hunting with the Indians. He would say, quote, "I soon was indebted to them for showing me their choicest hunting grounds," end quote. For Beckworth, his dark skin didn't really matter to the natives, and that would have been a revelation. Beckworth would next head to New Orleans, and after a bout of yellow fever, returned to St. Louis. By the way, you can see a pattern into the life of Jim Beckworth. Travel to someplace new, do some cool stuff, make some money, then move on. It is a pattern that he'll stick to for most of his life. Anyhow, at this time, Beckworth decided that he wanted to head west to the Rocky Mountains. And Ashley, a general in the Missouri militia, put out an ad in a St. Louis paper asking for 100 enterprising young men who were looking for adventure. The plan was to travel west and trap and trade. These men were expected to be out in the wild for 1 or 2 or even 3 years. The Rocky Mountain Fur Company was an upstart rival, one of many, to established trading companies such as the Hudson's Bay Company and John Jacob Astor's American Fur Company. General Ashley and his newly minted business wanted to trap the region of the Green River Valley in modern-day Wyoming and Colorado. The competition for beaver pelts was fierce, and trappers were being forced to go deeper into the mountains each year to find their prizes. What emerged out of Ashley's company and other fur trading organizations were the legendary Mountain Men. These were rugged, resourceful men, and the ranks included Western icons such as Kit Carson, Jedediah Smith, and Jim Bridger. Now, typically, most trappers would work out of a frontier post, often operated by the fur company, and have the Indians do the actual trapping. In addition to beaver pelts, they brought back the furs of foxes, bears, otters, minks, lynx, wolves, elk, deer, buffalo, and other animals. But as always, it was the beaver pelts that everyone desired most. A man might make $200 to $400 a year as a trapper. The system was not cheap, as you had to maintain a series of outposts and woods. And thus, the Rocky Mountain Fur Company came up with a pioneering alternative. The men they hired would be called free trappers. They were not bound to a fort or outpost or wherever, and they wouldn't rely on the Indian natives to do the trapping. Instead, the free trappers would go into the wilderness and do the trapping themselves. They would be given equipment and supplies to do their job, but no salary. Instead, they would split the sale of the furs they collected 50-50. By not having to build outposts and forts, the fur trading company could operate with less overhead. And by not having their men tied to a specific location, it allowed the trappers to explore and go deeper into the mountains. To collect all of these furs, Ashley's company would, each year, have a huge gathering of trappers and traders called the Rendezvous. The mountain men would come to the great gathering instead of having to take their pelts to a fort or an outpost. More on the Rendezvous later in our story. So Beckworth would sign up with the Rocky Mountain Fur Company and head west in the fall of 1824. Now, I'm going to talk about Beckworth's adventures covering the next few years, but I'm going to sort of bundle them into one narrative because, frankly, it's confusing as to what really happened each year. Beckworth tells the story one way, other people say something else. It is, to be honest, immensely frustrating. In fact, as I wrote the script for this episode, I really struggled to put together a narrative that I felt worked. I stopped and started multiple times with this story, and it took far longer than normal. One of the big problems is that actual physical documentation about Beckworth and this era is lacking. Most of the stuff that we have was written decades later, based on the memories of those involved. The problem with that is that memories fade, and people omit things that might embarrass them, that sort of thing. So with this story, I want to stress that the order of events and dates aren't always as important as the understanding of how Beckworth and his contemporaries did their job and filled in many of the blank spots on the map of the American West, in particular the Rocky Mountains. So in 1824, Jim Beckworth would head west toward the Rockies and the life of a trapper and mountain man. And in his book, he provides a rich and detailed description of this adventurous life. The expeditions of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company would typically consist of 25 to 40 men, a colorful blend of characters from all walks of life. There were whites, native Indians, Mexicans, French voyagers, and men of mixed race. As we said, these were tough and rugged men, most of them handy with a rifle and not afraid to fight. Many were the type who simply didn't fit well into a more structured, confining society. They needed to have freedom and open horizons. Some were there because they needed the money, or they were on the run from the law, debt collectors, or other troubles. As a note, Beckworth, while as rough and rugged as anyone, is noted throughout his life for his refined speech, especially when compared to his contemporaries. Anyhow, these trappers would typically head up the Missouri River and then go west along the Platte River across what is modern-day Nebraska. The Platte forks in western Nebraska, the northern branch heading into Wyoming, the southern branch going into Colorado and through Denver. The Rocky Mountain Fur Company would follow the northern branch and operate out of the Green River Basin in southwest Wyoming, about 100 miles or so, or 160 kilometers, from the Great Salt Lake. The men of the company would travel light. They had some basic foods such as flour, coffee, and sugar, as well as tobacco, but they would rely on their rifles for most of their meals. They hunted deer, elk, buffalo, bears, and turkeys. When possible, they would trade with the Indians, acquiring corn and pumpkins and beans. Now, even in his first journey, a few things about Jim Beckworth were encouraged. First, he was a top-notch writer and an outstanding shot. I want to read you a sentence from his autobiography regarding hunting. Quote, I came upon an elk, and my rifle soon sent a lead messenger after him. End quote. That is awesome. He could have just said, I shot the elk, yet this is almost poetic. And from what we know about Beckworth, I can imagine that he actually said those words, and they were not a fabrication of an editor. The second thing that comes out about Beckworth is that he is an intelligent, resourceful, tough, and extremely capable man. Not to mention confident, or perhaps cocky is a better term. This all means that the Wild West in the rugged mountains were where Jim Beckworth was meant to be. Now, regarding Beckworth's years as a mountain man, we can't take his adventures, which he talks about in his book, too seriously, as those things, the gunfights and dramatic deeds, were often embellished or simply made up. However, the other parts of the book really offer gems of insight into life on the American plains and in the Rocky Mountains at this time. An example of this is him breaking down the various tribes within the Pawnee Nation. There was the Grand Pawnee, the Republican Pawnee, the Wolf Pawnee, the Tattooed Pawnee, and the Black Pawnee. He quickly understood the different political and social differences between the tribes. This ability to understand the nuances of the world is a talent that will be very helpful throughout his life. Another great story is when the Pawnee took Beckworth with them to hunt the migrating buffalo. He goes into detail on this process. The tribe, which he says numbered 1 to 2,000, would essentially create a huge miles-wide circle around the buffalo herds. They would then slowly move inward, hemming in the great animals. Beckworth claims that the Pawnee killed 1,400 buffalo over the course of 4 days. An exaggeration, probably, but that doesn't make the other parts of the story fascinating and insightful. These details that Beckworth provides are some of the most praised aspects of his autobiography. So, from the plains, Beckworth and the trappers would head into the Rocky Mountains, where the beaver were still not overtrapped. There, they would divide into smaller groups of 5 or 6, and from there they might break into pairs or even head out alone. And it was here that Beckworth learned how not just to trap the beaver, but to survive in the mountains. The beaver population was abundant in the Green River region and up in the mountains, and as noted, highly valued. The prime trapping season was early autumn until winter's ice and snow made movement impossible, and then early spring. These 2 times were when the animal's fur was at its thickest. Beckworth said that at one location, they trapped 100 of the animals in just a few days. He and his companions would then prepare the pelts. 60 beaver skins, when dried, weighed about 100 pounds. Beckworth said that he and his group collected 700 to 800 pounds of pelts. These would be cached and then retrieved and taken to the following summer's rendezvous. In 1825, General Ashley, the head guy of the fur company, would return to St. Louis with $50,000 worth of furs. It was even more than next year. Now, as noted, every year the trappers would partake in what was called the rendezvous, the first one being held in 1825. This was a pre-arranged meeting place, usually in the area of the Green River Basin in the summer. The rendezvous would happen for 15 years, from 1825 to 1840, before declining beaver populations, increased competition, and fashion changes would end the gathering. Beckworth described one rendezvous where 800 trappers, traders, and native Indians converged for a great outdoors market that lasted weeks. The trappers and native peoples would bring their pelts. The fur company would bring trade goods and provisions, including trapping gear, weapons, and ammunition. Alcohol was also a big attraction. The annual rendezvous would become a major event. For the trappers, this was their first chance to blow off steam and celebrate in a year. They would drink and gamble and sing and dance, and then drink some more. Also, it was a time to swap stories. And when I say swap stories, I'm not talking about a bunch of guys sitting around a fire and giving a simple rundown of the events of the past year. No, this was a much, much bigger deal, with storytelling raised to an art form. The mountain men of the era quickly developed reputations as some of the greatest storytellers in the West. Generally, they would take nuggets of truth and create grand, elaborate, and often outrageous tales. The bigger, the better. And Jim Beckworth could rival any man in storytelling. He was a natural speaker, easygoing and charismatic. People would comment on his office life. Plus, there was his appearance. Beckworth was about 6 foot tall, muscular and rangy, and with a dark complexion. He had thick black hair that reached out to his waist. Over time, he would add adornments such as gold jewelry, all part of his love of putting on a good show. In these early years in the mountains, Beckworth would learn to tell his stories from the best. Jim Bridger, Beckworth's friend, was a legendary storyteller. Beckworth could match, if not better him. This would help fuel Beckworth's reputation as not just a storyteller, but as a liar. A term frequently used was gaudy liar. There are many other not-so-polite terms as well.
However, I want to note that to a mountain man, this was a compliment. To be dull was the gravest sin. Tales were supposed to be big, even preposterous. They were full of dramatic fights and narrow escapes. And to take someone else's experiences and make it your own, that was perfectly fine. To be called a gaudy liar was a sign of respect and admiration, and a compliment to the storyteller's creativity. In the end, Beckworth was part of a unique oral tradition. However, his style would lead many to not trust him, especially as they poked holes into his tales later on in his life. And it is the reason we have to be careful about what he says. Trying to discern the truth is not always easy, and when Beckworth makes obviously outrageous statements or claims, it makes a reader not want to trust anything he says. However, I do want to point out that there are times when many of these supposedly outrageous tales told by Beckworth and other mountain men turned out to be true. John Coulter, who'd been on the Lewis and Clark expedition and was one of the first mountain men, was ridiculed when he told of finding a land with geysers, bubbling mud pots, and pools of steaming water. It was mockingly called Coulter's Hell, yet it would prove to be real in an area near present-day Cody, Wyoming. Jim Bridger was mocked after he reported finding a huge body of water filled with salt, well in the Great Salt Lake. My point is that many of the tall tales told by Beckworth and his peers were exactly that, tall tales. Stories crafted to entertain around a fire on a cold night. They weren't necessarily meant to be taken as history. However, as noted, oftentimes there were nuggets of truth in these tales, so we don't want to totally dismiss things. So Beckworth would spend several years working for the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, becoming an accomplished mountain man in the process. In the fall of 1825, he went beyond the Green River, past Jackson Hole, and over the Tetons to the Snake River. A year later, he would trap with Jim Bridger, one of the most famous mountain men. The two would become lifelong friends. The big thing about being a trapper was the dangers involved. We have talked about some of the challenges, but Beckworth lists many more in his autobiography. Starvation was always a huge issue. This meant a man had to know how to use his rifle, and they had to know how to forage for nuts and roots and berries. There was also the cold. Once winter struck, these mountain men would have to build a small shelter called a shanty and ride out the snows. During the winter was when they would prepare all their pelts for transport. Also, many of these men would strike a deal with the native Indians for a wife for the winter. I use the term wife in air quotes there. This was a transaction of buying a young woman for the winter to act as a servant and sexual partner. Such a wife could cost several horses, a rifle and ammunition, as well as whiskey or other goods. Another major issue for these men was sickness and injury. When in the mountains alone, such problems could mean a man's death. Another health-related problem was that it was not uncommon for these trappers to develop arthritis and rheumatism at a young age. To trap beavers, you had to set and retrieve the traps in the water. This meant these men were constantly working in freezing mountain streams and lakes. It was brutal on the body. And speaking of the mountain waters, these mountain men often traveled by canoe, or they had to cross rivers and streams on foot. Getting caught in the rapids of a river was always a danger. In fact, General William Ashley, one of the founders of the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, was saved by Beckworth when his canoe overturned in the water of a mountain stream. Another danger would be from the animals. Beckworth witnessed more than one man attacked and killed by a grizzly, and another time one of his companions was charged by a wounded buffalo. But outside all of these dangerous conditions, the biggest wild card in the life of a mountain man was the native Indians. More often than not, the Indians were a source of survival in the West. They were open to mutually beneficial trade, and they usually didn't have anything against a few men wandering around trapping some animals, especially if everyone treated each other fairly and with respect when they did have encounters. But there were other forces at play than just the native Indians and the trappers. Remember, there were rival fur trading companies vying for the same product. Example, the Hudson's Bay Company was present south and west from Canada. They supplied weapons to tribes such as the Blackfoot and Sioux to thwart American trappers and traders. And there were international forces involved as well. The British and Americans were competing for control of the Pacific Northwest. They had no problem providing weapons and supplies to the tribes that would support their aims. And then there were rivalries between the native tribes. To become friendly with one tribe might make you an enemy of another. And thus, every year, some of these mountain men would never come back from their expeditions.
This is Rabbi
Some
ROTHSCHILD.
disappeared, gone from history. How and when they died, unknown.
Hello?
Others died in a more dramatic fashion, such as a shootout with some
Hello,
Indians.
can you hear me?
Beckworth would have his share of close calls. He was hit by an arrow, but not seriously, when some Indians tried to steal some of his team's horses. Another time, some Shoshone Indians made off with 80 horses. Beckworth and some of the other mountain men tracked them down and killed 6 of them in a fight. Now, in all,
Men like Beckworth are, of course, trapping beavers. However, they were doing something else, something far more important. They were mapping the Rocky Mountains. They were discovering new passes through the mountains, mapping rivers, lakes, and streams, locating strategic spots to build forts and settlements, and identifying signs of coal, silver, lead, and gold. To be honest, we only know a fraction of the places these mountain men explored and visited, and that's because the men never wrote it down, or it was reported back as some scrawls on a piece of paper, or just reported verbally. These men weren't on government-backed expeditions, trying to find specific routes and places, with someone taking notes and logging all their steps. They were just trappers, although many would go on to help expeditions of discovery in the future. But in the end, they were all, in their own way, explorers who helped map the American West. And with that, I want to transition Beckworth's story to a new chapter, his life amongst the Crow Indians, who he will live with for nearly a decade.
This holiday, the Home Depot is helping you get gifts that keep on giving by making sure they keep on going. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from Ryobi, Milwaukee, Rigid, DeWalt, or Makita, you get an eligible tool for free. Just pick a brand, pick a battery kit, and get a tool free. Give the gift of more doing this holiday with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid at participating stores and online. One per transaction discount taken at checkout. Full eligible tool list and stored online. Valid October 23rd, 2023 through January 28th, 2024.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. But don't stop now. Reach for Core Power to recover right. A delicious protein shake packed with 26 grams of high-quality protein to build muscle. It's the nutrition your body needs to repair, build, and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Also, you can power on to that next workout. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Learn more at corepower.com.
In 1828, Beckworth claimed he was captured by the Crow Indians at the borders of the territory of the Crow, Cheyenne, and Blackfoot. We're talking roughly around the area of Wyoming. Now, it's very unlikely that Beckworth was actually captured by the Crow. The more realistic scenario is that he negotiated his inclusion into the tribe. This was not an uncommon thing. The reason for this is pretty simple. A trapper working from within a native tribe was safer than one operating outside of the tribe. So instead of traipsing off into the mountains alone, he had a safe place to operate from, steady food, protection, and even a wife. Beckworth would say this of the situation, quote, I can trap in their streams unmolested and derive more profit under their protection than if among my own men, end quote. It certainly helped that the Crow were fascinated by Beckworth. He was an accomplished mountain man, but he was also a natural showman, which was appreciated by the Crow. Beckworth would go on to spend nearly a decade living with the Crow. To demonstrate how valuable this was to his employers, his salary would rise to as high as $800 a year. Now, while the actual facts about Beckworth's time with the Crow are murky, we do know that warfare was a large part of their world, and Beckworth would ride and fight with the Crow and become a respected member of the tribe. He said that he wed the daughter of a Crow chief, and he himself would rise to the rank of chief in the tribe and earn the name of Bloody Arm. Now, just to be clear, being a chief is not running everything. It means that he was respected for his abilities as a warrior, and he was likely consulted on important decisions, that sort of thing. For Beckworth, he was equally comfortable in a gunfight as he was with stealing horses. One story, confirmed by others, had Beckworth rally and lead the Crow in an assault against a group of Blackfeet entrenched in a well-defended camp amid a rock formation. And Beckworth has many tales of stealing horses while with the Crow. By the way, stealing horses from one's enemy was a sign of accomplishment, and Beckworth proved to be really good at it. Charles Larpenteur, a fur trader and trapper for 40 years in the region, called Beckworth a, quote, great brave warrior among the Crow, end quote. Like his time as a mountain man, Beckworth thrived in these years with the Crow. He loved the adventure and the freedom that life offered, and he enjoyed the respect he had within the tribe. Also, he didn't have to be concerned about racial slights, and he liked the liberal sexual practices of the Crow. Beckworth also loved the elaborate pageantry associated with his position. He took to wearing beaded leggings and robes made by the Crow, which he would do often for the rest of his life. However, things would change in the mid-1830s. First, settlers were pushing further and further west, pressuring the Crow and all the Indian tribes of the plains and the Rockies. Second, smallpox had arrived in the Rocky Mountains and began to make its way through the various tribes. This will make the native peoples weaker, but also more desperate in the face of so many external and internal pressures.
Third, beaver numbers were dropping as they were over-trapped. Trappers were being forced to go further and further into the wild to find them, making it more dangerous and less economical. Fourth, and most importantly, fashion changes were sweeping across Europe. Felt beaver hats, a staple for 300 years, were falling out of favor. Silk was now the material of choice, making beaver prices drop. This meant trapping just wasn't as lucrative as it once had been. Many of the smaller independent fur companies went out of business or were swallowed by larger organizations. And this would lead to Beckworth's time amongst the Crow coming to an end. By 1837, the Crow were becoming increasingly aggressive towards the encroaching white settlers, traders, and soldiers. And Beckworth, who had been an important figure in keeping the Crow on the side of the Americans, saw his influence wane. Fights and raids and deaths were more commonplace, and Beckworth just wasn't as effective as an agent as previous years. This meant that Beckworth's employer, he had moved over to the American Fur Company years earlier, did not renew his contract. And thus, after nearly a decade of living with the Crow, Jim Beckworth, trapper and mountain man, and chief of the Crow, would head back to St. Louis. In St. Louis, life would prove to be a bit of a struggle for Jim Beckworth. Adapting back to this world, after so many years living in the mountains, was a difficult adjustment. As a result, he turned to drinking, which would lead to fighting. It was not a good situation. And this is when Beckworth would sign up to fight Indians in Florida. Let's do a little background here. From 1816 to 1819, the United States had fought a war against the Seminole Indians in Florida. The result was the Seminoles being pushed out of northern Florida and into the swampy interior. However, the Indian Removal Act of 1830 meant the Seminoles had to relocate to the Indian Territory, which is present-day Oklahoma. They refused, and the Second Seminole War was underway. The war, however, turned into a deadly, costly slog. The Seminoles used guerrilla warfare tactics to frustrate the United States military. To combat the natives, a contingent of Western men was organized. The idea was that there was no one better to fight Indians than mountain men and Indian fighters. The unit was organized in St. Louis, with Beckworth signing on for $8 a month. Beckworth's time in Florida would prove to be short, from late 1837 until early the following year. He said he was a messenger and a soldier, but records indicate he was a civilian wagon master. Beckworth would find his time in Florida disappointing. Life was dull and too regimented, and he disliked the swampy Florida landscape. And of the Seminoles, he said they, quote, had no horses worth stealing, end quote. Anyhow, by the summer of 1838, Beckworth would find himself back in St. Louis, where he decided to go into the trading business. For a couple of years, Beckworth would work as an independent trader operating out of Fort Vasquez, near present-day Platteville, Colorado, on the South Platte River. From here, he dealt mostly with the Cheyenne. Beckworth, who had seen how alcohol devastated some native tribes, was open to selling spirits to the natives, saying, quote, if I had refused to sell to the Indians, plenty more traders would have furnished it to them, end quote. It's a more cynical Jim Beckworth than the man from a decade earlier. No matter Beckworth, per his usual routine, would venture south in a series of trading expeditions, eventually reaching Taos in northern New Mexico. There he would start a general store. Also, he would court and marry Louisa Sandoval. The couple would, in October 1842, headed north to the Arkansas River, where Beckworth built a trading post at a spot where some frontiersmen often congregated. Soon more and more people settled in, and Pueblo, Colorado was born. The settlement was soon notorious for its lawlessness. Historian David Lavender said it was, quote, the collecting spot for the scum of the mountains, end quote. No matter, it would make Beckworth one of the acknowledged founders of Pueblo, Colorado. Now, in typical Jim Beckworth fashion, he would not be long for Pueblo or his wife Louisa and their infant daughter. He would skedaddle and soon find himself on the move west, following the old Spanish Trail to California. California was a great place for Beckworth. There was a growing American population, and many of the locals were dissatisfied with Mexican rule, and there was talk of making California an independent nation. This would allow Beckworth to be a part of, or at least witness, many historic events that unfolded at this time. This included the Battle of Providencia, north of Los Angeles. Beckworth said that he fought with the rebellious Californians against the Mexican government. When war with Mexico began in 1846, Beckworth said that he acted as a guide for American Army officer John Fremont. When Beckworth departed California, he engineered the theft of 1,800 horses from Mexican authorities and drove them to Colorado. He would take the profits of his horse raid and buy a saloon in a hotel in Santa Fe. The hotel was said to have the highest standards, and Beckworth was always around to gamble, drink, and tell his stories. One young man, Louis Girard, said Beckworth was a large, good-humored man with an infectious spirit and an engaging conversationalist. I want to point out that by this time in his life, Beckworth, who was in his late 40s, had perfected his persona as the dignified yet rugged mountain man. His long hair was braided and he wore gold chains and earrings, as well as Indian robes and leggings. Meeting him would have been a memorable experience. Anyhow, life in the hotel and saloon business was going to be over very soon, and Beckworth would be on the move again. He would spend some time running dispatches for the U.S. Army before guiding a caravan to California in 1848. And here he was just in time for the famed California gold rush, which kicked off with the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill earlier that year. In California, he would bounce around the central part of the state to do whatever job or lifestyle caught his eye. He carried messages for the U.S. Army, becoming acquainted with Lieutenant William Tecumseh Sherman, later one of the Union's finest generals. Sherman liked Beckworth, while acknowledging the man's tendency to stretch the truth. He called Beckworth, quote, one of the best chroniclers of events on the plains that I've ever encountered, end quote. Beckworth would also do some prospecting and some gambling before making a killing selling goods at a huge markup to the miners who were pouring into the region. But as always, Beckworth would become bored and would sell his business for a reported $6,000. One of the fascinating things about Beckworth is that as he got older, there were more and more people who had encounters with the man. And the grandiose stories Beckworth liked to tell about himself were often topped by the stories told by those he ran into. One such story was when he made a small fortune playing cards. He would go on a spending and drinking spree for days, buying whiskey for anyone who wanted it. John Letts, who operated a store in a mining community called Mormon Bar, when talking about the many colorful characters of the era, would say, quote, none was as unforgettable as Beckworth, end quote. Others would tell tales of how Beckworth would ride into town on a stolen horse without a dime to his name. He would literally tell stories for a meal. A few months later, he would show up again, this time with thousands of dollars in his pockets. Much of it he would give to friends and the poor. Now, we have chronicled the adventures of Jim Beckworth for quite a while, but it's not as if he has done any exploring or trapping for a long time. That is going to change, and Beckworth is going to make a discovery that will literally put his name on the map. Now, it is not going to be an earth-shattering discovery, but it's still a discovery all the same. The year is 1850. Beckworth found himself operating out of a place called the American Valley, today Quincy, California, roughly 100 miles northeast of Sacramento in the Sierra Mountains. Well, at this time, people were flocking to California, and there were many routes a person could take, but they all held dangers, especially as the settlers and would-be prospectors tried to cross the Sierra Mountains, which is roughly the border between Nevada and California. In the region Beckworth was living, the Carson and Truckee trail routes were the main options for travelers coming from the east. But these routes were higher altitude, 7,000 to 8,000 feet, and very dangerous, and at times impassable. In fact, in 1846, the famed Donner Party would get snowed in while trying to cross these mountains. Trapped in a 7,000-foot high mountain pass for the winter, nearly half of the 87 members would die, some resorting to cannibalism to survive. So with that in mind, let's go back to Beckworth. He would be acting as a guide for some gold prospectors in the Sierra Mountains. It was about 25 miles northwest of Reno, Nevada, that he found an old Indian trail leading through the mountains. It did not take long for Beckworth to realize what he had found. The pass, which is located in California, not far from the Nevada border, was far lower in altitude than any of the neighboring routes through the Sierras. In fact, the elevation of what we now call the Beckworth Pass is 5,211 feet, or 1,591 meters. It is the lowest mountain pass in the Sierra Nevada mountain range. Now, finding the pass was important, and Beckworth knew it. He would take his discovery back to the community of Marysville in California. He proposed that he blaze a trail from Reno, Nevada, over the Sierra Mountains and into California. A deal was struck, and Beckworth would get $500 for his services. Beckworth would work to clear a trail wide enough for a wagon to travel on. It would be ready the following year, and in the summer of 1851, the first wagon train would be led over the mountains by Beckworth. Coolbrith was 11 years old when her family traveled through the pass, with Beckworth leading the way. Coolbrith, who would go on to become California's first poet laureate, would recount the experience many years later, saying, quote, ours was the first of the covered wagon trains to break the trail through Beckworth Pass into California. We were guided by the famous scout, Jim Beckworth, who was an historic figure, and to my mind, one of the most beautiful creatures that ever lived. He was rather dark and wore his hair in 2 long braids, twisted with colored cord, that gave him a picturesque appearance. He wore a leather coat and moccasins, and rode a horse without a saddle. She would then add, when Jim Beckworth said that he would like to have my mother's little girls ride into California on his horse in front of him, I was the happiest little girl in the world. End quote. Beckworth's Pass, by the way, was only a short part of the newly opened road, which was over 120 miles long. The new road saved travelers anywhere from 50 to 150 miles, a couple of thousand feet of elevation gain, as well as several steep grades and dangerous passes, including the aforementioned Donner Pass. By the way, Beckworth never got the $500 he was owed by the community of Marysville, as a fire destroyed much of the town that year, and there was no money to pay him. Still, Beckworth had done something pretty major. In California, on the other side of the pass that bears his name, he set up a ranch in a valley with a trading post and hotel to meet the wagons coming over the mountains. The new road would soon become one of the most traveled into California. Beckworth would often lead people over his pass, usually for a fee. However, there were many stories of his generosity. Many of these people were poor, and when they arrived, he fed them and gave them shelter for nothing. All of them, no doubt, experienced the hospitality of Beckworth, and never tired of regaling his guests with tales of his life in the mountains or with the native Indians. Now, in the winter of 1854, Beckworth would have an encounter that would change his life, and that was when Thomas D. Bonner, a traveling justice of the peace, came to Beckworth's ranch. Bonner thought that the life of Jim Beckworth would make a great book. Wild West stories were big sellers back east, and Beckworth's grandiose tales would be right in the wheelhouse of the public's tastes. Now, Bonner was a disreputable guy. He was a heavy drinker who worked with the temperance union. Red flags right there. As a judge, he was known to favor the person most likely to pay the court fees that Bonner charged. He was, to be honest, a con man. No matter, he and Beckworth would strike a deal. Bonner would write down Beckworth's story and bring it back east to publish. They would split the profits. The two men would spend months sitting and drinking as Bonner transcribed the tall tales provided by Beckworth. The result would be The Life and Adventures of James P. Beckworth, Mountaineer, Scout, Pioneer, and Chief of the Crow Nation, which was published in 1856. The book would make Beckworth famous, although his outrageous story was mocked and ridiculed by many, especially as obvious errors were discovered. No matter, it contributed to Beckworth's image. However, it did not profit him, as Bonner, the crook that he was, never gave any of the money he earned to Beckworth. Bonner, by the way, would pretty much disappear after that. The last heard from him was in 1861, when he was arrested for stealing a cask of rum. After that, crickets, which is probably for the best. As for James Beckworth, he would eventually move on from his ranch in 1856, heading for St. Louis, then Kansas City, and eventually Denver. Wherever he went, the press and the locals came out to see the famed frontiersman. He played up the part of the mountain man and Indian chief, and never passed on a chance to tell stories. In Denver, Beckworth would settle down and open a store. Also, he would get married again, this time to Elizabeth Ledbetter. A lot had changed in these parts since Jim Beckworth had left 20 plus years earlier. Mining was a booming business in Colorado, and settlers were pouring in. Caught in the middle of it all were the native peoples. Beckworth was sympathetic to the plight of the natives, and as an Indian agent, he became a trusted mediator and advocate for them, especially for the Cheyenne. The next few years saw Beckworth described as a trusted and wise businessman. However, there were bouts of drinking and gambling and fighting. One fight would turn ugly, and Beckworth and another man made a move for a shotgun. Beckworth got to the gun first, and the other man was shot dead. Beckworth was charged with manslaughter, but acquitted as the other guy had started the fight. Now, as Beckworth approached and passed at the age of 60, he slowed down due to a fall from a horse. Plus, years of hard living were finally catching up to him, and he found himself bent over at times and suffering from rheumatism. Also, his wife Elizabeth left him in 1864. The couple had 2 children, although one died in infancy. And that will take us up to the last major event of Beckworth's life, and it will not be a good one. In 1864, tensions between white settlers and the native Indians were at a peak. In late November, 1,000 or so Arapaho and Cheyenne had set up camp at Sand Creek, a tributary of the Arkansas River in southeastern Colorado. They had come to the location at the suggestion of the U.S. military, who had arrived 2 months earlier and set up a peace. The Indians even raised an American flag at the camp to signal their peaceful intentions. However, there was an element that wanted nothing to do with a peace with the Indians. This included Colonel John Shivington, the commander of a volunteer military force, the 3rd Colorado Cavalry. Beckworth had been brought in as a guide for the Army, but the circumstances are murky. Beckworth says he was forced to join up or be killed, while other sources say he freely joined. No matter, Beckworth was not happy about what happened next. On November 29th, Shivington's army, consisting of about 600 to 700 riders, would attack the Indian camp at Sand Creek. The camp was not set up for defense, and many of the warriors were away hunting buffalo. The attack would come at night. At first, the Indians thought that the approaching horses were a buffalo herd. But when the shooting started, there was no question it was an attack. The result was ugly. The Americans had about 25 men killed in the fighting, while Shivington claimed his men killed 600 Indians, although that number is probably closer to 200. Most of the dead were women and children. The brutality of it was so appalling, a congressional hearing was held in Denver to investigate the matter. There were 31 witnesses, 17 of whom spoke against the conduct of Shivington and his men. Famed mountain man Kit Carson was amongst those condemning the attack, calling Shivington and his army, quote, cowards and dogs, end quote. Beckworth would be one of the 31 witnesses, and he also condemned what had happened. He had said that he had pleaded with Shivington not to start a war, but was ignored. He would describe the events and say, quote, 2/3 of the Indians killed at Sand Creek had been women and children, end quote. The findings of the investigation were harsh, especially considering the times. The following is from the panel's report. Quote, the truth is that he, meaning Shivington, surprised and murdered in cold blood the unsuspecting men, women, and children on Sand Creek, who had every reason to believe they were under the protection of the United States authorities, and then returned to Denver and boasted of the brave deed he and the men under his command had performed, end quote. Shivington resigned from the military so he couldn't be punished by the government, although due to the outcry from the massacre, his political career was dead. By the way, Shivington would later seduce and marry his daughter-in-law, which just makes your skin crawl and confirms what kind of a guy he really was. Also, he never had any regrets about the butchery at Sand Creek, saying it was a good operation. Anyhow, the Sand Creek massacre would spark an all-out war in Colorado, which was a precursor to the many wars that were about to be fought in the American West. For Jim Beckworth, the massacre was a terrible moment. From everything we know, he never would have wanted something like that to happen. He had proven repeatedly to be a friend of the Cheyenne. However, his services with the 3rd Colorado Cavalry would mark him in the eyes of many. Cheyenne refused to work with him again, pointing to his presence with the Americans that day. No matter, even as he approached 65 years of age, he would find himself on the move again. He would work as a scout and a messenger for their army for a bit, and then go with his old friend Jim Bridger to the Bighorn region in Montana. And then, in October of 1866, Beckworth would suffer from severe headaches and nosebleeds while guiding some men to a Crow camp. The Crows celebrated his return, and they even asked him to come and live with them again. But he said he was too old and tired to do such a thing. A short time later, Beckworth would die, the exact circumstances not known, but it is believed to have been from natural causes, perhaps severe hypertension. According to Crow funeral tradition, Beckworth's body was placed on an elevated platform. He was then buried at the Crow Indian Settlement Burial Ground in Laramie, Wyoming. James Beckworth, slave, explorer, trapper, trader, scout, lawyer, Indian chief, scoundrel, and gaudy liar, and so much more, was dead. He was probably 66 years old. So that is the life of James Beckworth. I hope you've enjoyed it. Now, before we go into a discussion about the legacy of Beckworth, I want to do a short blurb about his family. The man had several more children, one of whom died in infancy. He had a son, George, who reportedly died after being kicked in the head by a mule in 1875. Regarding his other children, I really couldn't find anything reliable. Now, regarding the legacy of Jim Beckworth, to be honest, I find it really fascinating. At the time of his death, he was dismissed by most people, the gaudy liar moniker hanging over him. However, time has given us an appreciation and a better understanding of Beckworth. So let's talk about some of the accomplishments and highlights of the guy's life. First, there are tangible discoveries, and that's really Beckworth Pass and his creation of the Beckworth Trail. The trail would be heavily used for about 10-15 years before the coming of the Transcontinental Railroad made it obsolete. Still, the trail was a lifesaver for thousands on that final push over the mountains into California. The pass and Beckworth Trail can still be traveled today. The second thing is the more general exploration conducted by Beckworth and his contemporaries throughout the American West. Because of the way these men operated, we can't say this guy found this and that guy found that. Instead, it's a general accumulation of exploration and travel and discovery over the course of decades in the mountains of the West by these men. Beckworth himself went through Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, Nebraska, Kansas, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, and California, and that's just in the West. He and other mountain men would be the first non-natives to see so many places in the Rockies and beyond. It is quite an achievement, made mostly by unknown individuals. Another thing I want to mention is Beckworth's role in the founding of Pueblo, Colorado. That's pretty cool. Today you could go there and see a memorial honoring Beckworth as one of the 7 founders of the city. which is also pretty cool. And we can't forget that Beckworth set up a ranch on the other side of the pass he discovered. That site is now Beckworth, California, a small town of a few hundred people. That makes 2 communities that Beckworth helped found. So beyond the exploration and discovery and the founding of places, the growing appreciation of Beckworth has resulted in further recognition of the guy. In addition to the Beckworth Pass and Road, there is a mountain that bears his name, not far from his famous trail. You can also find numerous parks and streets and so forth named after him. A postage stamp with Beckworth's likeness on it was put out in 1994. In popular culture, there have been a couple of novels about Beckworth. Just this year, there was a Netflix film called The Harder They Fall, which featured Beckworth as a principal character. I want to point out that the movie gets virtually nothing right about Beckworth. I mean, nothing. It's a very violent comic book style film, but if you're looking to learn something about Beckworth, that's not going to happen. But all that stuff aside, the last thing I want to talk about is the autobiography of Beckworth, because it is really what made people remember the man. The life and adventures of James P. Beckworth, mountaineer, scout, pioneer, and chief of the Crow Nation, while not a masterpiece or even very reliable, would be historic. It would offer a rare look into the life of these pioneering mountain men, and the documentation of Beckworth's time with the Crow is fascinating. And it is, as far as I can tell, the only book by an African American from the era. So that is it, the life of American explorer and mountain man James P. Beckworth. I hope you enjoyed this story. Beckworth was really a colorful man, and his story was equally colorful. I can't stress how extraordinary it is that this guy went from the son of a slave to one of the most celebrated mountain men of the American West. I look forward to covering other stories from this era in the future. It's not an area we've done much of on the show, so this was fun, even if the Beckworth myth made putting together the script for the show a bit of a chore. So that is it for Jim Beckworth. I want to finish up by saying thanks to all the supporters of the show. I appreciate it. Special hugs and kisses to the show's financial patrons. This includes Rudy, Roger, Ralph, Philip C., John Paul, Gregory, Eileen, Eamon, David K., Craig, Collier, David P., Adam, and Donnell. Many, many thanks to you and everyone else who helps out. So that is it for today. Thanks again for listening. Please enjoy your holidays, and I will see you next time.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
How to heal heartbreak with Postmates. Picture cookie dough ice cream melting like your desire to date crypto bros. Get ice cream on Postmates for $30 off your first 3 orders of $35 or more. Use code LA30. Terms apply. California's top casino and entertainment destination is now your California to Vegas connection. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino in San Manuel to earn points, rewards, and complimentary experiences for the iconic Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas. 2 destinations, 1 loyalty card. Visit yamava.com/palms to discover more.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we are going to get back to some classic Age of Discovery stuff, courtesy of a not particularly well-known explorer named Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. Cabrillo was a conquistador taking part in Cortez's campaign against the Aztecs, but he's best remembered as the first non-native to reach the western coast of the United States. In fact, if you go to Southern California, you'll see all sorts of stuff with Cabrillo's name on it, but outside of the area, he's in that second or third tier of explorers from the era. But the man did some pretty big things in his life, which we will detail today. 2 notes before we start. First, I have put a map on our website, explorerspodcast.com, to show the route that Cabrillo took on the expedition up the North American coast, so check it out. And second, shout out to David, a history teacher from Oceanside, California, who asked me about doing a show on Cabrillo. David was kind enough to give me some books on the guy to help spur the process, so thank you, David. That is it for notes. Let's get going. The life of Spanish conquistador and explorer Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. Cabrillo was born in Spain in 1499, give or take a year. We don't know the exact date. And to be honest, some argue his birthplace was Portugal. The reason for this is that an early historian identified Cabrillo as Portuguese, and thus some subsequent historians and scholars accepted that assertion. The Portuguese were quick to claim Cabrillo as one of their own, and to this day, some are reluctant to give him up.
However, most evidence points to Cabrillo being Spanish. Specifically, it is believed that he was born in present-day Palma del Rio in the province of Córdoba in southern Spain. All that said, in the end, it really doesn't matter that much where Cabrillo was born, as he will serve Spain throughout his life. So Cabrillo was born in 1499. However, his birth name was Juan Rodriguez, not Cabrillo. Our explorer would not take the name Cabrillo until the mid-1530s, when he was a successful conquistador. The reason for this is that Juan Rodriguez is an extremely common name in Spain, sort of like John Smith, and it was customary for a successful or important person to add a surname to distinguish himself from all the other Juan Rodriguezes of the world. That said, I will call our explorer Cabrillo from the start, just to make things easy for all of us. Now, virtually nothing is known about Cabrillo's childhood. It is believed he came to Cuba around 1510, still a youngster. Historian Harry Kelsey, who has written several biographies of men from the era, including Cabrillo, suggests that our explorer was an orphan, and that he may have come to the New World as a servant or apprentice to a merchant family. If that's true, we don't know for sure. However, I do want to note that Cabrillo was educated as he could read and write. We have some documents of Cabrillo's, and from them you can see an orderly and efficient person. However, his writing style isn't ornate or flowery, a trait amongst someone from a well-to-do family. Thus, it's probably safe to say that Cabrillo was from simple stock, but that he gained a solid education in his younger years. Another thing I want to note about Cabrillo, we have no portrait of the man, thus whatever drawings you see in books or wherever is speculative. No matter, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo would grow into a young man in the wild and often violent era of European exploration of the Caribbean. We know that during this time he would become a soldier serving in Cuba and possibly Hispaniola. But in addition to being a soldier, Cabrillo showed additional talents. One Spanish conquistador at this time said that Cabrillo was not only a good soldier, but also a, quote, man of the sea, end quote. How exactly Cabrillo acquired this additional skill set, we don't know, but he will show himself to be a quality soldier and an excellent shipbuilder. These talents will help him go far in the New World. This takes us up to 1519 and the invasion of Mexico by Hernán Cortés. Now, we cover these events in our series on Cortés, so what follows is a high-level review of the campaign and Cabrillo's role in the events. Well, Cortés would, for a variety of reasons, incur the wrath of Cuban Governor Diego Velázquez. The latter would order Cortés not to leave on his expedition, but would be ignored. So, while Cortés was making his way west towards Tenochtitlan, Velázquez was organizing a new expedition, one to go to Mexico and put Cortés under arrest. The new expedition consisted of more than 1,000 soldiers, including Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, under the command of Panfilo de Narvaez. Cabrillo is listed as a crossbowman. Now, once Narvaez and his army arrived in Mexico, many of the men began to wonder why a Spanish army was out to fight another Spanish army, and Cortés fueled this dissension. He sent agents into the ranks of Narvaez's men, distributing bribes, often in gold, to key people. Stories soon spread that Cortés was in Tenochtitlan, collecting piles of gold and jewels and other valuables. And thus, many men were like, hey, let's not fight Cortés, let's join him. It is said that upwards of a quarter of Narvaez's force was sympathetic to Cortés. Cortés would then make a forced march on Narvaez's camp and, despite being heavily outnumbered, make a surprise nighttime attack in the rain. The result was a complete victory for Cortés. Narvaez was captured, losing an eye in the battle. There was actually not that much fighting in the conflict. Much of this was due to the groundwork laid by Cortés's agents. The soldiers sympathetic to Cortés simply dropped their weapons and ordered the men to do likewise, that sort of thing. In one fell swoop, Cortés had thus added 1,000 men to his ranks. Now, I focus a lot on this moment because there is speculation that Cabrillo was one of those men sympathetic to Cortés. And the reason for this is because Cabrillo is quickly given important responsibilities and will be well rewarded for his service to Cortés later on. No matter the real story, Cabrillo would join up with Cortés and be an important man in the upcoming campaign against the Aztecs. Cabrillo was a crossbowman, attaining the rank of corporal, maybe higher, and was put in command of a group of bowmen. This was an important job, as you had to be strong, disciplined, and trustworthy. Crossbowmen were essential to the army as they were so deadly, and a crossbow was much more reliable than the early firearms of the era called arquebuses. Now, Cabrillo likely would have marched west to Tenochtitlan and endured La Noche Triste, aka the Night of Sorrows, when Cortés's army tried to slip out of the city, only to be nearly wiped out by the Aztecs. Well, as we know from our podcast on Cortés, the man was not done. He would regroup to the east and eventually march back toward the Aztec capital, forming a powerful coalition with the native peoples who did not like the Aztecs. Now, Cortés believed one of the keys to defeating the
Aztecs was controlling Lake Texcoco, the large body of water that Tenochtitlan sat on. For this, Cortez ordered 13 ships, brigantines, and instructed these ships would be built, then taken apart, and marched over the mountains and into the Valley of Mexico. It was a tremendous feat of engineering. Once at Lake Texcoco, the boats were put back together. At this point, they had to be sealed so they wouldn't leak. For this, you needed pitch and tallow. Bernal Diaz, who was an officer in Cortez's army, later said that Cabrillo, whom he identified as a captain, was put in charge of this task. Pitch, or resin, was gathered from the trees in the mountains. That was simple enough. But tallow, a form of rendered fat, is traditionally made from beef cattle. However, since the Spanish had no cattle, they had to turn to a different source, and this would be the fat from the bodies of the dead natives. Yeah, kind of grisly. Anyhow, the cocked-up Spanish fleet would, indeed, take control of Lake Texcoco, and Cortez and his native Indian allies would eventually isolate the Aztec capital. What followed next was an 85-day siege of the great city. As for Cabrillo, he was a part of the siege. There's a good chance he would have helped with the boats and was a crossbowman on one of them. The boats were critical to keeping supplies and reinforcements out of Tenochtitlan and from anyone escaping. The end result would be the destruction of Tenochtitlan and the Aztec Empire. Cabrillo would be wounded in the fighting, but the exact nature of his injury is unknown. However, it is not believed to have been serious. Now, the defeat of the Aztec Empire did not mean that the fighting was over. Far from it. After the Aztecs, the Spanish turned to the surrounding areas, looking for more treasure and land to satiate their appetites. Also, the fact that the Pacific Ocean was not far away offered tantalizing options to the Spanish. Remember, word had not yet arrived about Magellan's expedition and their circumnavigation of the world. People thought that Asia was a short jump across the ocean, so while men like Cortez conquered and looted the lands of Central America, they were also thinking about sailing to the Far East, a new route to the fabled lands of China and the Spice Islands. As for Cabrillo, he would be on the move as a soldier, first under Captain Francisco de Orozco, to what is now Oaxaca, Mexico, about 225 miles southwest of Tenochtitlan, or 360 kilometers. The Spanish had been told that much of the gold of the Aztecs would come from this region. The Spanish pitted the two main indigenous powers of the region against one another, a common tactic of theirs, and would ultimately come out as victors in the fighting. Cabrillo's role is not exactly known, but it is clear that he was moving up in the world, and that is because he was listed as having a horse. Horses were, at this time, rare and extremely valuable. To have one meant that he was well off and likely an important officer. All this leads me back to the story of Cortez's victory over Narvaez and the speculation that Cabrillo was one of the men who backed Cortez in the conflict. I mean, we just have to look at the facts. After Cortez defeated Narvaez and took his troops into his army, Cabrillo did very well for himself. He appears to have been an important person in the building of the fleet of brigantines that took control of Lake Texcoco and took part in the siege of Tenochtitlan. And here he was, rising up in the ranks, the owner of a horse, and being called a captain. It's all a sign that Cabrillo had good connections, which lends credence to the theory that he was a supporter of Cortez from the start. Again, we have no proof of this, but the idea is not far-fetched. By the way, Cabrillo's rise also points to something else, and that is that he was very good at his job. I can't stress this enough. All we know about Cabrillo demonstrates that he was an extremely competent and effective man. Anyhow, after defeating the Mixtec people in Oaxaca, Cabrillo would be offered lands in the area as payment for his service. He would turn down the offer, instead joining up with another of Cortez's captains, Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado was considered one of Cortez's most effective and ruthless captains. He would, often with Cabrillo by his side, spend the next decade conquering the surrounding lands, as well as suppressing the rebellions that usually followed. Alvarado often got what he wanted without a fight due to his reputation. Backed by Spanish soldiers and weapons, plus native allies, he would march into an area, tell the locals to submit, or face his wrath, which was very real and very deadly. Under the command of Alvarado, Cabrillo would take part in the 1524 conquest of Guatemala. Again, he was identified as an important officer in the army, the commander of a squad of crossbowmen. Later on, Cabrillo's son would say that his father helped, quote, conquer every part of the provinces of Guatemala and Honduras, end quote. In Guatemala, Alvarado did his typical thing, allying with one local native power against another. After defeating one of the powers and their allies in a great battle, Alvarado would turn on his ally and solidify Spanish dominance. It was here that Cabrillo was again offered lands as a reward for his service, and this time he accepted. On August 12, 1524, Juan Rodriguez signed as a citizen of Santiago, the province's new capital. He was the 19th man on the list of the newly formed community.
Now, the new capital would be moved several times before finding a suitable location in 1527. This was in the valley of Omalunga. As a horseman in the army, he was handsomely rewarded, getting a farm measuring 600 by 1400 paces. A regular foot soldier got a fraction of that. In time, these lands would become very valuable as part of the encomienda system. We've talked about the encomienda system in past episodes, but as a reminder, it's not just about getting land, it's about getting the labor as well. This meant that all those who lived on the land were essentially slaves to it. The people had to do whatever the boss wanted. If it meant farming, they farmed. If it meant mining, they mined. And those living on the lands could not leave without permission from the land's owner. The landlord was supposed to care and feed and educate his or her people, as well as instruct them in the Catholic faith, but it was pretty much communal slavery. Cabrillo would spend time in Guatemala building up his properties, as well as campaigning with Alvarado. This included marching around the lands of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. War was waged in the latter region due to a revolt by another conquistador, Cristobal de Ovid, in 1526. Ovid would be hanged for his insurrection. As a note, Guatemala was not the healthiest or easiest place to live. Much of it is mountainous, as well as hot and humid. However, Santiago's new location was cooler, and the temperatures were not so extreme. Plus, the nearby lands were good for farming. At the new location, Cabrillo would, again, be one of the first citizens of the city. Very quickly, he and his fellow Spaniards prospered. Soon, others would come to the settlement. The farms would grow maize, and the orchards flourished. The cow, the seeds from which cocoa and chocolate are made, would also become a valuable cash crop. And then in 1529, Cabrillo was given permission to search for gold in the region of Coban. It wouldn't take long for gold to be found, and Cabrillo would become one of the richest men in Guatemala, if not the richest. So, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo was a rich and successful landowner and soldier, and he only continued to prosper as he gradually added more lands to his portfolio. Now, Cabrillo had, during this time, acquired a native woman as his wife. We don't know her name, only that the couple had 3 daughters, all of whom would marry conquistadors later in life. However, a native wife was not seen as good enough for a man of Cabrillo's growing importance, and thus he struck a deal with fellow conquistador Diego Sanchez de Ortega. Cabrillo would go to Spain and court Ortega's sister, Beatriz. As a result, Cabrillo would spend nearly a year in Spain before returning with his new bride in 1533. By the way, the Spanish crown wanted many of these conquistadors to settle down and begin the process of colonizing the New World. To that end, they were ordered to marry and lose their valuable encomiendas. The problem with this was that there were so few Spanish women in the New World, and many of the conquistadors could not afford to go abroad like Cabrillo. As a result, Pedro de Alvarado brought back 20 young women from Spain, specifically to find husbands amongst the now wealthy conquistadors. However, these veteran soldiers were now aging, and many were infirm. One young Spanish lady said this of these prospective husbands, quote, "Some are lame, some with but one hand, others without ears, others with only one eye, others with their face gone, and the best of them have 1 or 2 cuts across the forehead," end quote. It's a reminder that life as a conquistador was hard, although Cabrillo doesn't seem to have suffered too greatly from his life as a soldier. We will talk about the conquistadors of the era later on when we wrap up this episode. So Cabrillo would prosper. He had a new wife who was soon pregnant with a son, and he owned 4 different tracts of land in Guatemala. Cabrillo would then move on to another phase of his career, that of a shipbuilder and trader. Now, by this time, Spanish exploration of the western coast of North and South America was underway. For the Spanish, the big prize that emerged was Peru and the Inca Empire. In the early 1530s, Francisco Pizarro had undertaken an expedition to conquer the Inca Empire. Cabrillo wanted to get in on the action, not by sailing off on another military expedition, but by building ships and transporting and trading goods to and from Peru. Like any booming frontier region, goods sold at a very high price in Peru. Trading was often more lucrative than mining or stealing or whatever was going on. So Cabrillo could build his own ship and acquire goods that he could trade. However, his plans were waylaid by his old boss, Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado had originally been given permission to explore to the west, but after hearing about all the loot being gathered in Peru, he decided to send an expedition to that region to get in on the action. For this, he built his own fleet, although the ships were not particularly good. But before leaving, Alvarado would see Cabrillo's fine new ship loaded with trade goods and take possession of it, and off to Peru he went. The guy just couldn't resist treasure or fighting. Cabrillo was, as you can imagine, upset by this and logged a protest through official channels. Now, Alvarado would return to Peru, his venture awash as he had got there too late and missed out on most of the action. He would return the ship he had absconded from Cabrillo, but it was in a deplorable condition and nearly worthless. And that takes us to 1536. Cabrillo would again take to the field of battle by going to Honduras to aid Alvarado in another fight with the indigenous peoples. As a reward for this, plus repayment for the trashing of the ship, Cabrillo was awarded 2 more encomiendas. We have a document of this, marked July 20th, 1536, and it is the first time Juan Rodriguez officially is referred to as Cabrillo. Again, it was a sign of his growing influence and wealth. Next, Alvarado appointed Cabrillo as the chief magistrate of the port of Iztapa on the western coast of Guatemala. His job was to build a new fleet for Alvarado for exploration. This was a major endeavor, and Cabrillo had to manage not just the construction of the ships, but the means to build them. He had to bring in carpenters and shipwrights, needed iron from Europe for nails, chains, and fittings. Also from Europe came cannons, anchors, and sails. Timber came from the thick Guatemalan forests. And then there was the labor. Many natives were put to work felling trees, transporting timber, hauling supplies, building docks, and so forth. It was hard and deadly work. Bartolome de las Casas, a Spanish priest and an early advocate for fair and humane treatment of the native peoples, said this about the shipbuilding endeavor. Although I want to stress that while this specific quote is about Alvarado, that essentially means Cabrillo as well. No matter, here you go. Quote, he killed an infinite number of people in building the ships. From the north to the South Sea, 130 laden Indians carried anchors of 3 and 4 quintiles, which is 600 to 800 pounds, which cut furrows into the shoulders and loins of some of them, and he carried in the same way much artillery on the shoulders of these sad naked people. And I saw many loaded with the artillery on those anguished roads. He broke up homes, taking women and girls and giving them to the soldiers and sailors in order to keep them satisfied and bring them into his fleets. End quote. So in the port of Iztapa, the new fleet would be constructed over the next 4 years. Cabrillo would build or refit 7 to 9 ships, and at least one of these, a galleon, he built with his own money. He would also gather another 4 to 5 ships to add to the fleet, for a total of 13 vessels. In all of this, Cabrillo was acknowledged as an excellent shipbuilder. One Spanish official said Cabrillo's fleet was, quote, the largest and the best to sail the Mar du Sur, which was the Pacific Ocean, up to that time and for many years thereafter, end quote. Now, I want to note that at this time, there was a jolt of exploration in the Americas. Hernan Cortez headed into northwest Mexico and discovered the Baja Peninsula in 1536. Hernando de Soto went to Florida and would traipse all over the southern United States beginning in 1539. That same year, Francisco de Ulloa would sail up the western coast of New Spain and map the coastline of the Gulf of California. He would then sail up the western coast of the Baja Peninsula for a ways before turning back due to bad weather. And in 1840, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado would march across northern Mexico and into the southwest United States, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. Those are just a few of the expeditions undertaken by the Spanish at this time, but remember, there was almost always a financial component involved with them. It was to reach the Spice Islands or discover the next rich native empire, such as the Inca or Aztecs. Anyhow, for Pedro de Alvarado's enterprise, he assembled more than 500 men in 13 ships. Alvarado would eventually decide to break his fleet up into 2 groups. One expedition, under the command of his brother, Juan de Alvarado, would go north off the coast of North America. The second expedition, under the command of Ruy Lopez de Lobos, would go west to the far east. Initially, Cabrillo wasn't going to take part in the venture. He was simply a shipbuilder and investor. However, Alvarado begged Cabrillo to join him, and he eventually relented. We do not know exactly how far Cabrillo planned to travel with the fleet. It's possible he was just going to go with them to the point where they would separate, but we don't know for sure. Now, the reason for the Far East as a destination was obvious. It offered the riches of China, Japan, and the Spice Islands. As for the north, it offered a couple of opportunities. One was the legendary Strait of Onion. This was essentially the Northwest Passage, a channel from one side of North America to the other. The key was to find the outlet on the western side of the continent. Do that, and you're fabulously wealthy. The second opportunity in the north was a route to Asia. At this time, it was believed that Asia was much closer than in reality. The thought was that if one went up the coast of North America, the coastline would turn west and connect with Asia. Now, both of these opportunities, The Strait of Onion just didn't exist, unless you wanted to count the real Northwest Passage, which was way up in the Arctic and frozen shut. And the North American coastline went way, way further north than anyone imagined, and it didn't connect to Asia. But that didn't stop people from dreaming.
What are you hammering?
Brock's candy canes.
Candy canes?
Yeah, I'm turning Brock's famous candy canes into my famous holiday peppermint bar.
With a hammer?
Yeah, I crush up candy canes, spread them on the sheet pan, pour melted white chocolate over them, and refrigerate.
I see.
Yeah, why are you holding a wreath?
Well, I was gonna hang it.
But you need the hammer.
Brock's. Make moments sweeter.
For gifts that bring holiday joy, I head to Ulta Beauty, and that includes gifts for yours truly, like this Dyson Airwrap, the statement gift of the season, perfect for mom and for me. Here's a Floral Carolina Herrera fragrance and Tula skincare kit for my Secret Santa, and ooh, I got these shimmery Pat McGrath and Tarte eyeshadow palettes for my friend Jen, and yep, for me. Shop the gifts that bring joy to everyone on your list this holiday season. Ulta Beauty, the possibilities are beautiful.
So the wheels of exploration were in motion. However, things were not going to go as planned. First, Alvarado got into a dispute with the Viceroy of New Spain, Antonio de Mendoza. Mendoza was originally supposed to get 1/3 of the profits from the upcoming expeditions, but he wanted more. Thus, he ordered officials to withhold supplies and services to Alvarado and his fleet. Desperate to get the expedition underway, Alvarado would eventually grant Mendoza 1/2 of the expedition's profits. Now, when Cabrillo heard this, he was furious. Alvarado was giving away money that should be going to investors. To appease Cabrillo, Alvarado would grant him several more properties. Alvarado's fleet would eventually set sail from Acapulco, El Salvador, reaching Navidad, Mexico on Christmas Day, 1540. This was a newly established harbor, and from here, Cabrillo did final repairs and brought in last-minute supplies for the expected journey. Now, a reminder, the original plan was for the northern expedition to head out under the command of Alvarado's brother. It might have been Cabrillo's intention to return to Guatemala at this point. However, events would again overtake the fleet. About 190 miles northwest of Navidad, or 300 kilometers, was a region that was in rebellion against Spanish rule. Well, at this time, this rebellion would turn serious, as the local people were laying siege to a Spanish-controlled town. This conflict was called the Mixton War. On orders from Viceroy Mendoza, Alvarado would unload his men and weapons and march to crush the growing revolt. Cabrillo may have gone with Alvarado, but it's more likely that he stayed with the fleet and kept it ready for the expected departure. Anyhow, later that summer, Alvarado's horse would get spooked and fall over. Alvarado's chest would be crushed in the fall. He would die about 10 days later on July 4th, 1541. The Mixing War, by the way, would eventually end after a long, bloody fight, Spanish technology and steel winning the day. As for Cabrillo, he was left in Navidad wondering what to do. Some of the investors of the expedition would call back their ships, and Viceroy Mendoza, who had essentially inherited Alvarado's vessels, would send some of these ships north to do some minor exploring, mostly to keep them busy. Cabrillo would eventually return to Guatemala, and in doing so, he would come home to an earthquake that devastated the capital Santiago in September of 1541. Above Santiago was a volcanic lake. Well, the earthquake would cause one of the walls of the volcano to collapse, and the valley would be flooded, as well as slammed with rocks, boulders, and trees and mud. Amongst the dead was the wife of Pedro de Alvarado. Cabrillo's home would be destroyed in the earthquake, but his family was spared. In the aftermath of the disaster, Cabrillo wrote and published a concise and detailed account of the destruction. It is believed to be the first secular document printed in the New World. So while the capital Santiago was moved yet again, Cabrillo was tapped by Viceroy Mendoza for a new endeavor. And this new endeavor was pretty much the same as the first endeavor. It would be two expeditions, one led by Ruy Lopez de Villalobos to sail to the far east, and a second expedition would go north, led not by an Alvarado, but by Cabrillo. Now, why would Cabrillo agree to such a thing? One guess is that he needed money. His lands around Santiago had been devastated and his home destroyed, and Alvarado had owed Cabrillo a lot of money. With his and his wife's death, the chances of getting those funds was not good. Thus, a voyage of exploration was just the ticket needed for a big financial score. And so, in 1542, Cabrillo would prepare for his voyage by heading north to Navidad. For his upcoming expedition, he would have 2 ships, or 3 if you count a smaller vessel. The flagship of the fleet would be Cabrillo's own vessel, the San Salvador, although it was usually referred to as the Juan Rodriguez after its owner. The San Salvador was a galleon about 100 feet long and 25 feet wide, or 30 by 8 meters. It had a cargo capacity of about 200 tons, making it a big ship for the time and place. The vessel would likely have been armed with a few cannons. San Salvador was Cabrillo's pride and joy. The second ship was smaller, a 100-ton carrack, Victoria, built primarily as a cargo vessel. The third ship was the San Miguel, a 30-foot-long frigata. The English called these ships pinnaces. While the ship had a sail, it was primarily propelled by oars, which could vary in number. One source said the San Miguel had 26 oars, which made it pretty big for its type. The ship was there for sailing through shallow waters and near the coast, but in deeper waters, the San Miguel was often towed by the larger ships. The fleet would have in total about 200 men. Roughly half of these were on San Salvador, including 4 officers, 25 to 30 sailors, a couple of dozen soldiers, a priest, a few merchants and cabin boys, some slaves, servants, and miscellaneous support crew. The carrack Victoria had about 60 men, while San Miguel had 6 to 8 men, plus slaves to man oars. Amongst the various crewmen would have been carpenters, smiths, pilots, and navigators. The decks would have been filled with animals, such as pigs, sheep, and chickens, all to feed the crew. There likely would have been some horses as well. Cabrillo's orders included multiple objectives. First, he was to look for the Strait of Anian, the non-existent Northwest Passage. Second, he was to proceed up the coast and try to make his way to Asia. Third, he was to keep an eye out for Francisco Vasquez de Coronado, who was traipsing about the southwest of the United States. He was also to watch for Villalobos, the leader of the other expedition, in case he made his way back to New Spain from Asia. Along the way, he was to map the coast, take notes of good harbors, sources of fresh water and timber, locations to build settlements, signs of advanced native civilizations, plus indications of valuable resources such as silver and gold. He was to avoid conflict with the natives, as this was a voyage of exploration, not conquest. The fleet had supplies for 2 years. By the way, this does not mean that the fleet had 2 full years of everything they needed. They would have to find timber and fresh water along the way and supplement their diets with any kinds of food they could find or trade for. Typical meals for the men would include biscuits, sardines, and cheese. Salted meat was served on Sundays. Wine was also essential for the crew. Each man received 3 glasses a day. The wealthier members of the crew, the officers and so forth, typically brought along extra food and supplies for their own use. The Cabrillo's small fleet departed from Navidad on the western coast of New Spain on June 27, 1542. A reminder, I posted a map of the route of Cabrillo's journey on the website. The fleet would head up the western coast of Mexico and then cross over to the Baja Peninsula, reaching the tip of the peninsula on July 3rd. Cabrillo called it the Point of California. Today you will find the city of Cabo San Lucas. If you haven't looked at a map of our journey, the Baja Peninsula is the big appendage that sticks down the western side of Mexico, just below California. The peninsula, also called the Baja California Peninsula and Lower California, is quite a desolate place, especially in the south. It is mountainous, rugged, and dry. There are not many good harbors, and food and water is in short supply. This means there are few people. The peninsula measures about 775 miles long, or 1,250 kilometers. Cabrillo's ships would head up the coast, going slowly due to the strong winds. They also had to stop constantly to take on water, timber, and food. This wasn't so difficult at first because previous expeditions had traveled along here and had indicated where such things could be found. A note about the winds and currents of the western coast of North America. They tend to push south, making going north a difficult thing for the ships of the era. The ships generally had to wait for winds to shift to really make any headway. An example of this was early on with a fleet with favorable winds that made 100 miles or 160 kilometers in a single day. They would then only go a few miles over the course of the next 4 days as the wind shifted. On July 26th, about halfway up the peninsula, the expedition would reach Ascension Point, just south of the big spur on the peninsula. Here they would sight trees for the first time, as well as thousands of sea lions. In early August, the expedition would reach Cedros Island, about 500 miles or 820 kilometers from the southern tip of the peninsula. If you're looking at a map of the peninsula, this is about 2/3 of the way up the coast, just past the big spur thingy I mentioned a moment ago. A couple of weeks later, the fleet would reach the furthest north point than any Spanish ship had gone. Historian Harry Kelsey, who wrote the definitive biography of Cabrillo, said this of the moment, quote, "From this point onward, Cabrillo and the men would be entering uncharted waters where no Spanish ships had been before," end quote. In And so, into the unknown pushed Cabrillo and his fleet. Going forward, they would have to find their own food and water and supplies. However, the good news was that the brutally dry, hot climate was starting to abate. The fleet would continue up the coast, stopping at one point for 5 days to repair the sails and recaulk the San Miguel. Now, another thing the fleet did as they moved up the coast was to take full possession of these newly discovered lands for the King of Spain. The first time this happened was August 22nd at what is now San Quentin. This was a pretty big deal for the Spanish, and it involved a formal ceremony in which the Spanish crown and the Catholic Church took official possession of the region. This wasn't just for show, as the Spanish would use these events to demonstrate to foreign powers, such as the French or British or Portuguese, that these lands were now officially theirs. By the way, regarding the logs of the expedition, most were written by Cabrillo. They show a straightforward, methodical examination of the situation. He focused on the lands, including the flora, the fauna, the geography, animals, and the prospects of the place. Later, as they encountered native peoples, he would describe them in detail, often adding the native names of the places they visited. I noted earlier that it demonstrates the mind of an orderly and efficient individual. So, by the middle of September, the lands improved. They reached what is now modern-day Ensenada, where they sighted what were described as sheep, although they were probably pronghorn antelope. Also, with the improving lands, the fleet began to encounter native peoples. Attempts to engage with these natives was hit and miss, as they often fled at the sight of the Spanish. One issue that Cabrillo would face was the wide variety of languages and dialects of the areas that he was going to visit. One source stated that, at this time in the Southern California area, the Spanish would have encountered 22 linguistic families with 135 dialects. This will make conversation between the two sides nearly impossible. On September 28, 1542, Cabrillo and the ships would sail into a fine bay surrounded by good lands. Cabrillo dubbed it San Miguel Bay. Today we call it San Diego. Here we have the demarcation between Upper and Lower California. It is believed that the Spanish would come ashore at Ballast Point, a small figure-like piece of land near the mouth of the bay. Here, Cabrillo would claim the lands for Spain. In doing so, it was the first landing of non-native peoples on the western coast of the United States. The bay at San Diego is not just a good one, but a great one. It is one of the best, if not the best, on the west coast. It's long and wide and deep. While here, a storm would strike the area, and Cabrillo and his ships would sail into the bay and find themselves almost completely protected from the harsh elements. Attempts to engage with the natives were unsuccessful as they fled from the Spanish. Subsequent encounters could have proven deadly, as several men in the fleet would be injured when the natives fired arrows at them. However, the Spanish, wisely, did not retaliate. Cabrillo wanted allies, not enemies. Things would eventually change when a few local natives would accept some gifts. Soon other people arrived, and they too were presented with gifts such as beads and cloth. It wasn't long before the natives were taking their canoes out to the Spanish ships and even coming aboard. The Indians did bring their own trade goods, including fish and fruit, items very much welcomed by the crew. Communication with the natives was, as noted, very limited. However, Cabrillo would hear stories of strange bearded men, like the Spanish, to the east. This was not the first or the last time these stories would be heard. The Indians were possibly referring to Coronado and his men, who had recently passed through New Mexico and Arizona, often fighting with the natives. Such news would easily have reached the west coast. This intrigued Cabrillo, who at one point considered sending a small force inland to try to find these strangers. Luckily, he did not, as Coronado would have been hundreds of miles away and the journey a difficult one. Instead, he wrote some letters and gave them to the natives who were venturing inland in the hope that they would be delivered to the mysterious bearded men. The Spanish fleet would eventually move on from San Diego and reach Santa Catalina Island on October 7th. This is a major island directly southwest, about 20 miles or 35 kilometers from modern-day Laguna Beach. There they again went over the natives with gifts in an open and friendly manner. By the way, there are a bunch of islands off the coast of Southern California, all the way from San Diego past Los Angeles. These are the Channel Islands, of which Santa Catalina is one. The Spanish visited several of these, but we don't know for sure which ones. The voyage up the coast was a slow process, but Cabrillo took note of the mountains, valleys, and open plains, and lots of native peoples who the Spanish, for the most part, kept on good terms with. Word even spread to other tribes up the coast about the Spanish ships, and people came to get a glimpse of the strange men and get some cool stuff. On October 9th, off of what is now Santa Monica Bay, Cabrillo would be impressed by the fine houses and native canoes, the latter of which could hold around a dozen men. These would have belonged to the Chumash people, one of the larger and more advanced tribes of the region. Even here, he heard more stories about the bearded men to the east. So up the California coast, the Spanish would go. One interesting thing Cabrillo took note of was the smoke they frequently spotted. It turns out that the region's natives used controlled burns. These burns made the lands more attractive to wild animals, which meant better hunting, as well as increased nut production and aided in seed germination. Cabrillo and the Spanish would reach the Carpinteria Valley on October 14th, and then Point Conception, which is just past modern-day Santa Barbara, 4 days later. As usual, the Indians swarmed out to the Spanish ship, trading fish and other foods for beads and trinkets. Also, it was around here that Cabrillo began to hear stories of a great river to the north. This intrigued him. Perhaps this was the famed Strait of Onion. So what great river were the native peoples talking about? Well, to be honest, we really don't know. The rivers of Southern California are not large. The longest in the southern coastal region is the Salinas River, about 100 miles, or 160 kilometers, south of San Francisco Bay, but it's not really very long. Or perhaps the Indians were referring to San Francisco Bay. Another option may have been the Russian River, north of San Francisco. However, another suggestion is the Colorado River, which, while inland, is only a couple hundred miles to the east. It certainly would have qualified as a great river. Perhaps the language barrier caused some confusion. In the end, we just don't know. The Spanish would stay in the region for about a week due to strong storms before continuing up the coast. On November 11th, a severe storm would cause Victoria to lose all her deck cargo at night, and then 2 days later, the fleet would sight a spot Cabrillo called Cabo de Pinos. This might have been Point Pinos or Point Reyes, both near San Francisco Bay. It is believed that Cabrillo sailed past San Francisco Bay, a common mistake made by other mariners, including Francis Drake a few decades later. The reason for this is that the bay's entrance is frequently cloaked in fog, making spotting the entrance quite difficult. The ships would press north, but the weather would not cooperate. Winter was not far off, and the storms were fiercer and more frequent. And the temperatures were dropping, and the mountains to the east were capped in snow. Now, how far north Cabrillo went, we don't know. He described reaching the river, so speculation is that it was the Russian River, about 60 miles or 100 kilometers north of San Francisco Bay. No matter, the fleet would turn around in the face of the worsening weather. Now, some of the native tribes were thrilled to see the Spanish again. One tribe had a big celebration with the fleet, with food and music and dancing. The Indians played reed instruments and pipes, while the explorers played tambourines and Spanish bagpipes. The natives had so much fun, the Spanish actually had to chase them away. On November 23rd, 1542, the three ships returned to the Channel Islands, probably to Santa Catalina Island. Here, Cabrillo elected to overwinter. The fleet needed to make repairs and collect supplies. The San Miguel, in particular, was leaking badly. In the new year, they could continue back north. The crew would stay on board the ships and go ashore as necessary. However, as we have seen so often with encounters between native peoples and explorers, the two sides would grow weary of one another. The natives, no doubt, didn't want to share their limited food with 200 extra men, and who knows what happened when it came to interactions with the women. As a result, the two parties began to squabble, and that would lead to open conflict. And it was in this environment that Cabrillo would meet his end. While we don't know the exact date, it was around December 24th. Cabrillo had sent some men ashore to gather water, but they were ambushed. He would lead one of the boats to the shore to rescue his men. What happened next was described by one of the soldiers, quote, "As he, meaning Cabrillo, began to jump out of the boat, one foot struck a rock ledge and he splintered a shin bone." End quote. Some other reports say the injury was actually a shoulder, or perhaps both the shin and the shoulder, but it really doesn't matter. The wounded Captain General dragged himself ashore and helped evacuate his men. In the days after the fight, his injury became infected and gangrene would set in. As Cabrillo's health faded, he had command of the expedition over to his chief pilot, Bartolome Ferrar. He would also try and complete the narrative of the expedition's voyage to the north. Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo would die on January 3rd, 1542, a result of his injury. He was approximately 43 years old. His men would bury him on the island. Now, a quick side note about Cabrillo's burial site. While the strongest evidence is that the Spanish buried him on Santa Catalina Island, some argue it was San Miguel Island, or even one of the other Channel Islands. This confusion is caused by the less than ideal charting of these islands by the Spanish. While Cabrillo was an excellent note-taker, the recording of exact locations was a very inexact process in this era. This leads to a lot of confusing information. I mean, it's possible the Spanish spent the winter on a different island other than Santa Catalina, or maybe moved from one island to another. We just don't know. One interesting twist to it all goes back to 1901, when an archaeologist wandering on San Miguel Island, which is about 100 miles or 160 kilometers northwest of Santa Catalina Island, would find a flat stone with some etchings on it that appeared to have the letters JR or JRC. It is, to be honest, hard to discern. Also, there was a cross etched on it. This has led some people to believe that the rock was the headstone to Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo's grave. While this is kind of cool, there's no real way of knowing if it is real. I've looked at the photo of the rock, and the letters are really not that clear. They can easily just be random scrapings. In the end, this makes the rock a curiosity, but nothing more. And as to the question of Cabrillo's burial site, well, the best guess is Santa Catalina. No one really knows for sure. No matter, side note is done. The fleet would depart Santa Catalina on January 19, 1543. They headed to the mainland looking to take on supplies. However, this was the middle of winter, and many of the native peoples had moved inland. Food was scarce. The fleet would try and push north, but the winter storms were a constant problem. The ships, now under the command of Bartolomeo Ferrar, would manage to push at least as far as Cabrillo had done, likely further. We don't know exactly where. A good educated guess says they probably would have gotten to around what today is the border of California and Oregon. But even that is a rough guess. In all honesty, we just really don't know. So the fleet's crew would find themselves tired and beaten by injuries, illness, disease, and death. The ships were battered and leaking. Food was short. With all that, the decision was made to head back to New Spain. The three ships would reach Navidad, the origin spot, on April 14, 1543. They had been gone for 9 months, and that is how the expedition of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo would come to an end. So at the time, the assessment of Cabrillo's expedition was that it was a failure. The commander was dead, the fleet had been forced to turn around, they had found no Northwest Passage, they had discovered no great native empires to exploit, they had not reached Asia, and they had found no sign of jewels or gold or silver. Financially, the voyage was a bust. And even the other arm of the endeavor, the ships that had sailed toward the Far East under Ruy Lopez and Lobos, had failed. They had made it to the Philippines, but attempts to build a settlement had failed. Most of the men had died or were captured by the Portuguese. The Lobos would die in a Portuguese prison in 1544. So in the aftermath of the expedition, Spanish Viceroy Mendoza tried to keep the fleet together with the idea of sending it to the Far East, but instead of that, he would dispatch them to Peru on a trading mission. None of the ships would return, and few of the men. Now, regarding the men of the fleet and its records, a notary named Juan Leon did interview some of the ship's personnel and collected all the journals and logs from their journey. It would have been quite the trove of information, especially since Cabrillo took excellent notes. Unfortunately, none of those records have survived, or I should say, some of it has, sort of. Let me explain. As noted, Juan Leon gathered all the written materials from the voyage, and he interviewed some of the expedition's personnel. But what happened to it all, we don't know, which is a terrible shame. However, there is a document that has survived that is an 8-page summary of all those materials. It is believed that Andres de Urdaneta, who we did an episode on not so long ago, was the one who made that summary. And it is from this summary that we'll know the details of the voyage. Unfortunately, we only have a fraction of the original materials. Now, it's likely that Urdaneta used some of the information that he had seen to help him complete the first ever west to east crossing of the Pacific Ocean in 1565. In fact, when he got back to North America, the first place he spotted was Santa Catalina Island, likely Cabrillo's burial spot. But none of the original material from Cabrillo's expedition or Juan Leon's interviews would ever get back to Spain. And thus Cabrillo was, for the most part, forgotten. There is no reference to Cabrillo and his voyages until 1574, and it wouldn't be until the 1600s that historian Antonio de Herrera wrote up the details of Cabrillo's expedition, sort of putting the man back on the map. It would, however, take some time for people to realize exactly how much Cabrillo and his expedition had accomplished, and much of that would come with the colonization and emergence of California as a political entity. This wouldn't happen until more than 200 years after the death of Cabrillo. Historians would eventually start asking about these early voyages, and thus Cabrillo's expedition would become known to the world. And with that, that pretty much wraps up the life and explorations of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. The legacy of Cabrillo is not as well acknowledged as other explorers of the day, but what he did was still important. I think the big ding to Cabrillo was that, due to circumstances, his expedition was deemed a failure. He had died, and more importantly, the expedition had been a financial disaster for all parties. The real jewels of the expedition, the logbooks and charts and journals detailing the coast of North America, were set aside and lost. And you couple this with the fact that the Spanish did not follow in Cabrillo's wake, using his maps and charts and confirming all the places he had been. Most of the names Cabrillo had assigned to islands and mountains and bays and so forth were thus never used. In the end, much of what Cabrillo had found had to be rediscovered by the Spanish. No matter, Cabrillo is now recognized as the first non-native to sail all the way up the Baja Peninsula on the western side and reach modern-day California. His expedition gave the Spanish crown an initial claim to the region, as well as a general understanding of the people and geography of the area. By the way, this understanding, taken in concert with the expeditions of De Soto and Coronado and others, dissuaded Spain from colonizing these northern areas for decades, or in the case of California, 200 plus years. I mean, they now knew there were no great native peoples like the Aztecs to conquer, and no cities of gold to plunder. As a little sidetrack, I want to point out that all of these expeditions to the north sort of were the last gasp of the classic age of the Spanish conquistador. Sure, there were other soldiers, but the men who had cut a swath through the Caribbean and Central and South America over the past 40 years were gone. Alvarado, De Soto, Narvaez, Pizarro, Ponce de Leon, Balboa, Orellana, Carrillo, and so many others, all dead in their quest for fame and fortune. Hernan Cortez, probably the most well-known conquistador, was one of the few who actually died a natural death. No matter, the age of the Spanish soldier boldly marching into the wilds of the Americas was mostly past. So, a little sidetrack done, I want to make sure we acknowledge the positives of Cabrillo and his accomplishments. In addition to opening up an entirely new region to the world, I think we should note that Cabrillo's expedition gave Andres de Urdaneta key knowledge that helped him plot his way across the Pacific, going west to east. This was critical to establishing the Pacific trade routes between Manila and the New World, routes that would be immensely profitable for the Spanish Empire. Also, I do want to acknowledge that Cabrillo did what he did in an intelligent and thoughtful manner. He didn't go north shooting at the natives at every turn, or trying to make them slaves. He was smart, making them allies and trading partners so he could advance further and further north. And his ship and crew, while suffering loss through the whole venture in pretty good shape. That is a testament to Cabrillo's leadership. It was only when he had an extended stay with the natives that things went badly, especially with Cabrillo. Now, I do have to say Cabrillo didn't do all of this because he was a nice guy. He did it because he was pragmatic. Anything else was just foolish. The guy, after all, was a conquistador. If he had had an army of 10,000 men, I and started colonizing the region just like he had done in New Spain. Anyhow, a few final notes about Cabrillo and his enduring legacy. First, he did have 2 sons with his Spanish wife, as well as 3 daughters with his native wife. Not much is known about them or their descendants, except that they would struggle after the death of Cabrillo, losing much of their land. In fact, legal disputes between Cabrillo's descendants and the Spanish crown would go on until 1617, as they tried to get back lands they had lost. Through these legal proceedings is how we actually know a bit about Cabrillo, as people who had known him offered testimony about the man and his deeds. Second, it would take several centuries, but Cabrillo would become a well-known figure, especially in Southern California. There you will find parks, schools, beaches, buildings, roads, and highways named after the guy. There is a Cabrillo National Monument in San Diego. It overlooks where the Spanish first came ashore back in 1542. The monument includes a big statue of Cabrillo, which was donated by the Portuguese government in 1935, who looked upon the guy as one of their own. Another monument of Cabrillo is found on San Miguel Island. There is a Cabrillo Festival every September in San Diego, which includes a reenactment of the landing at Ballast Point. Also, September 28th is Cabrillo Day throughout California. Another thing is the SS Cabrillo, a steamer ship launched in 1914, which served for decades as a ferry between the coast and Santa Catalina Island. Cabrillo even got a U.S. postage stamp in 1992. And finally, the coolest legacy of Cabrillo and his expedition is a replica of Cabrillo's flagship in San Salvador, which was constructed by the Maritime Museum of San Diego in partnership with the Cabrillo National Monument. It is a full-sized, fully functional replica of the San Salvador, and it regularly does tours of the area. And the coolest thing of all this was that I got to go on the San Salvador a few years ago. Now, I didn't go on one of the sailing tours, but I did get to wander throughout the ship, which was really fun. I mean, how could walking around on a 16th century Spanish galleon not be cool? And so, that is it for the life and explorations of Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, the first non-native to reach the western coast of the United States. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. I wish you and your loved ones good health. Thanks so much for listening. I will see you next time.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
California's top casino and entertainment destination is now your California to Vegas connection. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino in San Manuel to earn points, rewards, and complimentary experiences for the iconic Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas. 2 destinations, 1 loyalty card. Visit yamava.com/palm. More.
How to heal heartbreak with Postmates. Picture cookie dough ice cream melting like your desire to date crypto bros. Get ice cream on Postmates for $30 off your first 3 orders of $35 or more. Use terms apply.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we are going to talk about Theodore Roosevelt, explorer. Yes, Teddy Roosevelt was an explorer, and this is not just some story of a rich, famous guy on a safari or a Gucci boat ride. This is going to be a tale with starvation, hostile natives, murder, the first mapping of a mysterious river in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. And Theodore Roosevelt, former president of the United States, will be in the thick of it all. It is, to be honest, a really fun story. So, to start today, I have a few notes. First, I want to mention that this story takes place in Brazil, which means there will be lots of Portuguese names. That means some bad pronunciations from me. Sorry about that. Second, I have put a map on our website, explorerspodcast.com, so that you can get a look-see at where all this stuff is happening. But keep in mind that all the names of the places that I mentioned are really kind of unimportant. At the core of our story, we have a group of men who are going to travel by boat upriver to the very edge of civilization in the Amazon. From there, it will be hundreds of miles trekking overland to the headwaters of a newly discovered river, and then it will be mapping that river. That is it. Third, I want to stress that this is not a biography of Teddy Roosevelt. In fact, this is really the story of the Roosevelt Rondon scientific expedition. This was a survey expedition of a recently discovered river called Rio da Duvida, which translates as River of Doubt in English. The Rondon of the expedition title is Candido Rondon, a fascinating man who discovered the river's headwaters in 1909 and will almost be as important to our story as Roosevelt. And fourth, this story is not something a lot of people know that much about. However, in 2005, author Candace Millard published a book called The River of Doubt, Theodore Roosevelt's Darkest Journey, chronicling the events of the expedition. I mention this because the book is outstanding, and I will rely heavily on it for our story. And if you want to know more about this topic, please pick up her book. It's well worth reading. So that is it for notes. Let's get going. For this story, the overarching element is Theodore Roosevelt. And so let's do some background on the man and the events leading up to his South American expedition. Again, this will be very, very high-level stuff, so if you want to know more about Roosevelt, please do some side research. He is an absolutely fascinating individual. Theodore Roosevelt was born in 1858 in New York City. He was the second child of Theodore Sr. and Martha, a.k.a. Mitty, Roosevelt. The family was wealthy and influential, scions of East Coast aristocracy. They were distant cousins to the family of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Young Teddy Roosevelt suffered from poor health, specifically asthma. He would later write, quote, "One of my memories is of my father walking up and down the room with me in his arms at night when I was a very small person, and of sitting up in bed gasping, with my father and mother trying to help me," end quote. Now, despite these health issues, Theodore Sr. was not the kind of person to coddle his son. In fact, he pushed Teddy relentlessly, instilling in him a deep reservoir of energy and willpower to make up for his limitations. Teddy's father would be a huge influence on his son. He was hard and relentless, yet fair and generous. To be cruel or greedy or cowardly was amongst the gravest of sins. He stressed high morals, strength, exercise, and service. Young Teddy was determined to overcome his asthma and embraced a regimen of exercise. It became almost a mania with him, and in time he would overcome his health issues. Theodore Jr. would prove to be a good student. He learned several languages and showed great interest in the natural sciences. Teddy envisioned himself becoming a naturalist. However, in 1878, Theodore's world would be upended when his father would die from stomach cancer at the age of 46. The death devastated Teddy, but he responded like he did whenever tragedy struck. He would throw himself into whatever he could, making himself a better person, doing something bold, or however he could channel his energy. In college, Roosevelt would give up the natural sciences, disliking a focus on lab work and experimentation as opposed to field work. He would try Columbia Law School, but found the nuances of law to be frustrating. He would then turn to politics, joining the Republican Party. The result would be his election to the New York State Assembly at the age of 23. He would serve several terms, earning a reputation for fighting corruption. It was then that personal tragedy would again strike. In 1880, Roosevelt married socialite Alice Hathaway Lee. Their daughter, Alice Lee, was born in 1884. However, 2 days later, Roosevelt's mother would die of typhoid. And then, just 11 hours later, yes, that's 11 hours, Roosevelt's wife, Alice, would die of a kidney disorder that had been masked by her pregnancy. In his diary, Roosevelt wrote a large X on the page for that day and added, quote, "The light has gone out of my life," end quote. Roosevelt would leave his infant daughter in the care of his sister and look for a new challenge to help him overcome his grief. He invested $80,000 in a ranch in the Dakota Territory and went west. The next few years, Roosevelt would make himself into a cattleman. He worked hard, and while far from becoming a frontiersman, he earned the respect of his workers by treating them fairly and with dignity, plus by working long and difficult hours. During this time, Roosevelt would stay in the eye of the public by writing articles for national magazines about frontier life. He also published 3 books on the subject. His time in the Dakotas gave him a love and respect for the lands around him, and he started down the path as a conservationist. Now, a severe winter in 1886-87 would devastate Roosevelt's cattle herd, wiping out more than half of his investment. With that, he headed back east, again looking to rebound from tragedy. Roosevelt would marry Edith Kermit Carroll, the two going on to have 5 children together, as well as raise Roosevelt's daughter from his first marriage. Once back in New York, Roosevelt would drift into politics. He would become the New York City Police Commissioner and then the Assistant Secretary of the Navy in the William McKinley administration. Roosevelt was a big believer in naval power, and he would immediately implement a plan to aggressively grow and modernize the United States Navy. In 1898, the United States would get into war with Spain. Roosevelt would resign from his job and help form the first U.S. Volunteer Cavalry Regiment, aka Rough Riders. For Roosevelt, this was his chance to go to war, which he saw as a grand and glorious adventure. He and his Rough Riders would become famous for their charge on Kettle Hill at the Battle of San Juan Hill on July 1st, 1898. Roosevelt, who had been promoted to colonel during the campaign, would call the battle, quote, "the great day of my life," end quote. War, Roosevelt felt, was a glorious and honorable undertaking. He looked at it with an almost religious zeal, even feeling that dying in battle would be the most noble way to perish. From this point on, Roosevelt always liked to be called Colonel Roosevelt, or simply Colonel. By the way, interesting note, I read that Roosevelt hated the name Teddy and preferred Theodore. Roosevelt's war heroics propelled him onto the national stage, and he had a lot of great qualities to boast about. He had bona fides as an anti-corruption politician. He was a Western rancher and frontiersman. He had foreign policy experience. Now he could add war hero to his resume. Add to the fact that he was an immensely energetic and charismatic man, and it was not hard to see a rising star. Roosevelt's next step was to be elected governor of New York in 1898, and then, 2 years later, he would get the nomination as vice president for McKinley's second term. The McKinley-Roosevelt ticket would carry the day. However, in September 1901, just 6 months into his second term, President McKinley was shot by an anarchist in Buffalo. He died 8 days later. Theodore Roosevelt would be sworn in as the 26th president of the United States. He was only 42 years old, and still the youngest person to ever serve as president. Now, I don't want to dwell on Roosevelt the president, but I do want to mention a few things about his time in office, just to give you a little taste of the man's character. First, he championed the cause of land conservation. As president, he established 150 national forests, 51 federal bird reserves, 5 national parks, and 18 national monuments. This was a big deal for Roosevelt. He recognized how important the natural world was, and he sought to keep it from being exploited or irrevocably altered or destroyed. Second, Roosevelt had a strong populist streak. He was not afraid to take on big business, and even earned a reputation as a trustbuster and a warrior against corruption and greed. He genuinely believed in helping the average American. Third, on the world stage, he was not shy about stepping in when American interests were at stake, often using the growing United States Navy as a cudgel against those who resisted. He rankled many in Central America by getting construction of the Panama Canal started by encouraging the people of Panama, who were at this time part of Colombia, to declare their independence. In 1905, he brokered a peace between Russia and Japan, which would earn him a Nobel Peace Prize the following year. It all shows a man of vision and action, a man who is not afraid to be bold. Roosevelt would win the election in 1904, but declined to run in 1908. He felt that presidents should be limited to 2 terms as a check against dictatorship. He would pass on his party's leadership to William Taft, the Secretary of War, and an old friend. So it was 1909, and Roosevelt would find himself out of a job. He was only 50 years old, very young for someone who held such a powerful office. He had twice as much energy as a man half his age. And thus, in March of that year, he would head to Africa on what was called the Smithsonian Roosevelt African Safari. The idea was to collect animal, insect, and plant specimens for the Smithsonian Institute and the American Museum of Natural History. More than 11,000 animals would be trapped or killed by the expedition, plus there were thousands of plants, fish, and other items. It would take 8 years to catalog everything. Roosevelt's 20-year-old son, Kermit, would participate in the safari and would prove to be an adventurous and brave young man. Kermit, who was quiet and introspective, will be very important to our story later on. Roosevelt would write a book on the expedition called African Game Trails. As you can imagine, there was some criticism for killing so many animals, but at the time it was seen as a scientific endeavor, as these animals were being collected from museums. Now, Roosevelt would come back to the United States and grow uneasy with the direction of now President Taft and the Republican Party. He saw them drifting from the progressive ideals that he had championed. This, of course, led to speculation of another Roosevelt presidential run. However, the party leaders were happy with Taft, who towed the company line. They did not like many of Roosevelt's more progressive policies, which they viewed as anti-business. In the end, Roosevelt would get dragged into a fight for the Republican nomination. However, it was Taft who would win, mostly due to the support of the Republican establishment. Despite his defeat, Roosevelt was convinced that Taft would get defeated by the Democrats who had nominated Woodrow Wilson, and thus he would make a radical move, accepting the nomination of the newly formed Progressive Party. The party is more commonly known as the Bull Moose Party, after Roosevelt boasted he was, quote, as strong as a bull moose, end quote. Roosevelt went full populist with the nomination, embracing the progressive platform, which included things such as an 8-hour workday, workers' compensation, an inheritance tax, and women's suffrage. Now, there is one incident that occurred during the presidential campaign that I want to share, and that happened on October 14th, 1912, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Roosevelt was giving a speech when a delusional storekeeper named John Schrank shot him with a revolver. The bullet passed through a folded 50-page manuscript that was in Roosevelt's jacket, and then through his steel eyeglass case. It went 5 inches into Roosevelt's chest, lodging near the rib cage. The manuscript in the eyeglass case likely saved Roosevelt's life. Now, you've just been shot, so you think you would let your people get you to the doctor and so forth. But not Roosevelt. Because he wasn't coughing up blood, the ex-president knew that the bullet had not reached his lungs, and thus he was okay for now. So the first thing Roosevelt did was to help stop the crowd from lynching the guy who had just shot him, and the second thing he did was to deliver a speech. Yes, the guy had just been shot in the chest, and he still insisted on making a speech. Now, would this be a short, cursory speech of a few minutes? Not a chance. It would go on for 90 minutes. Roosevelt, in his blood-soaked shirt, a bullet in his chest, went on for an hour and a half. He began the speech saying, quote, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you fully understand that I have been shot, but it takes more than that to kill a bull moose, end quote. When done, Roosevelt would finally go to the hospital. The bullet, by the way, would never be removed, as it was deemed more dangerous to take it out than leave it. Anyhow, I stress this moment because it is such a microcosm of the ex-president's character. He had a task to accomplish, and when adversity struck, he assessed the situation, weighed the risks involved, and plowed forward. Giving up or letting others dictate the rules was the absolute last option. This result was truly remarkable and very much a hallmark of Roosevelt's character. Anyhow, the 1912 election would mark the end of Roosevelt's political career. The result had Wilson capturing 42% of the vote, compared to 27% for Roosevelt, 23% for Taft, and 6% for the socialist candidate, Eugene Debs. Roosevelt's showing was one of the best ever for a third-party candidate in an American presidential election, but it was not enough. Now, in the wake of the election, Roosevelt would find himself a pariah amongst many of the Republican establishment. These people were his friends and colleagues, and they felt, probably rightfully so, that he had split the party's vote and handed the victory to Wilson. Isolated and not thrilled at losing the election, Roosevelt did what he always did in these situations. He tried to find something bigger and bolder to fill his life. The man was, after all, still young. At 54, he was, as he said, as healthy as a bull moose. At 5'8" and 220 pounds, he was a solid, strong man with endless enthusiasm. And that takes us to South America, whose interior was one of the great geographic mysteries of the world. Roosevelt had always been fascinated by the continent and he wanted to visit. Remember, Roosevelt had wanted to be a naturalist in his youth, and he was considered by many to be quite the expert. Writer Candace Millard, in her book The River of Doubt, Theodore Roosevelt's Darkest Journey, tells the story of naturalist John Burroughs visiting a presidential retreat in rural Virginia. Roosevelt was able to identify 75 of the 77 birds that the two men spotted, equaling Burroughs' numbers. Anyhow, in 1913, an Argentinian organization called Museo Social, an institution devoted to progressive intellectual thought, invited Roosevelt to give 30 lectures in South America, paying him $13,000, quite a lot of money at the time. The subject interested Roosevelt, but more importantly, he could use the trip to visit the continent. There he could indulge in his fascination with animals, plants, insects, and geography. As a bonus, he would get to see his 24-year-old son, Kermit, who was working on building bridges in Brazil for the Anglo-Brazil Iron Company. With this in mind, Roosevelt began looking around for someone to sponsor a scientific expedition to the Amazon region. For this, he would turn to the American Museum of Natural History in New York. The museum's president, Henry Fairfield Osborne, was a friend of Roosevelt's. The museum was thrilled at the idea of sponsoring the endeavor. Roosevelt was a respected conservationist and naturalist. Not to mention, he was a beloved national figure. It would be a great coup for the museum to sponsor such an expedition. They figured it would be nothing dangerous, more of a travel log showing off the wonders of the Amazon. And that gets us to Father John Augustine Zahm, a 61-year-old Catholic priest, taught chemistry and physics at Notre Dame. Zahm, while a Catholic priest, was a proponent of science and had even written a defense of evolution. He had been to the Amazon several times and writing a couple of books about his travels. He liked to bill himself as an expert on South America and the Amazon, but he was more of a well-informed amateur than an expert. Still, Zahm had always dreamed of doing a grand tour of the Amazon and some of the other great rivers of the region. He had even met with Roosevelt back in 1908 and proposed such an expedition to the outgoing president. However, with the Safari of Africa already in the works, Roosevelt had to turn down the priest. Fast forward to 1913, Zahm was still dreaming of his grand Amazon adventure. He was 61 years old and needed to go soon before he got too old. Thus, he reached out to Frank Chapman, the bird curator at the American Museum of Natural History, wondering if he knew someone who might be interested in making such a journey. Well, Chapman, as luck would have it, was scheduled to have lunch with Roosevelt the next day. He would invite Zahm to tag along. As noted, Roosevelt and Zahm knew and respected one another, and when Zahm told Roosevelt about his dream Amazon expedition, well, it was a match. Zahm was enthusiastic as heck about the project, which rubbed off on Roosevelt. The priest would put together the itinerary, arrange transportation, and order supplies, which suited Roosevelt just fine. And the museum was happy as well, as Zahm was not going to put together anything too taxing for either man. Roosevelt saw the upcoming journey as a, quote, delightful holiday, end quote. Father Zahm would then meet a New York City department store clerk named Anthony Fiala. The 43-year-old Fiala was working in the sporting goods section of Rogers, Peak & Company, and when he heard the details of Zahm's expedition, he expressed interest in joining. Fiala, it turns out, was an actual explorer, a polar explorer, mind you, but still an explorer. He'd gone on the Baldwin-Ziegler polar expedition in 1901-02 as the photographer, and he had led the follow-up Ziegler polar expedition from 1903 to 1905, which was an attempt to reach the North Pole. For Father Zahm, this was a stroke of good luck. He had no clue how to outfit an expedition, and, frankly, was not interested in the nitty-gritty details of such a thing. He saw himself as a big-picture guy, and thus Zahm had himself a quartermaster. Now, I do want to mention that Fiala had no experience in the tropics or South America, and the expedition he had led had nearly ended in disaster. His men had been stranded on the ice for 2 years, and his attempts to reach the pole failed. While Fiala and his men had eventually been rescued, he had been criticized for his leadership. The general feeling was that the expedition had been poorly planned, badly managed, and undisciplined. One contemporary called Fiala, quote, utterly incompetent, end quote. That the guy was working in the sporting goods section of a department store should have been a big red flag. But for Father Zahm, he saw an experienced and enthusiastic explorer. And for Fiala, he saw this as a sort of redemption, a way to recover his reputation after the disaster of the Ziegler Polar Expedition. No matter, plans were set in motion for Roosevelt's expedition. The idea would be to start in Buenos Aires, travel by boat along some well-known rivers to the Amazon. Along the way, the expedition would see the wildlife, the landscapes, that sort of stuff. It would be a grand, but not strenuous, sightseeing tour. Now, the American Museum of Natural History was fine with Father Zalm's broad plan, but they wanted an experienced scientist to accompany the expedition, in particular a first-class naturalist. They would get two. The first was George Cherry, a 48-year-old explorer and naturalist. Cherry was one of the foremost bird collectors in the world and had more than a quarter of a century experience working in South American jungles. Author Candace Millard, in her book on the River of Doubt expedition, would say this of the man, quote, "If you were about to go into the Amazonian jungle, George Cherry was the man you wanted by your side," end quote. Cherry had just returned from a long expedition abroad and was reluctant to participate. However, an excellent salary, the chance to work with the famous president, and the opportunity to go to some areas he had not gone to got him on board. The second naturalist was 26-year-old Leo Miller. While young, he was highly regarded and considered an outstanding addition. And so the preparations were made for the upcoming journey to South America. A few notes about these preparations. First, there was some debate about the type of boat to be used. Roosevelt's private secretary wanted big monster boats. Father Zalm purchased two 800-pound steel hull motor boats, while Fiala ordered a pair of boats based on those used by the native peoples of North America. These were lightweight canoes, 19 feet long, or 6 meters, and only 160 pounds, or 73 kilograms. They had a cedar frame and a canvas cover. Despite being lightweight, they could carry a ton of cargo and 3 to 4 men. Fiala felt that the ability to easily portage the canoes would make them invaluable. Another note regarding the provisions, there were lots of them, I mean lots, and far too many luxuries. Next to necessities such as bacon, flour, and dehydrated potatoes, were spices for cooking, marmalade, and Tabasco sauce.
Get ready for an unforgettable journey as Netflix unveils All the Light We Cannot See. Adapted from the Pulitzer Prize-winning novel, the limited series is a tale of hope, human connection, and action. It follows the lives of Marie, Laure, and Werner, who share a secret bond, set against the harrowing backdrop of World War II. Directed by Sean Levy, starring Mark Ruffalo and Hugh Laurie. Watch All the Light We Cannot See, now only on Netflix.
This holiday, the Home Depot is helping you get gifts that keep on giving by making sure they keep on going. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from Ryobi, Milwaukee, Rigid, DeWalt, or Makita, you get an eligible tool for free. Just pick a brand, pick a battery kit, and get a tool free. Give the gift of more doing this holiday with the Home Depot. Outdoers get more done. Not a participating stores online. Web per transaction discount taken at checkout. Full eligible tool list and stored online October 23rd, 2023 through January 28th, 2024.
The expedition would get underway on October 4th, 1913, sailing from Brooklyn, New York, on the steamship Van Dyke. Teddy's wife, Edith, would come on the trip south, as well as Margaret Roosevelt, the daughter of Teddy's cousin. The 25-year-old Margaret was a favorite companion of Edith's. Edith would be able to spend some time with her son Kermit, but just as importantly, keep an eye on her husband. She was worried he would get himself involved in something more dangerous than a simple sightseeing tour. The destination of Van Dyke was Bahia, Brazil. From there, it would be on to Rio de Janeiro. At this point, Roosevelt would set out on a speaking tour, while the rest of the men would prepare for the jungle expedition. Father Zalm's plan was to travel several rivers, including the Amazon, Parana, Paraguay, Tapajos, Negro, and Orinoco. These were well-known and well-traveled. On the voyage south, the ship would pass by the Great Amazon River, but not actually see it. The Amazon is, to be honest, extraordinary. At 4,000 miles, or 6,440 kilometers, it is the second largest river in the world. But by discharge, it is the largest, and not even close. The Amazon discharges 5 times the volume of water than its nearest rival, the Congo in Africa. The river has thousands of tributaries. This is because the Andes Mountains on the western side of the continent force most of the rivers to flow into the Amazon basin. Rivers from the north flow south, most eventually emptying into the Amazon, one of its tributaries. And rivers from the Brazilian highlands flow north and east, again, into the Amazon. It is an extraordinary natural wonder, something that tantalized the always curious Roosevelt. On October 18th, 1913, the Van Dyke would dock in Bahia, on the east coast of Brazil. Thousands of people were waiting to greet the former American president, including Roosevelt's son, Kermit. I want to take a moment to talk about Kermit Roosevelt, as he will play an important part in our story. As noted earlier, Kermit was working on building bridges in the Brazilian interior. He was just 24 years old, but was successful and independent. He took pride in not needing support from his family. Kermit had made his father proud. He was described as brave, even fearless. He'd gone on his father's African expedition back in 1909 and more than proved his mettle. Kermit spoke somewhere around 10 languages and was learning Portuguese. His job in Brazil paid well, but it was dangerous. One time, Kermit had fallen 35 feet or 11 meters from a collapsing bridge, breaking some ribs, dislocating a knee, and losing some teeth. In a lot of ways, he was just like his father, curious, adventurous, brave. However, personality-wise, they were very different. Kermit was sensitive and quiet, prone to bouts of brooding. His job in Brazil kept him isolated from the world, which was not always good for him. At this time, Kermit's attention was on Belle Ward, a girl he had met the year before. The two had maintained a long-distance relationship, but Kermit, worried someone would win her affections first, had recently proposed via a letter. Now he waited anxiously for a reply. Kermit's job was part of the growing effort by the Brazilian government to expand communications and transportation lines into the interior of the country. And that tidbit will take our story from Kermit Roosevelt to rubber. Yes, rubber. You see, rubber was one of the big reasons for this expansion of communications throughout the Amazon. Rubber was a big industry in Brazil, growing in concert with the automobile industry. Initially, commercial rubber was only found in Brazil, and as the auto industry grew, there was a rubber boom. However, rubber was difficult to extract. The rubber trees were found in the wilds of the Amazon basin, which were difficult to get to and dangerous. Thus, there was a desire to expand the railroads, roads, and telegraph system. However, the rubber industry in Brazil would go bust right around the time of Roosevelt's visit, due to the fact that the British had taken seeds of the rubber tree and planted them in Southeast Asia and Central Africa decades earlier. These rubber plantations were now coming to fruition, and that rubber was much easier and safer to harvest. This led to the crash of the Brazilian rubber industry. So, with all of this in mind, Roosevelt and his team arrived in Brazil, and it was here that the ex-president began to wonder if the upcoming expedition would offer a sufficient challenge. I mean, here he was in South America, a chance to be a true explorer, and what was planned was not much more than a sightseeing jaunt. Wasn't there anything more challenging or important available? Enter Colonel Candido Marino de Silva Rondon, the 48-year-old commander of the Strategic Telegraph Commission. Rondon, a married man and a father of 7, was probably the most experienced and respected explorer in all of Brazil. He had spent half of his life exploring the Amazon, crossing more than 14,000 miles, or 22,500 kilometers of wilderness, most of it unknown to the world. As the commander of the Telegraph Commission, he was in charge of building the nation's telegraph system. Rondon was offered up as a guide to Roosevelt's expedition by his government. However, he did not want to babysit a bunch of Americans on a river cruise. He only wanted to participate if it was a true scientific endeavor. And that is when the Brazilian Minister of Foreign Affairs would suggest to Roosevelt that his group might want to explore an unknown river. This piqued the interest of the former president, as traveling on a beaten route offered no challenge or glory. Roosevelt said he wanted to do something that would, quote, unravel the unknown aspects of our wilds, end quote. Rondon and the Brazilians would offer Roosevelt 5 options. The most dangerous of these options was the Rio da Duvida, the River of Doubt. Roosevelt was hooked when he heard the story. To go map an unknown river was just too much for him. He had always wanted to be an explorer, like David Livingstone in Africa, and this would be his chance. It would be scientifically important and offer him the most prestige and fame, and with the defeat of 1912 in the rearview mirror. Also, Roosevelt, while healthy and energetic, realized he was getting older. Of the expedition, he said it would be his, quote, last chance to be a boy, end quote. The River of Doubt had been discovered by Rondon in 1909 on a telegraph line expedition. He and his men had found the headwaters, but they had barely followed it, as Rondon quickly realized exploring the river would require its own expedition. Now, the decision to trace the route of the River of Doubt was wild and dangerous. Nothing was known about it, including its length, the location of whirlpools and rapids, not even the mouth. And then there were the natives. This would be going into one of the densest and least explored jungles in the world. The natives were often fiercely resistant to interlopers. Now, this new plan certainly turned things upside down. Roosevelt told each of the expedition members that they were not obliged to participate. However, all of them, even the 61-year-old priest, Father Zahn, declined the option to stay behind. However, when word of the new plans reached New York, Henry Fairfield Osborn, president of the American Museum of Natural History, was mortified. He was certain that Roosevelt would have come back. Osborn would send Roosevelt a letter telling him to stick to the original plan. Roosevelt's reply was as follows, quote, Tell Osborne I have already lived and enjoyed as much life as any 9 other men I know. I've had my full share, and if it is necessary for me to leave my bones in South America, I am quite ready to do so. End quote. That is, by the way, a very Teddy Roosevelt response. Anyhow, with that decided, Edith Roosevelt's fears about what her husband would do had come to fruition. So, while the expedition got organized, Roosevelt would go on a South American tour, giving speeches in Argentina, Chile, and Brazil. He would then return to Rio de Janeiro, where he prepared to head upriver to join his team in the continent's interior on the Paraguay River. Before departing, Kermit Roosevelt got a letter from Bell accepting his proposal of marriage. It lifted a huge weight off the young man's shoulders. Kermit's father was happy for his son. Regarding Kermit, he had not initially planned on going on the upcoming expedition. However, both he and his mother, Edith, were concerned about Teddy. They were worried he was getting himself into a situation he wasn't prepared for. Edith asked her son to look after his father, which Kermit pledged to do. So while Roosevelt was on his tour, the men moved up the Uruguay River, which connected to the Paraguay River. They would gather at the frontier town of Carumba. This was roughly 1,000 miles as the crow flies north of Rio de Janeiro. Taking ships up the river, it was probably twice that length. On December 12th, at the junction of the Paraguay and Upper River on Brazil's southern border, Roosevelt would arrive on the personal yacht/gunboat of the president of Paraguay. It was there that Roosevelt would meet Colonel Candido Rondon. I want to take this opportunity to talk a bit about Rondon. Rondon was 48 years old, short, 5'3", with dark skin and impeccable posture. When he met Roosevelt, he was wearing perfect dress whites. Rondon had been born in the remote western Brazilian state of Mato Grosso. Rondon was of both Indian and European descent. His father and mother had both died from smallpox by the time Rondon was 2 years old. He was then cared for by his grandparents before they too died, and then by an uncle. Rondon had moved to Rio de Janeiro when he was 16, which would have been quite the culture shock for the kid from the frontier. He was immensely poor, but he had discipline, drive, and willpower enough for an entire regiment of men. He would join the army and then go to officer school, graduating in 1888. Rondon was an unusual man. He didn't want to just be a soldier. He wanted to help the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, of whom he was one. He would say, quote, I want to bring the civilization which I've acquired to my Mato Grosso and my Amazonia, to the jungle and its tribes, end quote. As part of this effort, he was determined to do it in a non-violent way, a rarity for the time. At only 25 years old, he had been chosen to lead the Strategic Telegraph Commission, which quickly became known as the Rondon Commission. His mission was to establish communications into the deepest parts of Brazil. This meant direct contact with native peoples in isolated areas, people who had often never seen outsiders before. The exploits of Rondon were, by this time, legendary. What he had accomplished was astounding. However, it came at a price, as his expeditions were long, exhausting, and dangerous. Disease, Indian attacks, and starvation were commonplace. On one expedition, Rondon had left with 81 men. Only 30 returned. 17 had deserted, and the rest were either dead or hospitalized. The job was so tough that the military often sent men to the Telegraph Commission as punishment, and the commission often recruited directly from prisons. Still, Rondon got things done. The men were devoted to him, and he was a champion to the people of the Amazon. So, in 1909, Rondon led an expedition out of the frontier post of Talcahuano, I probably messed up that pronunciation, and headed his way into the jungles to set up a telegraph route. Over 237 days, they surveyed 600 miles of unmapped territory, nearly 1,000 kilometers. On this expedition, they'd come across the headwaters of an unknown river, which Rondon dubbed the Rio da Vida, River of Doubt. The men had explored a short way down the river, but nothing more. Rondon had thus filed away the discovery with the hope of returning. Well, that moment was now upon him. Roosevelt and Rondon had one major issue between them: language. Rondon didn't speak English, and Roosevelt didn't speak Portuguese. Thus, the two men conversed in French, which neither was fluent in. Although when Kermit Roosevelt was present, he could translate. Now, despite the language barrier, the two men quickly came to understand and respect one another. Both were energetic and had personalities that compelled men to listen to them. If Rondon had been concerned that Roosevelt would be a slacker, well, he need not have worried. By the way, with the addition of Rondon, the expedition's name had been changed to the Roosevelt-Rondon Scientific Expedition. The two men would continue on to Carumba, reaching 3 days later. There, the expedition prepared to depart. The team included Roosevelt, Rondon, Father Zahn, the quartermaster, Anthony Fiala, naturalist, Cherry and Miller, Kermit Roosevelt, and a group of Brazilian frontiersmen called camaradas, or comrades. documents in English. Rondon was accompanied by some Brazilian officers. There are also a few other people who I will mention as needed during the show. Now, leading to this point, 1,000 miles inland, which had taken weeks, had been the easy part. Now, the expedition had to continue upriver to the outpost of Tauan, and then strike out overland, following the path Rondon had taken 4 years earlier to the River of Doubt. This was a 400-mile journey, or 645 kilometers, across the Brazilian highlands. The trek would cross open plains, deserts, and plunge the men into dense forests. There they would find the black, fast-moving waters of the River of Doubt and the edge of the unknown. It was, to be honest, sort of madness for Roosevelt to be doing this. The big issue was that the expedition was moving into the highlands of Brazil. The highlands rise to an average elevation of 3,300 feet, or 1,000 meters. This meant that the River of Doubt had to descend most of that height into the Amazon River basin. That meant that there would likely be rapids, maybe even waterfalls, ahead of them. The big danger is that once you start down a river from that altitude, it's really hard to go back the way you came if you need to. And if the river became impossible to go down, well, let's just say it would not be good. I'm going to leave the men of the Roosevelt Rondon scientific expedition here until the next episode. In part 2 of our series, we will follow them across the Brazilian highlands and to the River of Doubt. And if you haven't figured it out by now, things are not going to go as planned, making this a thrilling and deadly journey. I want to wrap up today by saying thanks to all of the show's friends. A big nod goes out to our Patreon supporters. This includes Collier, David P., Donnell, Eileen, Adam, Craig, David K., Eamon, Gregory, John Paul, Philip, Ralph, Roger, Rudy, and all of you who help the show financially. Thank you so much. As a note, I do get messages from people saying things like, hey, I want to support your show, but money is tight right now, that sort of thing. And that is totally cool. I never want to make supporting the show being a burden on anyone. Help when you can. Heck, it might not be for 10 or 20 years. And it doesn't have to be this podcast. Just remember these moments so when you do have some financial flexibility in your life, you can support an independent content creator. And always remember, just listening to the show helps out. Not to mention posting nice reviews on Apple Podcasts or Spotify, or by sharing the show on Twitter or Facebook or wherever. None of that costs you a dime. Just a couple of minutes of your time. In the end, the greatest thing for me is that people are enjoying these stories, and that so many of you want to listen and be a part of the podcast. So thank you so much. I want to wrap up by saying that the Explorers podcast is now part of the Airwave Media Podcast Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to check out other independent podcasts, such as the history of the Great War, and the history of the Second World War, and many others. So that is it. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
California's top casino and entertainment destination is now your California to Vegas connection. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino in San Manuel to earn points, rewards, and complimentary experiences for the iconic Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas. 2 destinations, 1 loyalty card. Visit yamava.com/palms to discover more.
How to heal heartbreak with Postmates. Picture cookie dough ice cream melting like your desire today, Crypto Bros. Get ice cream on Postmates for $30 off your first 3 orders of $35 or more. Use code LA30. Terms apply.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today is part 2 in our series on Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. 2 notes for today. First, I have a little bit of a chest cold. Nothing big or dangerous, but it's there. So my narration might be a little gravelly today. Sorry about that. Second, I want to remind you that we have a map on our website, explorerspodcast.com, which gives you a general overview of where our expedition is going for this series, so check it out if you desire. Also, I want to let you know that I put some links to some great photos of the expedition on the site as well. I recommend you get a look at them. You can see Candido Rondon in his perfect dress whites, Kermit Roosevelt with a big bushy frontiersman beard, that sort of thing. It's nice seeing all the people involved, so as we go on this journey, we can put names to faces. And that's it for notes. On to Teddy Roosevelt and the River of Doubt. Last time, we left the Roosevelt Rondon scientific expedition at the city of Caramba, which is on the Paraguay River in southwest Brazil. The men had traveled upriver from Buenos Aires about 1,000 miles or 1,600 kilometers as the road flies. Roosevelt and Rondon had joined the rest of the expedition in Corumba on December 15, 1913. The men of the expedition had been in Corumba for about 3 weeks before Roosevelt's arrival. The naturalists, George Cherry and Leo Miller, took the time to collect plant and animal specimens. As a note, Father John Zahn, the man who had been the mastermind of this expedition, had intended for the men to travel upriver in a pair of steel-hulled motorboats. The boats, however, were left behind in Buenos Aires as they were found to be too heavy and thus unsuitable for use. Instead, the expedition would take a side-wheel steamer, the Neoac, for the next part of the journey, which would entail a 3-week voyage up the Paraguay and then separate Tuba rivers to the frontier town of Tuba. From there, the expedition would have a 400-mile or 645-kilometer overland march to the headwaters of the river Down. Over the next 10 days, the expedition would prepare for the departure. Samples collected by Miller and Cherry were boxed up and ready to go back to New York. Provisions were gathered and loaded on board the steamer. Roosevelt took time to go on a jaguar hunt. Also, a doctor was added to the expedition's ranks, Jose Cachezira. To travel into the wilds without a doctor would have been a really bad idea. The Neoac would depart on Christmas Day, 1913. The steamer was loaded with men, boxes, crates, and gear. One of the more interesting items was a pair of lightweight canoes capable of carrying 3 to 4 men and a ton of cargo. Anthony Fiala, the expedition's quartermaster, had ordered them from Canada, and they were based on the designs of Native American canoes. One other addition to the expedition was a pack of dogs meant to help hunt on the upcoming expedition. A quick note about the endeavor as it got underway. I think it is safe to say that there was a general uneasiness in the minds of some of the more experienced men about the upcoming journey. Descending the River of Doubt would likely be going downriver from an altitude of at least 1,000 to 1,500 feet, or 300 to 450 meters. This would mean rapids and waterfalls. Some of the men were a bit concerned that President Roosevelt and some of the other members of the team did not realize how difficult this could potentially be. Kermit Roosevelt was amongst those who had these exact concerns. He thought the dangers of the proposed journey were being downplayed. This uneasiness was not helped by the somewhat chaotic nature of the events leading up to this point. Just a couple of months ago, they were getting ready for an extensive tour of the great rivers of the Amazon. That had changed, forcing the men to adapt to a new objective. People like me sat around saying, hey, do we have the right team for this? Do we have the correct supplies for this? That sort of thing. And these changes hadn't helped the quartermaster, Anthony Fiala, who was left to try and figure out how to adapt to these new plans. It made a lot of people just a bit uneasy. The Neoac would take 3 weeks to reach the village of Tucuman, traveling up the Paraguay River and then the separate Tuba River. The voyage had been easy, with many small villages along the way. Thus, food was plentiful. President Roosevelt liked his routines, and he would stick to them on the journey upriver. He would rise early at 5 a.m., have a breakfast, often of sardines, ham, coffee, and biscuits, and then go off on a walk or a hunt before the steamship departed. The men, by the way, were astounded by Roosevelt's treks. He had never given up his habit of long, vigorous walks. Author Candace Millard, in her book on the River of Doubt expedition, said that while at the White House, Roosevelt would torture his cabinet by forcing them to take long walks with him. On this stretch of their voyage, Anthony Fiala wrote about Roosevelt going on a hunt one morning. Well, he said that all the men involved came back absolutely exhausted, like staggering in the camp. They were so spent. As for Roosevelt, he would emerge from the brush, covered in dust, but just fine, helping along one of the Brazilian officers who could barely stand, he was so tired. Fiala had called out and asked Roosevelt if he was all right, and the ex-president replied, quote, I'm bully, end quote. It is a reminder that despite being 54 years old, Roosevelt was as tough as they came. By the way, these hunts would produce not just meat, but specimens to be preserved and sent back to the States. Roosevelt would kill a tapir as well as various types of deer. I mentioned Roosevelt liked his routines, and the same was true for Colonel Rondon. In military fashion, he would rouse everyone with a bugle call and line up his men and call out orders for the day. The Neoac would reach the frontier village of Tucuman on January 16, 1914. This was the end of the line for the steamer, as the river got too shallow to support such a heavy vessel. The village was a small outpost built around the offices of the Telegraph Commission, or the Rondon Commission as it was often called. Now, a few things about the expedition. First, while the voyage upriver had not been too difficult, the environment was wearing on the men. It was hot, which meant mosquitoes, and that meant malaria. Kermit Roosevelt had suffered bouts of malaria ever since he was a child, and he now struggled with it yet again. However, for Kermit, this was part of life on the frontier, and he pushed himself through such episodes. The same could not be said for some of the others. Frank Harper, who was Roosevelt's personal assistant, and a person I did not mention before, had caught malaria and was miserable because of it. It was so bad he would beg off going any further and take the next boat back to Buenos Aires. Second, Roosevelt and Rondon knew that they would actually need to pare down the number of men who actually went down the River of Doubt, but these decisions were still a few weeks away. Third, the arrival of Bureau on would give the team an important addition. This was Lieutenant Joel Lyra, a military engineer and surveyor. Lyra had been on the expedition that had discovered the River of Doubt and was one of Rondon's most trusted officers. And fourth, the expedition was heading north and gradually increasing in elevation. So at 2 years on, Rondon had arranged for 110 mules and 70 oxen for the upcoming overland trek. However, no one had predicted Roosevelt's team would have so much stuff. Add in the fact that the Brazilian government had sent hundreds of boxes of gear and gifts to aid the expedition, and it was overwhelming. Rondon immediately sent out men to get more pack animals. This would delay the expedition for several days. It didn't help that many of the animals they added were old or wild. Many had never carried packs and threw their loads the moment they were put on. These delays frustrated everyone. A major issue here was the lack of organization and initiative by Anthony Fiala, the expedition's quartermaster. This was a very different expedition than what had been planned 3 months ago. It was not a simple ride up the river anymore. Fiala needed to adapt to the new itinerary, and he didn't. He should have known everything that the expedition had and been working night and day identifying what needed to be cut and what needed to be added. However, Fiala was reluctant to cut anything that might upset Father Zahn or Roosevelt. Two things didn't help the situation. First, much of the stuff the Brazilian government had given Roosevelt was unsuitable for the expedition in its current form. An example includes a bunch of really big, nice tents. These were great for an excursion off the river for a few nights, but in the highlands and the jungles, they were too bulky and heavy. The other thing that didn't help was Colonel Rondon's reluctance to press the matter with Roosevelt or any of the Americans. The truth is that Rondon was very deferential to his guests, no doubt on orders from his government. So when they showed him all the stuff they had, he nodded politely and told his men to figure things out. And when asked by Roosevelt, Rondon assured the president that everything would be managed. It was a mistake on the Brazilian colonel's part, as Roosevelt would have ordered his team to shed unnecessary gear. So as more oxen and mules were brought in and prepared for the march north, Rondon and Roosevelt decided to break up the expedition in order to get things moving. Captain ROTHSCHILD, a trusted and experienced officer, would take the oxen and some mules and lead this large baggage train north across the Brazilian highlands, clearing the road and repairing bridges along the way. By the way, the captain is generally referred to as Captain Almangar, which is what I will do for our story. Roosevelt and Rondon, the main body of the expedition, would go next, riding mules and following the crude telegraph road, which had been created 5 years earlier. In addition to Roosevelt's team and Rondon's continuing officers, the expedition had nearly 150 camaradas, or comrades, working for them as porters and handlers. Most of these had been hired from the villages the ship had steamed by these past few weeks. They would hire even more as they continued north. The baggage train would set off on January 19th, a 400-mile, or 645-kilometer journey across the Brazilian highlands ahead of them. Let us now talk about the Brazilian highlands, or the Brazilian plateau, as it is also called. Oftentimes when we say Brazil, we only think of the Amazon and its thick jungles, and for good reason. However, in the south of Brazil is the Brazilian highlands, a plateau that covers nearly 2 million square miles of territory, or 4.5 million kilometers. This is nearly half of Brazil. The average elevation of the plateau is around 3,300 feet, or 1,000 meters. However, in the areas our expedition is heading into, they will never go more than about 2,000 feet, or 600 meters. The landscape on the plateau varies, sometimes dramatically. One day it can be a jungle, the next a desert. Water will, at times, be difficult to find. The departure from Milan would help improve the Roosevelt and his men. They would get antsy waiting to move on. However, almost immediately, it became clear that this was not going to be as simple as it appeared. The mules and oxen were unruly, many of the camaradas unable to handle them. Also, the highlands were hard on the animals. The grass they needed to survive was scarce, as the ground was often scrubby sand. Roosevelt wrote this of the lands, quote, away from the broad, beat ground, every step of man's progress represented slashing the trail with a machete through the tangle of brushes, low trees, thorny scrub, and arrows, creepers, and another issue was the surprising lack of game, which meant the team would have to get into the rations sooner than desired. Rondon, without telling Roosevelt, would slash his men's rations within a few days of departing, cutting their meals from 3 per day to 2. He did not ask the Americans to cut their rations. This is not a great situation. You have men working hard, 12 or 14 or 16-hour days, thus they need more calories, not less, and here they were being cut by about a third. This can lead to them getting weak and making them susceptible to disease and illness. Meals, by the way, typically consisted of beans, rice, biscuits, and coffee. Meat might be had by killing one of the oxen or shooting some wild game, but that was rare. The crossing included some stretches where water was not found for 20 or more miles. Others often write this about the region. Certain areas are as treeless as the desert lands of New Mexico and Arizona. In an ominous sign, the expedition began to see the fleets and bones of dead oxen and mules, most of Rondon's expedition 5 years earlier. Pack animals, by the way, were often let free to wander at night to go find their own food and water. The crazy part is that the weather in the highlands would turn from desperately dry and arid to a soggy downpour overnight. This made the crude road a pit of mud. Animals and humans struggled to move forward in it. It wasn't long before the pack animals, tired and hungry, revolted. Some just bucked and bucked until they threw their loads. Others gave up. They had to be stripped of anything in hope that they would find forage and recover. Much of this gear was simply left on the side of the trail, no one really knowing what was being lost. As well, some of the quarters in Colorado were tired and hungry got into fights and Army officers resigned from the expedition and turned around. Now, despite all these issues, progress was made, slowly but surely, in the course.
Well, then, I have to say, this is a very comfortable 2 years. Because I'm comfortable with the okay.
So, I'm not there. I just want to know.
I do.
No, stop.
Don't look at me. Look at men.
What?
That's weird.
Because it's sitting right in front of us.
No, it's not.
No, but
Lyra, everyone knows that's Jerry.
Okay, let's not fight. I
no.
Real, yeah.
I burned my hands so much. I predict 10 minutes from now they'll be each other's throats with more pain on their faces than they pain us.
Sounds like you took a snake and twisted it like a rag and its blood got to you.
What is suicide?
Next one, alcohol together, add some sugar, coffee, and some other milk.
I can only drink one tap water at a time.
Fine, don't take it, just get up. Okay? We eat 1 hour. You don't make it? You're like done.
What's it about?
Nine? Done. Hanging out, get food together. Done.
You want to go over the house like you did?
Done. Hey, Dom, you want a couple of hot dogs? Done. Done.
Maybe we gotta make that again.
I'm so glad we found this. It doesn't fit forever.
Life is so busy.
Let's start with this stuff. How's Jesse?
Did you talk to her about it? Oh, yeah. What if I didn't tell you that?
Well, I like to be around you too. I just do things. Do you think I can get that back that I learned?
Oh, well, I'm technically out in the country, so I have to call them. No, never mind.
But I'm seeing the new guy with Jesse.
Oh, sex and music.
Crazy, you?
Really? Child?
Sorry, nice to see you, by the way.
Hi.
Welcome to ViralRabbi 101. What is ViralRabbi? You were very sure have a casual conversation next to a guy about upgrades stages. Next thing you know, that guy orders a whole bottle of stages, and he has no idea why. Maybe you're also playing Michael. Jerry, you'll be playing your name will be Jerry. Ron, our exciting snake, aka Run. I do. But if you want to win, top foods are high-end lifestyle. Alright, let's go for one. And action.
So weird lately. Hey, let me buy you all the drink.
I'll take something basic, like a beer.
Yeah, I'm ready. Boring. So I'll take a beer.
Not me. I want this night to get I want this night to get give me a shot of steak juice.
Alright, that's gonna be a cut. Ron, you gotta say like
I won't publicly endorse the product unless I use it exclusively. I really believe my only official recommendations are U.S. Army issued mustache trimmers, Morton Salt, the C.R. Lawrence Fine 2-inch X-Style scraper, also very right.
We need to find a ViralRabbi.
It's cool.
Why? Short answer. Long answer. That's why Jan had a fear. Muriel says it's so good that science about her alters pictures. Jan Cooper will give you a video brought to you by the Pawnee Health. Chlamydia affects nearly 100% of Jan Coopers. The Department of Health congratulates Jan Cooper, Miss Chlamydia. Jan, I realized that I'm this year. Brought to you by the president. Re-elect Jan Cooper. Mayor of Oroville. Let's not choose her. Parks and Health work closely together on athletic programs and exercise.
And you do it.
Emergency.
Department and I submitted your name. You got an interview tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m.? Yes, I couldn't get it earlier. I'm grateful. You can thank me later. But first, we need to go over your homework. These are all the health initiatives the city has ever undertaken since the 60s. So you need to partially memorize that. It's going to be a long night. So I got some energy drinks and some chocolate espresso beans and the Book of Freedom by Jonathan Franzen. It's almost done with the end. I want to talk to you about county. Deep breath. I've been a nurse for over 10 years. Just no place. I just think with this new job, it makes a difference to make real change happen. Working as a building, no more lighting around, just sessions. Okay, guys, this is your destiny. You don't want to waste away from Pawnee St. Joseph Medical Center and turn it into let's be honest, it would be nice to not strange things that loves everything. You mentioned that it's too late to talk.
Hate coffee and without pay. Nightmare. Grouchy.
We have to support Tom. I don't want anything to be about it. Think about it. It's role playing.
That could be fun. Can I use a great voice to try to make people laugh?
Yes.
Next time you see me.
Because I am not going to take a loss on this. Nothing is delicious will fail. We'll see. Check back with me in a couple hours and let you know how it's going.
Snake juice. What? Here? High-end. VIP. Who's this?
I think it's going okay. You better buy this stuff. Or I'll try to interview you.
Mike, definitely like.
Hey, to the end of the ootd sheet, the double single short again, all Pawnee, Indiana.
Why do you stop at Pawnee?
No, seriously. Sex here, that is not a lot to do.
So you're here to help the Tom?
Absolutely. It's time to get that big. Get that big first. Sales will be off the chart. Why? That's straight up lowish.
Well said. Well, I know tonight's going to be a big success, and I wish I could say I really do, but I have to go help Ann. She's going to be up all night cramming for a big job.
You might be up all night, but I think someone else is going to be doing the cram.
Surprised. I thought maybe you'd be home preparing for tomorrow.
Wow, there's way too much stuff to get anyway. It was ridiculous amount of stuff.
But you are going in for the interview.
I think so.
Mayonnaise, lady sandwich.
Leslie, this is my friend Howard Teller.
Growing up with my morning radio show at 97, crazy hour.
Yeah, I had met you before. I actually was on your show.
Wait, you're on the show? We had that stripper man. Classic, right?
Hello, strange person who I have never met before. Who are you?
I'm Jennifer.
Very rich widow with a terrible secret. Who are you?
Burt Racklin, FBI. That stamp H they had to frame for the crime I didn't commit. Still presidents. Now I work alone.
Lovely to meet you.
You gotta admit, I like your costume with that get a little slutty.
How dare you?
Thanks. Gentlemen.
Awesome. How you living?
Yes.
What's on the steak juice?
I'm more of a whiskey fan.
Ron, come here. Come here for a bit. You're good right there. Listen, you gotta jump on the Tommy John Express. This guy has some of the best investment ideas I've ever heard in my life.
Make a baby tuxedo clothing line. Department store. Yes. White fur earmuffs. Men. A new brand of bottled water called contact lenses that display text messages. Invent a phone that smells. Older nightclub called the Blitz. That's only open for 1 hour, 2 times a year. Cover charge $5,000. I can keep going. How about the dry station? If you like it, you gotta talk it up all night. If you don't, I'll shave John Ralphio's head.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. Anyway.
Lot fighting on this.
Damn, but that is delicious.
And this is one suspect the size of Big Ben Club.
You gotta end it on rhyme. No, I had it at Ben. I got it. You think I have to be around the world? I've been everywhere, darling. I'm a very wealthy woman. My husband has been in the finest clothes in circles.
Freeze! FBI!
No! Leave me alone!
Stand here!
I will kill anybody that has to burn up Billy. My sister's not beneath my wall.
See here.
So how did you two meet? We met at the supermarket.
Use my classic pickup line. You're looking for douches. They're in aisle D.
Awesome. Oh, wait. I don't think you can get that book back from, what's his name? Oh, that's okay. I mean, I should know better than to loan something to one of your boyfriends. They come and go so fast.
What are you saying exactly?
Well, let's be honest, how long is it last?
Sitting right here.
I don't know. He's dumb, but he's fun.
Thank you.
That's the whole point of dating around is you get to try on a bunch of different hats. Well, this hat isn't giving you that.
Classic.
Listen, are you mad that I come here? No, I'm not. Are you? You seem mad at me. No, I'm not. I'm not at you. I'm not at all. I'm neither am I.
So you two kiss me.
Hello. My name is Ron Swanson. In general, I try never to speak with people. But I have been drinking this snake juice thing, and it's damn good. You should try it.
Thanks, man.
Son, you should know that my recommendation is essentially a guarantee. Drink this. Now.
Triggermeister! You made it.
Yeah, I got your email.
We need to talk. First off, though, try a little snake. It's 140 proof with a 7% alcohol. Don't worry, there's plenty of caffeine in it to keep you awake.
I believe that ounce of that, I tell you.
Email everyone at City Hall to come to a club that you own to buy alcohol that you invented. Government employees can't use their power to enhance their personal wealth. I totally get your point, Chris. Won't happen again. I just don't see any way around it. You're gonna have to sell your shares in snake. No!
My boss. Okay, yes, go get right around about your neighbor. Yes, go B to the O to the double S. Do what he's saying and you'll be successful.
No offense, but maybe you think I'm going too fast because you're going too slow. No offense, but I'm going slow because I might lose my job. Okay, no offense, maybe that's a little bit of an excuse for not acting on your feelings. No offense, but I'll remember you have a nursing degree in feelings. Offense. Dance.
And this one continues for us here, and it's going to be a definite for 10 weeks and westbound between our industry and the Sonic 60 connector. Following the close out here that acquired the freeway, others contained
Sure.
Are you okay? I heard yelling.
Yeah, Perry, I'm creating a real drunk. You want to dance with me? Go get me another short juice.
Oh, that's maybe not the best idea for you.
Forget it. John Ralphio. Dance up on me.
Yes.
go with her? Nothing wrong at all. I don't know. I feel like I just did something wrong. I want to talk. Just try role play. That's what me and April do. Explain to you. You got to dream up some weird scenario like you're her boss and sex is forbidden because she works for you. That's our actual situation. And she's addicted to spanking. Okay. Thanks. Got it. Good.
If you're worried about work, Chris, it doesn't matter. He's fine with it. He's sitting with me there. You talk to Chris before you talk to me. Excuse me. This is my first wife to him, and this is a dude. But I believe that honest discussions between friends and lead to deeper intimacy. This is a watershed moment in our relationship, and it's important that we fight clean. All I need to do is focus and stay calm. You're stupid. You're joking. You're stupid. I'm sorry that I thought about your job, okay? Sometimes when I push you in the right direction, you end up standing still. I was just trying to do you a favor. Well, enough with your favors, okay? Stop. Maybe we should learn together then.
Every time I cleanse, I can literally feel the toxins leaving my body. I know, I feel so much healthier. I've still got a full week to go from Rob State. Rob is amazing. It's when you're most alert, it's good. No one needs to be alert to that. This snake juice is basically miraculous. Everybody's listening.
One thing of it, he has the old thing in it.
What I like and health, okay? If I want to, it's like, okay, it's there. I'm going to tell you that is there. I'm going to come out of the rack.
There's music now. Where to first?
Come on, fun.
One of the things about trying human heart, we're all walking. Go higher on your chart. Top of the morning, everyone. I brought some burgers and fries. Eat up. The protein soaks up the sugar. Let's take the cow to the killing floor.
Well, I have questions.
We'll let you know.
Hey, thanks, John. I'll get those papers delivered for you. Post haste.
Onion says it's probably not serious. Let's start.
Ring-a-ding-ding. Who's calling? Oh, John Trammell. Why, what's this? Who's calling? Mr. Barbeck, I'll tell you. Awesome. No,
Sorry.
Didn't stay home. Think I'd let you get away that easily? You're back with baby dad and his brother. Kip. Happy. What did you have to say last night? I know you boosted those paintings.
But I'll never tell you where they are. And you'll never have my body either.
Gee, you don't even have to worry about his things. Why? Don't give a shit. Hey, thank you so. You know what? Snitches get stitches. Don't. I'm a natural maker. I gotta even go. Oh, God. So high school, I can't believe that's the night that boys. And she was we said to each other. She's so such a dick. What the hell is in snake juice? Devil? This is so nice. Just mental involved.
So let me get this straight. Tom tries to get off. We punish him. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Ben, is there something we can do?
Tom's not scared. He's not savvy enough to manipulate the system. He's just a kid. Terrible one. Just one.
Thank you. But we can't.
Just like her. That was a pleasant.
You came. Yeah, I had some encouragement. And backwards. It's been a tough morning. Lots of regret and shame. Well, this committee would like to ask if you or Lynn can forgive someone.
This candidate could. Especially because this candidate also Also, I can talk about my qualifications in this position. First, I work in a wastebasket.
Would you mind if I joined you?
Not at all.
Shall we? Anne came in the next day and had a second interview with Chris. She nailed it, of course. But she doesn't want to totally leave the job, so they struck up a deal. She works at City Hall part-time. 2 days a week, she still gets to be the greatest person in the world. Wait a minute. We need to remember what we want. Friends, waffles, or work. Waffles doesn't matter. But work is special.
Look, Graveyard, check this out. I'm at this club last night. Just killing it. Snake hole, wow. Oh, yeah. Is that a game? good enough, man. Come on, man. Go get on the floor with this.
More like a dude, I bet.
But the whole night talking on that car, you think about their man.
No, probably a lesbian. They were about to
Hey, Leslie. Hey, thank you for that. You're okay. How's the house?
So welcome. I was thinking about you. I really.
So I told you
Yeah.
the reason. Oh, anyway, Chris is his office.
That's what she said over there.
All right,
Hey, see you there, Ben.
Leslie. Leslie.
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hey.
Conversation. You can't have it. You get fired. I know. Right.
I'm sending you two on a trip. Indiana plays home to kids for months, and Pawnee hasn't posted in 20 years. So I would like you two to go to Indianapolis and state our case. You two are my dynamic duo. Let's eat them.
Sexy. Actually, President Julia Roberts wears a prostitute pretty well. I know. I like a sweatsuit or something. Send out a signal that nothing is going to happen.
So obvious you're dying to be together. And now you're going to
Literally get a room. Yeah, and I can literally get a fire.
anti-Semitism. Tell me what else you need.
I need to think of unsexy, boring, impromptu talk about the car. Have we like we can discuss what we are on the street. We could talk about different Lawrence, Johns Hopkins University, and I could read solitaire. Oh, I have an idea. What? I asked him about his pants.
Wanting to monkeys or you?
Okay, everyone stop what you're doing and come and see all four of you. Leslie's not here today. The boss.
I'm your boss.
Let's go, seriously, come on. Here's Sitch. I developed a communication where I ask them to scan these questions and you have to give them answers. I call this. Shut up, Jerry. It's not the newlywed game, okay? It is totally. My favorite movie is called It's based on Can't Have Blood. It's based on Kramer or something. Shakespeare. Don't know.
And what exactly do you
No. I'm going to test it out. Kids, men are actually attractive. Make a demo. What network is going to buy a game show? There's a million networks out there. Spike, GSN, Wow, Slurp, Black, Slim HD, Slurp HD.
You guys seen Ultimate Battlefield?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so basically every dorm allows bedlofting, but the students are really taken to it at
Go to John's Hopkins. Play some music.
Sure. Anne and I were able to also see the trip.
Jimmy Carter's Crisis in Hawkins Beach, learning to speak Mandarin, 16 minutes
minutes of old-timey car porn and something called banjo boogie bonanza.
It's an amazing instrument, banjo.
Yeah, I didn't realize it could be this loud.
Hello? Hello? Hi, I'm here on a field trip. We're having a series for school project.
Okay. Wait for that table. Someone will be here sometime.
But aren't you here now?
It's time to know your. Right there. Hey everybody, welcome to Know Your Food. I'm your host, Tom Maverick. With me as always, my CGI mommy co-host, Bobby the Moon. Hey everybody. All right, let's get to it. First question, fellas, which rock star, Lady Bang, Ben, rock star? Jerry.
I believe I have forgotten to talk about Prince. Hold on.
What did I say? Impressive. All right, Andy, which rock star did Lady get?
This is almost too easy. Me.
Let's check in with your boo. Oh, sorry. He's checking later. What is that?
That's my favorite band. I've heard it out like 1,000 times.
I don't know. You're not technically a rock star. Oh, yeah. Somebody don't know they move. That would sound like my plan by yourself.
My voice is too strong. Why doesn't it matter?
Really? It's never too early to learn government and suckers on taxpayers teach until they have a sword champion. What's your name, ma'am? Lauren. My name is Ron Swan. I'm going to tell you everything you need to know about medical school. Life, liberty, and power. You're John Locke. What is this?
Whale sounds? You can change it if you want. What the hell?
Oh, no, this is off.
Yeah, I snuck it out. It's off there. How long did we get together? 2 weeks.
Did you see this? According to the report, we may not have enough hotel rooms within city
I
limits.
know, it's a silly rule. Maybe they'll be reasonable and not care.
Yeah, maybe we just point out to them there are tons of hotel rooms just outside city limits. Have you been to the Grand Hill Hotel and Spa?
Oh, I gotta tell you, I love this towel in my life. I mean, it's the simplest luxury. It's all difference.
Your bathrooms are
I got it. Learning to speak Mandarin. Unit 3. Sorry, getting too far now.
allergic speakers.
Where are you going? Canada.
Maybe we should just not talk in depth for the rest of the trip.
Okay, is my little brother. Sure, she would.
Next stop, the delegation from Pawnee, please. And so, as you can see, Pawnee has 12 beautiful, peaceful islands, and our seats of extra cushioning due to the massive size of our average citizen.
I have last time I posted this trip.
No, you don't.
Good evening. We begin with our first story tonight. They're cute, they're cuddly, but now they were having a distinct little league championship. All of these raccoon infestations. These little bandits have stolen our sense of safety.
The raccoon problem is unreasonable. They have their part of the town, we have ours. Muncie is larger, it's more central. What's the advantage of doing it before that?
The advantage is that it's a larger city. Look, I've been to 40 some odd towns. 40 search. The people are passionate. A lot more city. Special place.
Hey, it's Tom Hopper back here with you. The next question is, where's your favorite place? Donna, back on my bed. Let's check in with your phone. Hey there, everybody! Jerry and Donna on fire. April,
Question is gross.
that's down to the point. What's your answer?
In our bed, I guess.
Andy, where's your favorite place?
No,
Yeah, go for it.
no, get over it.
That one was really important to me. And honestly, I've asked you to listen to them like a million times and you never have. So
It's sad, depressing, like hard to do. It's supposed to be happy and fun. What?
I got it.
Damn, this game's got you.
This is your lunch. Now, you should be able to do whatever you want to, right? You want to eat all of it? You want to throw it away? It's your rug. You're right. You go to the I get to pick 40%. That's boring. Sometimes. Uh-oh. Capital gains too. Chris says, congratulations, and together we run stuff.
Well, cheers, sir. Did it.
You did it.
Normally I do. This time you did it. I'll take the praise.
Can I get shot at you guys?
Sure. Hey, we were thinking about going to dinner. Photographer. You want in? Grab some grub? They have great burgers.
don't even know where we're going.
I'm sure they have great burgers there. Come on, photographer. Last chance. Okay, well, then it's just us then. Sure, okay. We tried. Lauren, ready to head back?
Well, it's just time for you to head home. Really enjoy the hunt. You are. It's just not a joke. You're smart. Use that to protect your property.
Thanks, Ron.
You got it.
Johnny up the drive finally.
Hey, you stupid donor. I mean, you had to get a big fight. He just sold his guitar because I've been putting music in it.
Okay, welcome to the garage. First question, Andy, who did your boo say makes the best mac and cheese that you use? Said Andy. Best couple ever. You just won 50 points.
Wait, why? We got it wrong.
Next lightning round thing. Who is the #1 Colts fan in the world?
Wait a minute. You set this whole thing up about being mad at you. Well, guess what?
You figured out April's trying to trick you. That's worth 100 points.
Wait, no. Fine.
You were really great. I like the stuff you said about mommy.
I look forward to this Monday. I get to hang out with your town. Talk to the town. Town has really nice sport. It's really shocking.
God, I'm so
It's not just me, right? Look, guys. Whatever, you know. Alright.
Perfect. I'm not gonna see a man with a horse, you know what I mean? Fine with me. Going to the bathroom. His palace, as I like to call it, and I'm not calling it in. So, if you seriously been conquering code, you say it right. He told me that he liked me, and I'm gonna go hang out with him on his face. That's awesome! No, read the script. Seriously? Yes.
Leslie is supposed to know from the first report you ran for him, friend of yours. Do not do anything bad, be responsible, no matter how cute your mouth is.
Your job is on the line. Shut up, man. Stop that. No. Leslie, you don't know what you're talking about. I care about you very much, and I've had 2.5 glasses of red wine. And I'm going to go hang out with you, and that's going to be awesome. Yay! No, you're supposed to talk me into this.
No, don't, stop.
Shut up. Yay!
Leslie!
The men told me that you had won again wild wings at, and I had to come here and celebrate. There was literally nothing in this world that could be done. This was the should take a look.
Yeah.
Nonsense. There's no reason to drive all the way down home. I've got a reason.
No one can put you out like that.
Double nonsense. I would love to have seen it. Plus, they were taking yesterday. Half. Nothing's special.
I'm gonna go to bed. Night. Are you Rose Watson? What exactly did you teach my dog? Or in with paper on why government matters? Which room? Is this a joke?
No, ma'am.
That's nice. She is a fourth grader. And fourth graders have their heads around weird ideas. They're supposed to do cute reports and get home tomorrow. And you gave her lunch? And you gave her a landmine? Really? How?
Andy is totally mad at me right now, and I don't know how to deal with him, so I thought I'd ask you. Andy and I broke up so long ago. I don't think that I'm the best source. He doesn't think I like Postman. And all I said to him was that this other man was better, but I don't know why he got all mad. He's like, things people back that they're better than your man. Okay, well, Andy just wants you to go out and read your music. So this is really about being right. Oh wow, I didn't realize you were a marriage counselor. Sorry.
OMG. What's the number of that same article? History of a ladder? It's utterly fascinating. You know that the original image of a ladder is in a cave of Valencia, Spain, drawn over 10,000. Oh my God, here comes some music. Amazing, what is this?
this slow.
What is this? Now my dream, playing a show with the greatest band ever.
That's my guitar. You bought it back. You're supposed to go.
I actually stole it from his office, but whatever. Weirdo.
Maybe April doesn't think they're really great today in the world, but man, she loves me, and I love her. So who cares?
I got the greatest wife in the world. Mary. Totally gonna do it later.
Well, actually, I think it's good that Chris showed up because I was thinking really, I love my job. Ben loves his job. And it's just not so interesting. Oh, hey. Chris just wanted me to drop off.
Oh, all I'm saying is, listen to your teachers, read all the books you got. Then when you're 18, drink, gamble, go to literature. So you write anything? You autograph this one for me?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, earning a part-time job in the public health department at City Hall, and Meredith Perkins. Yay!
Well, that's so nice. I put poisonous gas in the basement, so if any of them pops, they die.
Oh, April, we could all die. Gases spill the volume of whatever contained therein. School.
We have activities every hour on your first day. 10 a.m. and first day waffle explosion. 11 a.m. start paperwork jamboree. And then 12 noon sharp is the inaugural dance party.
Welcome to City Hall, Cupcake. How many here?
There's 7. And you have an office mate. His name is Stuart. Kind of a grouch.
I have an office mate.
Get these ones out.
Hi, I'm Anne.
Just to let you know, I gave the senior center project to Donna.
It's at 2 o'clock.
Yes, conference room C.
I think at some point you and I should probably make out.
Yeah, good call. The best part of any relationship is the beginning. No problems, no fights, just white wine, cuddling, crazy amounts of History Channel.
We should take some cars to the history.
Just a coincidence. We get it all the time. We laugh about it. I've never met her. She's Filipino. Okay, bye.
Why don't you just tell Ben she's your mother?
Because Ben and I are in this amazing little club right now, and there's no room in here for Chris's stupid rules about us not dating. It's my fault. Must be mother. You know what I should do? I should get my mother a one-way ticket to London, even today. And that way, Ben never will see her, and visit her in London. Everybody knows.
What if he sends a picture of her on your desk? What if Marlene says, hey, we got
Are you honest? Sure. I believe you people are much more. I'm making better predictions, which means you'll be leading a great succession.
This is my favorite part about having a new city manager. They always try to shake things up. Their ideas are terrible. They bring city hall to a grinding halt. I just grab a few donuts, sit back, and
It's just because. So now I'm
Tonight. April, wake up.
Tom, I just want to see and
Eating adjourned.
you know what else I do? Entrepreneur spirit.
Thank you for using this so like fun. $10. Right, bud.
I have an amazing project for some of your tickets. You want to digitize the entire city archives on the computer.
Oh, I hate the fourth floor. Last time I was up there, I saw something like this crap out of a vending machine. It's a bad place.
Starting now, no motion shop. Starting now, bar and administrative assistant. 3 weeks, then back to shoes.
Chris!
I wasn't super paying attention to what you said that before, but I will give 110%. As soon as you repeat yourself, the more interesting way.
Hey, Ben. Nothing much. So here, I just want to let you know that Mommy agrees to Also, she can be and she can snap judgments about me. She will not. And she's kind of okay, go in. It's gonna be great. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sorry. Sorry.
I'm so bad.
Looks like we got some shirt on your coffee.
Yeah, you know what happened. I spilled it.
The county school district needs 4 nursing buses. I think Stonewall can afford and
Okay.
Really? That's it?
Yeah. Actually, no. It's probably
And I'm confused now. Because you just told me it was 5 seconds ago.
Got a second prize for donuts.
This is the director of the desk. This desk was the epitome of the Swedish concept of jämställdhet. Imagine somebody say my name. Swivel! This director told me your jobs were slow. Someone else says
You look like a freak.
Swivel! It's not a very good attitude. I keep my eye on it. From my circular desk where you can see everything. Tiny swivel.
What about my office and its many walls?
That is good. And got rid of the jet. Yowred! Gone. Definitely more obsessive than ever. Fourth floor. Small thing.
Stay under protest. Some of them freezing. And there's a tool. But he's sort of knife. Confiscated. Went before the stabs him. You come back to grab? Yeah. I'm here to show you around.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. What's your name?
FOB. Follow me. Okay, this is you.
I get my own office phone. Wall Street. Buy more stocks. Now it's one of those perfect buttons.
Try not to move things around. Those everybody speak this until a crime scene. Here's your name tags. Here.
Hello, this sure is in theory. Name tags make holes. Unawareness.
Bye, Ethel.
Remind me next time to ask her where she got her cat shot.
Money, talk, ask.
Got it, boss.
Hey, somebody needs somebody to mix. And I definitely heard your feedback from last week, so I'm going to put 5 Sarah songs on.
Cool. Should we talk about how
Should we? Just turn it into my bed. If this turns into something real, then you're gonna have to deal with school, parents, my boss happens to I'm gonna go ask her, and I bet she loves you. I love him, but total pushover,
Very odd guy. Like a goofy, spineless jellyfish.
why do you ask? No reason. Don't worry about it, it's totally fine.
Maybe she starts going around telling people for the show.
I want you to believe that. When I first met you, I thought you were a fascist hard-ass.
What?
Like, you have a fascist hard-ass, but still, you give off a very education department or short pestilence hopelessness. But you know what?
Well, now that I'm at the show, why not ask for 10 or 20 or 100 school buses? Native school, the opposite. How about that? You there is to know about the law, and I'm gonna have it out. We're gonna have it out.
Make me some food out of it. And for the whale sharks, you're certified, right? Let's get you some.
Driver, Dave. Fellow driver, and there's a turkey. And if you notice, like the girl says, here's a leg here and a leg here and a leg here. There's 4 legs. I think this one may have, a couple down there too, but we have these turkey legs that we're going to give out after the game. Okay, so I go on, all right? Well, you never know. Yeah, I don't know who's in that book when I'm up there. I don't know who's down there. But I know that 6-legged turkey's there, and we're going to have those 6 legs to give out to the MVPs of this game. But we got a turducken right now. Yeah. This is a turducken right here. We got, what a turducken is. A turducken, this thing here is a depot duck stuffed in a depot chicken, stuffed in a depot turkey cut sideways. You get a turkey and a chicken and a duck. Now that's it. That's a turducken. And over there, we have the turkey. See, now here's a turkey. We have 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs, 4 legs, 5 legs, 6 legs. Anyway, here's how you slice it. You have to slice it down a bit. And then you slice it. Because what it is, it's a depot chicken stuffed in a depot, duck stuffed in a depot. It's 5 different things. It's a chicken, a duck, a turkey, and 2 fancy dressing. You can have one. It's I have one. I have to bring it up. It's hard to see. It's hard to that's the man's name. You see, you cut it right down here. See, this is just like inside. So you got turkey and duck, and then dressing, and then chicken. And then you just have to do it that way. That makes sense. Can I get some voices? That's unbelievable. Smelling good, tasting good. We got a big end and start eating now. It is good. You got the concept. It's everybody. We need time. We got the attention. It's a brand new exclusive event with all your favorite shows.
What are you doing? I'm making this talk for your phone and you're working. You don't miss it. You know what? Don't bother. They have one opening on the play. Okay. This in the just the way spaceship is driving me crazy. That's what we're going to do. The words were because I can't fly spaceships. Usually, this trainer
The 6 million man won't be winning TRUMAN, so you need to slow your ass down and talk to
Of course. I just figured, hey, why not put mother in a good mood?
It's my understanding that despite what this meeting somehow increased your request for
Excuse me, but I'm having coffee for my daughter. I can introduce her to her.
we're going to talk about this now. Or if you prefer, I can give some indication about his
If you're a fan of omelets, you're gonna love this omelet melting down.
It's over. See that? Get yourself together. What did you want from me?
I'm very flattered your daughter is amazing. But I don't even know if this is I get the best track top. I have a deal. This is a big deal.
You know what? This is not possible. And don't even bother trying to walk away. There's probably a company. Yes, it is according to Andrew Carter. Your demands remind me of a different quote. You need a lobotomy, I'll get a saw. Me too.
I gotta say, this is some of my best work. This could not have gone better. They are really hitting hard. Thank God. Crisis averted.
Well, I am very happy.
What's not gonna kill? What's so great is she was friends with me too. I mean, you can tell. It's the way friends with people like it. Now, what I'm thinking is I get you over her house. Really cool. Things are far away. It's like you want to do. Marry her then.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you guys. Give me that phone there.
Oh, great. Why you gotta be like that? I go put some therapy in the room. Stop laughing, girl. Stop it.
I gotta say, I'm a genius. The only thing my mom loves more than music box is Steve from Grey's Anatomy. So I made her Stevie style music box. And I thought maybe you could give it to her. She would love it. Why? It's of the best picture.
Chris, you've come up with a plan so spectacular. I mean that as a compliment. So can't be a serious. Much further. No, they won't. Tom, there's something and Jerry, shine a light on that. So fast. She was just
I'll take a skirt up now. There's so many ways to destroy a moment, but my mom flirting with you is number one on the list. I'm sorry, I have to say this. Ask her.
How are you dressed? Oh my god, I was wearing this.
Here's what we do. You issue a government-wide manual against sexual harassment, and then you go to Mexico. Just for a couple of weeks. Where are you going? Ben. Wait. Hi, Mom.
Leslie and I haven't told anyone because it's a rule against office for relationships, but it's happening. I'm sorry we didn't tell you before you touched my knee, and I trust you won't tell anyone now since you can get your daughter quiet.
That is hilarious. That's what we thought too. You keep your hands off.
Margaret's and squares. They're like crack. They're right.
Why are you so happy?
I don't know, that's not that bad. Now I'm gonna do this one. And Ben's. Life gives you lemons. Make I read that one.
I don't want lemonade. It's too sweet. It makes my tongue bleed. So maybe it's time for a change. Starting now, when life gives me lemons, I'm gonna slice them up into lemons and throw them into vodka tonics, which I will then sip in a burlesque nightclub that I call home with aggregate names.
Kind of figured you'd be back in your office by now.
You know,
Feeling everyone else's back here. How long do you do this? Citizen in question. Hello. I can help you in person.
man, you were this without one bed, severe social circumstances. Jump up there, tray out. He's probably thinking too much. Wow, you're really good. Yes, I am. When I come back here in 2 weeks, I don't want all my regular customers to have to wait. Somebody screwed it up. Hey. Promise. See you later. Sir, I create a game show with two people on stage, right? They flip a coin. One of them has to perform open heart surgery. The other one has to receive open heart surgery. We call it open heart surgery.
How about this? Divide the stage, negotiate party. Take the wheels up, get them off, bring the jet into the park, deal with limits on your own private jet. We're currently coming up with business ideas for our opportunities as of today. Thank you. I made my money the old-fashioned way. I got one over my Lexus. I still get a little more on that one. You rarely get rid of it.
You want to get run over? Because I know a guy. Super gentle. Minor scrapes and bruises. Major.
I got it. What are you making?
I know it. Both know it. Let's just say it at the same time.
Reading is next week. I got it. You create parties first. I am all the That's absolutely what I do. It means audio, video, and 3D, nightclubs, iPhone. If it's entertainment, yes, of course I am. Call it. It's still a no! Why? Why?
I just get excited. Why do we call it entertainment?
Because we'll grow up twice.
That is unbelievable!
I'd have to do my job.
I have some very important news about our favorite mini horse, little Sebastian. He died last night. We can take comfort in the fact that he's in heaven now, doing the two things he loves to do most, eating carrots and urinating.
When I was watching this morning, saw the flag at half mast. I thought, all right. Show some damn respect.
Because of all he's done for the town, we are the only big and small reporters. But for now, we should bow our heads and let him. It's times like this when someone or something passes that you really take stock of your life. You look around you and you start to realize what it is you truly care about. For little Sebastian, I imagine it was good fresh oats, a trough of water, and a willing sexual partner. Or not. He was a horse, so I think they had to be either way.
Hey, Ann, how's it going?
Also curious about how it's going.
Sebastian wanted her answers, but you know what she wants to give to you. And she also wanted me to kiss your teeth, which I really like my coworker down here. My office mate down the hall told me just for me. And that lets me visit the 40 times a day. You guys are totally welcome to do this. Just don't make me lie. And so,
Just like your work.
Yeah.
From now on, we stop mourning for Sebastian and we start celebrating his life. That's what he would want.
Amen. You said that glories and beasts great beyond display in the Bible. So we all have
So maintenance is going to set up the stage for the playing ceremonial music. Okay, Andy, I need you to write a memorial song, something like Candle in the Wind, 5,000 times better.
hey, one song that require his last right. You know, he doesn't have that best.
He's like hundreds.
So,
Okay, and here's a memo with some facts about little Sebastian. Weird. Must be a typo.
those are probably a typo. Because she said go to shoot, but good your butt shaking.
Look, you exercise a lot every day. Things like this happen.
Silence was my best. That what we call it.
Question. Genre.
Second, she's got to start. And then, plus,
Okay, Tom, trust me. Make us proud.
I'm just talking as a plan, especially yeah. I don't know. I don't have this chart. What if there's no chart?
I'm meeting in your office. Sophisticated with the slutty.
So nice to see you so happy. I see that.
Not me. How's Ann?
I'm pretty happy right now in general.
I'll warn you. Find out about the event, fire purpose, and about how much he drinks. Yeah, very good. What? That's disgusting. Wrong. I don't even get. Why would I've never had sex with anyone anywhere. It's none of yours. You have the nerve, the audacity. Ben is my boss, technically, and he is terrible face-wise. And how do I know, frankly, that you're not sleeping with her? Maybe you are. Maybe you're trying to throw me off. Check and mate. This is an outrage. Who do I call?
Hey, Rob. Listen, you're just who I was looking for. Did you forget the, can I get that back? We just, did you bring it?
Please tell me you love him.
This is a scandal waiting to happen. You get caught, which you clearly will.
Yes. Oh, no. You've proven your point.
I'm sad you didn't die. Well, of course. Spread your wings. That's why I'm telling you. Help me describe writing on this.
Okay, let me hear your favorite ones.
You're a champion.
Maybe try to do one with up or depth or your depth. Okay, yeah.
Well, situation pretty lives where you do something good, professional,
Hey, Lockbird, we're on your list.
You can just leave it there.
Royal Ribbons, no doubt. Which one coaching? They're all black.
Maybe we'll blame him, Jerry. City of Comics, Midland, Law School, going back out to the Boy, borrow money. Hey, Jerry, does this look like you too?
Yeah.
So what is that?
Really? That's the question you want to ask me?
I'm not sure what it's about.
You know what, Chris, I'm sorry, but nurse and my girlfriend is leaving. I thought it was twice, and I was wrong. Nursing, just not ready for it.
Hi, friends. What you saw was not what you think it is.
I was just congratulating her because she got some good news.
Right.
Yeah, we were both kind of up for this thing, this relay.
I won the McCarthy Genius Grant.
Yeah, so that's what it's all about. Sure. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, you know what? We'll come here for those stickers. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You should do that and you should get a massage. I have a gift certificate, actually. My mom gave it to me for you. Yes.
That's so nice.
Thank you. Thank you for your discretion. Sebastian may have been low, but his impact in this town and the Parks Department was anything but low. I'd like to introduce his owners, Michael Stone, and two of his closest friends.
Give me some lights and go ladybug, go coconut. Coconut and ladybug go position.
Not only was Coconut a friend, but she was also a lover, our deepest sympathies.
Coconut just tuned up on stage. We gotta clean that up. When Coconut just tuned up on stage.
Hey, listen. Hey, this guy been on roller for years. You're for the eternal flame.
No way, that my left? What a... Okay, start the video presentation, I'll deal with it. Jerry, I need you to get some propane. No one wants you to read a poem. Hey, Jerry, what everyone wants, what little Sebastian wants, is for you to get propane.
Now we have a special presentation for those folks at Liberty at 7:20.
Hope you're gonna change your mind. Your eyes are about to kiss too. Nasty. Where are we going? What need of all these questions that Sebastian never had an answer? Instead, he just brought us joy and happiness. And isn't that the point? You gotta join the company on the bank. I know, okay, but to be a big league, and I will take that hit. I'm Thelma. And die. But you live your life like that cow. He's a horse. Because he follows his dreams. No drops too large. No mountain too high. No valley too low. Little Sebastian had a long night. Good night, little Sebastian. Forever.
We'd like to encourage everyone to buy our merchandise. All of the proceeds will go towards little Sebastian's favorite charity, the Afghan Institute of Learning. Next, we have a special musical tribute by Mr. Andy Dwyer.
What's 5,000 times better than a candle in the wind? This song is called 5,000 Candles in the Wind. Up in horsey heaven, hear the play. You trade your legs for angels away. Once we've all said goodbye, take a run and leave, then you learn to fly.
Has Joe from Solution to the Iron Man's and heard it's Morton's and Morton's had to fill in for Hauser. Donna's reading Jerry's Italian homework.
Laura, Chase, C, TRUMAN, D, Amore.
No, it's a day from the hell was I thought I was supposed to wait a certain moment. Why is Councilman Hauser trying?
Because you are doing something better. You are lighting the memorial flame, which is the greatest honor of all.
Oh my God, Ron, congratulations.
Saved it for you, Robert.
Who calls you?
A very nosy maintenance worker, and we talked to him, and now we're all friends.
One thing about for laying repost to lighting torches. I have tried twice in my life. Once when I was 7, sit by a school bus, and again when I heard that little Sebastian passed. His memory will live on, as today we light a fire, burn on for eternity.
Hey, Jerry.
We're out. So I just got to
Okay, operation checker. No more secret hand holding, no more smooching in an office. In fact, when we're at work, we just should talk to each other.
That's really hard.
What happened here? What is it? Is the correct person?
An hour ago, a giant fireball was super hot. And it
Tendinitis is usually caused by overuse of you need to relax.
What's the point of doing 10,000 push-ups if you're going to do them alone? I'd much rather do 5,000 push-ups. Sitting on my back to inspire resistance.
Copy of our new single 5,000 candles for the win and the different ones. You know, awesome. It's the biggest thing on the rest. And you were also responsible for the course.
Well, a lot of people do that.
We know it. And amazing.
Thank you.
You are part of the community that tries to identify
There are a couple speakers who seem to be more vulnerable. Mayor's troubles up this year. Absolutely, I am very sorry that I just used that word. But yes, I've dreamed about this moment for a long time. Actually, we're for the number 69 HubSpot station.
Red alert, Swanson. Your ex-wife is dead.
Other ex-wife. So much as step away on the step wall. There's a double stand for personal bed. Is there standing order? Is there anything at all to tell us about your life?
Nope.
We'll be in touch.
Okay, trust me. Here's what's going on here with that photo. Welcome to the Dream Hall, aka the headquarters of the entertainment center. It's only 2 blocks away from City Hall, but it's a whole new world. We got a pool table, a ping pong table, a lounge area, a couch with a
in-house DJ, and best of all, former NBA superstar Detlef Schrempf is on the tape. What's up, Detlef? Hey, John Ralphio, who's sitting in my clear purple desk? What? Who's this person?
Oh, you talking about this sweetie right here? That is our new assistant, Tessa. I saw her sweating real sexy on the Stairmaster Valley.
I need petty cash. My eyes are open so.
Match your personality, petty cash, money roll, go die.
Petty cash for your black toilet bowl?
Maybe because we're flush with cash.
Multimedia, entertainment, production.
I don't know, man. I never thought of it. Never thought about scaling back and focusing on the tactics.
Thanks a lot for the vaccine, but we didn't hire you to give us business advice. You're not going to look free and shoot batteries. So why don't you head over there and do your thing? Want people to see you when they come in, Detlef. First you set up the lawn.
Big T, hit me!
Living the dream.
Absolutely, I am very sorry that I used that word. Nope.
I have a crew of 28 personal days starting right now. I'm using all of them. While I'm gone, also, keep a sizable supply of ground shut to my desk. Move it into cigars. Godspeed.
Morning, high level swagger coming through. Stop and Haverford, back at the party department. Entertainment 720 Roger Jersey. Brandon Household. Entertainment 720 is just a multinational entertainment company that I started with my board. What exactly do you do? Let's just say it's part of the plane. Donna, the main power kids. Wow, how long has it been?
Did you get a chance to look at my sales position papers? How do you feel about my stance on Egyptian debt?
Your thoroughness, as always, is impressive. Now, we have 3 months to efficiency in our strategy.
My strategy is to. I've been dreaming about running for public office my whole life. While other girls were playing with Barbies, I was playing with the Geraldine Ferraro action figure that I made myself from a picture of her that I put on a post. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. What? Ladies, Anchors away, ladies.
Just don't.
Ladies, don't. I cannot believe you guys are doing it.
After I tell them we're running for office, we're gonna need to break up.
Just keep sneaking around.
Before, if people found out, we would maybe lose our jobs. Now, if people find out, it's gonna be a major scandal. My campaign will be over before it begins. I have a plan. I'm gonna lose all talent until you figure out what I'm supposed to do. Get cracked. How is this all good? Fine, I'll do it. Just emailing me. Penis.
What?
Whoever this is said it's every woman in the entire government.
He's got this parents. That's crazy.
Andy, he did it on purpose.
You know what? That has a ball of wood. I'll let you go.
Rex, where is this? I'm looking for a computer.
It's exactly. Ben and I are actually I could go back to we are getting a lot of requests about this, so Andrew, come in. We have an opportunity to experiment around pumping this in the wall, see what happens.
But that wait, shoe shine?
And you're gonna be honest. You're hard work. My company.
Well, I don't know. Just now, shoe shine. And I'm still at it.
Yes.
It's impossible.
Black print, black factory. It's possible.
Yeah.
It's also strong.
Destroy my credit cards. Debt and everything. Mr. Mayor, I promise you.
But that picture, there's something very disturbing about the distance. Okay. Wow. No, I was speaking about it. They're enlarged. I think that people that died of something. Cardiac lumps.
That person's really good testes. For a female perspective on this, and return your
Well, frankly, it's not that big a deal. I mean, when men in government hate this, they train public trust. Maybe it's time for women to be in charge.
there you have it. Where it is the things that we know about the situation.
Amazing. That sound bites. Friday. Months.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yes, it's great. Okay. We'll do that then now. And I just said something I've been postponing for a while that I need to do, but I'll do it now. Great. Yay!
I know it. Okay.
Oh my God, that's fun. I'm good. I'll just let her get this what you just said. I need to talk to her.
It's an L-shaped affair. The L's for Leslie.
I started crying. It's really clear.
you sent them because you sent it from your personal email address. Studentmaster69@alumni.sarahLawrenceCollege.edu. Really? Sarah Lawrence? One of the small colleges. You also bragged about it to many of your coworkers. What's your part of the saying? If you got a nice training, there's no reason to hide it. I think it's the same thing. Or terminating you. This is because you're jealous. No, it's because you broke the law. You wound up having an amazing package. There's an unusual list that our female employees are sample infection. Someone's got lumps or
Ronna's here. That's where Tammy came. That scared ran away. Acting manager, Parks Department, I didn't hear that you were saying it's stupid.
Hey, so Tom, I'm doing a job. As my man, what do you think I should do?
Well, what do you want?
I think you'd be kind of working at a startup. Kind of risky.
So don't think
Talk to me. Such a good place. I love it.
Did you really tell people that I diagnosed my lumps based on the TRUMAN photo?
I did. I'm so proud of you.
Because now I have everyone sending me pictures of their junk, asking me if they have lumps. Payroll. Before I do this, is there any possible way we can still keep dating? Tap this for all angles. I know the number one thing is out of question. Break up. It's just because I don't want to. She's not already. Mutual records of cost. It's the entire sanitation department from Muncie. Would you like to be wine first? Yes. I would be back early this morning. I would like a glass of red wine and lots of cheese, but I can't because I can't take it. Okay. Here's the deal. I really like it.
I do too. And I think I know you just
I highly doubt that.
I got you.
No. What is this? Jewelry?
It's not.
No. Okay. I need to go to another place. I have a bathroom. There's a palace, as we like to call it here. And I'm going to be back and I'm not split here. We can talk about. Okay?
All right.
What? Running away from my problems. Okay, so here's the point. On Friday, I'm supposed to announce it in front of the city council. And I haven't told them. I know I said before. We're still there. Now I have to bring them. I don't want to bring them. It's so cute. He's so nice. He's a restaurant.
Mark, don't talk about Sammy. Mark, don't talk about Ben. Don't talk.
What do you mean? Last name. What is going on?
You just violated rule number 1 and 3. You choose no content visual.
Really looks.
And so, all male employees to stop sending solicit photos. Based on my true Let's say I watch you
How about this? I'm going to get mail documents on this and do some screening.
perfect. Just as a backup, I'm sending you some
That will not be necessary. You
Brand new day, brand new merch. I got you guys some awesome Entertainment 720 stuff. Donna, for you. Entertainment 720 umbrella. Entertainment 720 glass bottle. I am working with Rabbi. I love network contacts. Stephanie Franklin is my guest on it. She was working with all here. Thanks, Jerry. Have an umbrella and some breakfast.
Alright, enough chit chat, everyone. Let's get back to work.
Get out our boss.
Get a chance to think about my offer.
Yeah, I think a lot about what you said. I want to go back to the breakfast on pretty quick.
That sounds good.
Hey, hey.
No, that's good.
So, running for office. I'm gonna have to find a quick.
I might not win. I might not run.
Sure. What's our plan?
I figure we build a fire, roast some fish for shop, make s'mores. I always carry emergency store rations. Given your hunting ability and my chocolate supply, I figure we could stay up here for 2 to 3 years.
You know, how much work shot granted, put some words right and walk in with that. But avoid going back. After 2 weeks, it's all just not so well.
I only have 9 toes.
I heard it's just the point is not just right, but I'm a bad way. I just say consider. You can't run away from the problem.
Sorry, that was uncomfortable.
I'm Rob Swanson. With
What is your dream?
it's the biggest rock star on the planet, obviously. Because in 3 to 5 years, don't get me wrong, Shannon's been a pretty wild ride. But it's possible there's something more out there.
There's tons of stuff to do. How do you figure it out? Yes. 1 year from now, you and the bars can go on your shoes.
I'll be there. I'll make out with my wife down. Only to have one of my shirts. Now I haven't done anything. Grant, hello. Hey, Ron. Welcome. First order of business. I promised Leslie I'd hire her as an assistant so the department doesn't get shut down while she runs for office.
Running for office? Yeah. City council.
Leslie, that is great.
Thank you.
Will you pledge right now? Not the spring test.
I think that's pretty true.
The point is, she needs an assistant to start asking her.
Alright. Andy? Sure. Yeah.
Andy, you are now Leslie's assistant. Let's see, I'm gonna work my ass off. I'll keep you guys myself. You don't have to pay me back.
Tomorrow there'll be a 300-page orientation booklet, as well as a dozen homemade cookies in the shape of your face. But today, there's something else.
Vinegar. Need vinegar. Too bad. Deal with your problems yourself and drugs. I'll be in my office waiting for you.
Want me to find her?
Just the traffic ability and fun. That man has the largest penis I have ever seen.
Actually, that's close.
I was pretty good.
I was distracted by the largest penis I have ever seen.
I really liked it. I forgot to say, after the idea that I really liked it, okay? Nice thing to say.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure.
Why do I have to bring
You're boring and frankly disgusting.
How did you think you were?
There was a great
Yeah, but I covered it pretty well. Friends, honored guests, audience, I am Leslie, and I am running for city council. Thank you.
Hi. That's amazing.
Okay, guys, the Battle Royale is coming up. Every department in one room arguing for money. Budgetary Thunderdome. So make lists of why each department is stuff. And I'm gonna go get the secret weapon. Our secret weapon in this budgetary battle. Every time the department asks for it, he just stares them down until they back off and or weapon themselves. Hey, who's ready to get? What are you doing?
I'm being audited by the IRS.
No, your worst nightmare.
You know what's true? First of all, income tax is illegal. Second, it is psychological magic. This is just another way to put her hand on my keister and control me like a puppet. I'd rather be locked up.
Ron, this is a federal tax law. Jail. Jail. Ron, jail. Jail, Ron, jail. You could go jail. Danny, April. Stop yelling at me. Grab your calculator, settle in. Operation Rescue Ron is starting. Don't worry, I will think of a better name for it. Calculator.
got into stuff, site.
No, of course, yeah, no. Star Wars. Sounds great. Breaking this. Yeah, sure.
Let's hit it.
Right now?
Done. That friend. It's almost.
I can hear you.
I know you get that. That's how easy it is.
So we need to find proof every tax deduction I've taken in the last 5 years.
Most of these aren't even receipts. This one says I bought supplies, 2007.
Well, find your bank statements either. Revenue invested in gold. Very uncertain.
What's this? Will you drunk you?
That is a gentleman's agreement. I made that man a dining room table in exchange for 60 feet of higher than a half.
Well, looks like we have some actual receipts here. Same amount every month, $140. What's this?
Every 30 days, I buy shotgun shells of cigarettes. Sweet. Sounds kick-ass. My first ex-wife's name is Tammy. My second ex-wife's name is Tammy. My mom's name is Tammy. She knows me too.
Every Catholic altar is by getting an annual checkup. Every part. Right.
That is Walter. He was the director of health, and he has retired for the six. I would like to share with you things that gets healthy and energetic and perfect. No, just
I'd like to write this script in an hour. I should start it much lower in the value. 40. Scary posh baby. Frozen Spice Girls in their scope cover and plus.
welcome to paradise, man. Chill over there by the bar. We also got basketball at any time you want. Boy difference, get less friends.
That's actually a place for the pieces.
What up, boy? Yes, and meantime, we're gonna play video games with the high school.
Hi.
I got it.
Yes.
$100,000 a year. Full medical.
I would guess they'll be bankrupt by the end of this sentence. Sounds great. Technically, I've noticed she was a candy striper at the hospital. She helped a little. I grew up in a very small town. 600 people. Everybody knew everybody else. First took up the real when I was 15. It was a little scandalous, but everyone feared it. She's no hero. She did, however, teach me everything I know. Sunday school, sex. She was a math teacher at middle school, and my babysitter, and she taught driver's training.
Hello, I don't think we met. I am Leslie Note, deputy of police here.
Mark hired me to date an officer.
You know, sometimes you get chicken, you get food poisoning, and you decide chicken makes you sick. Tammy wants chicken.
This is a much bigger place than I imagined. We take a week off from work, go to a computer where all the new finances have access to all your accounts and your Yes, no. Yes, you will pay for I was wondering how long this would take. Ron and I had a very important meeting together about going out super now, you're not doing it. She's a cold, distant mother. I never had one. I love her. Morning, sir. How can I help you? Run! Your mustache fell off.
Tammy pointed out that Facebook photo of her and it didn't like a lot of very unsent. Hey, Jared, update, am I right, buddy?
What is going on? Where's Tammy one?
She moved in with me when we opened the house. Yesterday, she confirmed my bank account. My bank account.
Oh, that's great. This really helps.
Not sure, but she explained that it makes total sense. So nice. Tammy's got it. Anyway, back to the old drive, so email them and send themselves.
Diabetes can be cured, but it can be prevented. Make a choice, make a change, and together, make a difference.
Great. Just as good, if not exactly the same as the last one.
That last one, that's awesome. Together, and do both much better for the most part.
I really think we got it. This is important to me because it's important.
I mean, you spend a lot of time and energy on writing this.
Really.
So, let's do one more, and 5 more, and 20. Mom, basketball players. Sounds like you guys are busting. What's up there? You making money?
How we make money?
You want to know how we make money? By literally printing our own money. We're on a printing press. This prints bills with our faces and the E720 logo on them.
Both of them. I'm going to gloves. Cost me 2 years.
Free money! Just money. This has to stop. I need to see all of your books.
Got it. Baby! Get the books.
Oh, smackle. Oh, call everybody baby now? Honestly,
Are we saying it's double A type of thing?
Ron, what's this memo you sent me? You're not going to Battle Royale.
I have decided not to attend this year.
Wait, first of all, it's disturbing that you broke that at all. But you love arguing against government spending. Why do you not want to do it?
Because the government knows my mistake. I'm confident.
You and I are going to lunch. We have to talk.
You just call Tammy first. Tammy, I was wondering if I could
I say you can't go. Good. When Rob calls for Tammy 2, he turns into a demonic sex demon. But this, weird wimp, this is worse. Operation Golden Dove is a TRUMAN. Ron, there are some things I want to speak to you about, but I'm not really sure how to phrase them.
Anything you say.
I was hoping to speak with you. I'll say to her, you're evil. To God. Okay, you know what? Let's cut the crap. Is this audit innocent?
Thing I love about Sam is she calls me every guy gets that.
Okay, if you want this company to survive, the downsides of some airplane hangar. I think we do. Two, to keep detailed financial records.
Thank you. We're trying to trouble them. Please keep them on. Why you text them?
Hey guys, what's the people here starting their own company? Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't
You guys can swag around all you want, but business is revenue, okay? Unless you start working on an actual plan, you're dead in the water. That's a fact. And thank you for in retrospect, as far as the
diabetes. Fight it. But I like the energy booster. Yeah. Diabetes. Can we take a break? It's great.
almost all of that. Very excited with that prospect.
I cannot believe they gave that one time. He broke a record. That equals splat is in you're dead. There's something there. Let's go right away. Good time, everybody.
You know, I was here. Basically, we're being attacked by Godzilla, and to beat Godzilla, we need Mothra. No offense. And take it. Very flattered. Who's this? This tall and doesn't hang it. Listen, we need to break Ron from her spell. You can't just move your butt around, wear a dress made out of meat. Well, I could do all of these things I have, but it's just crazy. When I left her, we got together. She threw acid on my foot. Oh. Listen, Tammy was a nice school teacher too. She can pinpoint your weaknesses and destroy you with just one word. Good job, acid. God.
Look, I have an idea. I can see around.
Look around.
You were right to come get me. My son Ronnie always had a weakness for those ladies.
Oh, wow. Is this Ron?
Yep, the age of 5. Standing next to the first chair he ever booked.
Oh my God! There's a room full of just guns.
Why do you have so many guns?
This is America's. That I don't have to answer stupid questions while standing at my front. Let's go. Well, it's still raining off now.
Ronnie?
What's going on?
Welcome to the Battle Royale. Right here, right now. Sorry, Falcon. It's in its final stages.
It's time to settle this. That jug is full of jet fuel.
It's Swanson fifthly matched liquor. Made from the finest corn ever grown on American soil. It's only people who use usage to strip varnish off the speed boots.
When he's all close, I bring him back to the farm for good.
Or me one too then. Let me in here. I'm gonna join you. And if I win, Ron stays here with us.
Don't drink that. We use it to burn more smoke.
I made a mistake.
It's possible you just need a guy because of where you are in your life emotionally. Suppose you reach out and I hate to say this, that's the truth, which means that everything we've shown so far isn't useful. Let's use this as an opportunity to use this here. Every day.
Diabetes! Slow it down, baby. Not even. Go to bed.
My face is numb.
And together, we can make it.
Yes. Yeah. We have it. We have it in 7 hours.
Oh, great. That's what I needed.
I wanted to brought in private accountants from the 720. They all said the same thing. Deals for everything.
Well, first thing you need to do, get rid of foreman's accountants. Fire accountants.
Yeah, right.
You need to stop giving these away like candy.
I love that one first.
Everybody dance
I showed it off. Call it off.
How it works. She's out.
Wait, I'm sucking in.
April, no. That stuff will melt the shell of a carcass. Okay, this ends now. You're going back to heaven.
I got what I came for. I found you.
That's decoy gold. You think I put my gold in a locked safe where it underground where anyone could find it? You don't know me at all. Literally, there's always one kind of magazine that's on my nail polish. It's she's just clean. Tom told me that chair was $27,000. That chair has a there's someone over there in a deep sleep. She's probably being paid upwards of $1,000. It's just minimum of a current. What is that? What are you supposed to do with that thing? Support for Pawnee Community Radio comes from the Wendell G. Henry Copyright Foundation and Sweetums Cares, a nonprofit group that puts umbrella hats on homeless people when it rains. Welcome to Thoughts. I'm
information and donation schools. We have not seen them since. My guest today is author Leslie Melvin, the author of The Greatest Town in America.
I wrote a book, the first historical guide to Pawnee. I wrote it as a reference for myself, but then my campaign advisor said we should make it a big wide release. So we had people contribute, we added pictures, and we removed a lot of my poems and emotional ramblings and pictures of unicorns, and here it is.
Leslie, I want to say that a poem is nothing more than a painting of words, which have no scope and history, greatest film ever sculpted.
One could say that.
But Jonas says we would maybe be included further. The Judge Jefferson, who will be from early presentation, are to take us out, okay?
Please enjoy the song from lesbian Afro-Norwegian punk duo Nefertiti's Fjord.
Nefertiti's Fjord is musical page.
Oh, yes, they're white all, but they are lesbians, so.
Thank you, Ron. I expect all of you to buy digital copies, but I wanted the first one that you owned to be delivered and signed by me. Ron, we're on for 7 pages. I'm thinking about you as a woman, as a person who got carried away.
Mine just says, get well soon.
Something's off.
Leslie, I have loved your book. I read it from the cover.
Wow, I just gave it to you an hour ago.
That's weird. I can read it for you guys once a day. It's 12 cover. One time I read all of start traffic stop.
Bonnie's most notorious businessman across entertainment centers.
Never stop dreaming. Tom Haverford.
I never do. Chris Traeger.
Tom, I have Connie today in an hour. My book selected for Joan Book Club.
Joan Calamezzo is a book club.
Joan Calamezzo started a book club 4 years ago, and now she is the literary tastemaker. The Time Traveler's Optometrist by Connie Zolin, a heartwarming story about a caveman eye doctor who travels to present-day Cincinnati and can see everything that left. Unreadable. Then, Joan slapped her sticker on it, bestseller 4 years in a row. You told me you could give me that sticker. Did you get it?
Joan got an anonymous tip for factual accuracy.
That's impossible. I checked every detail of this one.
Did she say what it was?
She won't tell me. She wants one of her big gosh apples.
She's not gonna get you.
I've had no idea.
Joan Calamezzo claimed there is a mistake in my book, which there is not. And so now she's trying to get me in a tiny calendar. So just in case there is a mistake, which there's not, I need all of you fact-checking every single detail. Jerry, I need you to hit the road, re-interview everyone who lives up there. The rest of you, call me as soon as you find the mistake that does not exist.
I think that's actually a mistake.
Now, there's one thing Leslie is not swab. She's also not free. She can take for it's just us, I know.
Hey guys, ready to fact check in? Here we go. Uncle Leslie.
Hi, Joan Calamezzo.
Yeah, I tried. Yeah, it was on your show.
I'll try to find my way to this time, this girl, without being disrespectful.
And if you're going to join the club, also don't like helping with entertainment center. As a rich brag, one of the things I'm best at is riding coattails. Behind every successful man, is a smile and taking partial credit. Now I'm not Leslie's book. Am I going to be happy?
We'll see.
Wow, you guys.
And I'll keep you up to that.
Here's my goal. I'm gonna get these two people that I've known for a long time to talk to for 5 minutes. Who am I kidding? 1 minute. 1 minute is easy. So Leslie, you're a real native of Pawnee, aren't you?
Yes, I was born and raised here too. I love the town so much I literally go to football.
I have it right here. And also in this hand right here, I have a sticker. When applied, legally determines the newest selection of Jones football.
Come on, take it.
That's so fast. We received a tip from you. Leslie, born and raised, no. Not born in Pawnee. Leslie. Gotcha! You lied about it. You cannot make this selection.
I was born in Pawnee. I'd stake my reputation. I have to tell you, this feels like gotcha journalism. That would gotcha news after the break. Pawnee!
We'll pull out the World Cup and speculate wildly.
I want the gotcha answers.
That is spirit lion hormone. So let's have a joke with everybody. Joe gotcha, no it hurt ya.
Man, Tom, you stay here, stay on Joe, get that super Chris Andy, we're gonna stay on schedule. Damn.
All right, everybody go. Football! Player federal jurisdiction.
Unless it's in trouble, just look at the job. Travis dead. So it's
Pawnee. All right, so fact check it. But Leslie wants to be ready alert one.
Yes, please.
not a good story.
You know, I think I'm just gonna hang out here with you guys. That's cool. It's not. I could leave. I could. But I'm gonna go to. I get 5-1 small talk. Damn it. And it will be casual. And it will be amicable. Did Leslie leave? We wanted her to sign the gotcha wall. Joey, come on now. Let's set up a Tom, I am first and foremost a journalist. Let us think. And talk about the world. You're changing something more tangible. Leslie hired my company to bring that sticker. Businesses need clients to get money.
I was the first one to tell you that.
This girl, very good. She wants what she can't have.
Thank you all for coming. Our journey begins on page 1. Preface. Yes, I think I speak on behalf of everyone in the entire world when I say we need to know the truth about the okay? Well,
How many of you were actually
no matter what you heard, ma'am, the truth is I was born here.
you were so far here? Where's your birth certificate?
Well, I don't carry my birth certificate around with me.
Why? Because you're hiding something? You should go back where you came from.
And back from where I came from.
That sounds confusing. You might as well be from China.
Ridiculous. I'm from here.
Saw me at the mall and told me I should.
So, Joe, how is
It's actually I have a book sexual all of them know three, and so this you're powerful to my right. Drink uptown. I know this. Well, I've made a little progress. I'm up to 4 seconds. April, I was looking to get some music. Recommended. And I really like your haircut. How's your sister doing? She has some shingles. Out. And 9 seconds is wrong. You're stranded on the desert island. What is the one thing you can bring with you? You did it, Josh. 68% of clients now believe you're lying about where you live. Honestly, it's 13% think you're crazy eyed. What? Why? Whatever, I can end this now. Here's my birth certificate.
This just says mama.
Yeah, that's the count of funny.
Well, no, this one there. You state your information, so we can go down and count records on some in the original long form.
Ableton Land Rich Snobby Jokes. There's a whole chapter about it in my book. I could write a second book on it and how stupid it is, and I call it Ableton, the land of rich snobby jerks. Hello, and welcome to the Followforfollow.
My name is Elizabeth Maria.
I need a copy of it.
No, don't worry. Believe me.
It's better. Hey, Ben, you like Star Trek? Talk about that for a little bit.
Same alternate timeline, but in J.J. Abrams and what we expect us to do. It's Spock, romantic tension, not fun, but it's just us towards going nuts.
Okay, let's get rid of that. 2, 3, now.
Say what you will about Joel. She knows that.
Also got these 2 briefcases just laying there. Kind of panic one.
Nope, he was an Indian. Is it true, Mom? Was I born? I'll take it.
Yes, it's true. Oh.
Ani Hospital was open from the records.
So we had to go to the next closest hospital.
I'm sorry.
You expected to give birth to you and infested this
Mom, tell me.
Try telling that little girl she's not born.
I sir. So you were technically born in England? I care. The people of Pawnee care. I wrote on the cover of my book that I was born in Pawnee. I went on Pawnee today, and I called John a liar. I'm a liar. I'm worse than a liar. I'm a Italian.
Leslie here? Man, I'm so tired. I took a half shift at the hospital last night. And I had this really weird patient. Weird how? I shouldn't talk about it. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen. Well, this guy came out with his hands down and he tried to cut himself out. Is that right, bro? 3.5 inch serrated bucket. He passed out with his arm, slugged on the bar shot. Everyone in the universe loves the gross medical story. Well, I win! It's one of my at the bottom. I found the toe. I forgot about the toe. Great. Crazy, right? It's really awesome.
Thank you. Animals getting chummy. When people get too chummy, I like to call them fun.
It's a genius. Who else was born in Ableton? Bad news, team. Entertainment 720 was one of the biggest stickers.
The sticker is the least of my problems. If I complain about where I'm from, then I'm people careers over.
The only thing even that, I come back. I'm sorry, but that's not important. It's true. Where they from? That's what they should be. I'm fine. So I say, trust, respect. Also, that's right. Watched.
Thank you so much for having me. Back on the
Some bad secret. Yes, that's probably where I was.
I'd like to apologize to those that I misled. I thought I was telling the truth, but sadly I was born in Ableton.
Well, that is worse than I ever could have hoped for.
I learned something, Joe. It's not very important where you're from. When I was 9 years old, I broke my arm sledding on a giant hill behind us. It's rubber to come back to you nipple hill. It gets very slippery, especially when it's wet. And Jim Kaepernick, I know Jim. Jim and I got to school together since we were like 3 years old. Do you remember when you cleaned your pants in second grade? Stuck your underwear in your drawer, embarrassment, everybody called you the gerbil because you always smelled like soiled wood chips. The point is, you can't choose where you're going. You can choose where you live. I love this story. I always have. I always will. And that's why I wrote a book about it. And that's why I'm running for city council. I'm not crazy. I know Pawnee is the tourist Chicago, but it's a great place to live and work. And serving the goofballs in this town is an honor and a privilege. And yes, every town claims its diverse waffles are the best. But somewhere in some town, there really are the best waffles in the world. So delicious, rich, golden brown, Anyone who tasted it will decide, never to leave that town. Somewhere those levels exist. Why can't it be here? Joan put us in a good level. Although I couldn't do without this.
So far, what? So now I head to the house. Gail, my birthday was yesterday. All the time on the song. HPOS10.com.
Doing great. Godspeed.
With you, solo gun.
This is the coin and the can up down.
real introduction. And we need to get into it because, again, the holidays are coming. You know, we're expecting to be with family, and family often wants to do theme parks, and we need to know what's going on at our local theme park. Disneyland. If you've ever been to Disneyland, you know that no matter what day you go, if they go on a Tuesday, go on a random, you know, May something or other, but if you go any time, the lines are going to be long. Unless you spend an additional $1 billion for the fast pass or whatever their Apple line ticket is. If you go to Disneyland, the lines are going to be long. You will be waiting. You probably will have to use the bathroom at some point during the day. No one wants to give up their position in line to use the bathroom. And if you know, most of the rides don't necessarily have a bathroom in the corridor where you are lining up. That poses a problem. It's a problem that has been remedied in certain areas, certain theme parks, and certain rides, but overall, there's nowhere to go to the bathroom unless you leave the line. And I know I've left lines before, trying to get back to the line, trying to get back to your party, to your group, always with your hassle. Now you're squeezing in between people, you're, you're bumping into people. People are angry at you because they don't know. They just see someone moving to the front. No one wants to be bothered with that sort of situation. And when you don't want to be bothered with that sort of situation, you start to practice avoidance. So people are avoiding using the bathroom. They're not getting out of line. They are unfortunately choosing to use the bathroom right there where they are. I am not kidding. I think as a science you could have proven. But people are choosing to use the bathroom where they are. And it's all sorts of bathroom activity. You know, some are less obstructive than others, less noticeable, and then some are completely right? They're doing everything and anything. They are dropping foul and going right where they stand. There have been many accounts on specific rides, the rides that take the longest, your Harry Potters, your very popular new rides, the ones where the lines are 3 hours, 2.5 hours. They're going right there. And I know I was speaking off the air earlier with Andrew Carabello, and he turned the bathroom. And I was asking him things because he said, you know, I've heard of this before. So let me bring you into this part of the conversation. Do you do the amusement park? Do you do the Disneyland, the not magic? Yes, I do sometimes at the park. Yeah. But when you're a student at the park, have you ever felt compelled to just go right there in line and not to go anywhere? That's what I was like. What's that? No, no. That's what I say. I mean, you make adult diapers, right? So cool. I feel like you have to really be a dedicated, like, Disney head, metalhead, Disney head to wear an adult diaper to a theme park. Well, that's just ridiculous. The problem is, you can still win with the fast pass, right? Yeah. I mean, I would solve the problem with people grouping in line if you could just see the fast pass and then go to the bathroom. You would think so, but, you know, as you said, they're generally looking for such add-ons because maybe not people behind them or whatever the case is, but they're still, the long lines are unavoidable because at times, even with the fast pass, they'll still be in line for 30 minutes or whatever. So if you have to go, people are saying, well, you gotta go, to be able to rest, to be able to eat. And they're taking it upon themselves to do that. And I know myself. The lines are, the lines are like super long, so it's what? You get out of line and you have to start all over again, or you just say forget it. I mean, usually people get out of line and they have someone hold their space, but, you know, lines, for whatever reason, that's a strange thing. If you had a theme park with like the line seems to speed up. But you start here just a few steps away is now like a mile away, and I guess that's click through the line. No one wants to give up their space. During Halloween season, I used to pay the double to do the VIP, so I could actually go to all the features at different theme parks. You also pay your parking ticket because now you sound like you have to live with it. You would think you have that kind of a do this, like, you know, right? So, like, how much got so expensive this last year? Like, it's no longer double what it used to be.
go, and then there's these other lives where you're not able to go, and it's, you know, kind of pointing fingers, and people are just set up with, I think, the conditions of all these people coming into these parks and doesn't feel like they're really paying attention to the tax on attendance and the quality of people. It's just smushed into this 3 hours for a ride. It's just, yeah, we do it. Yeah, we do it. Harry Potter is worth it for that 30 seconds or minute and a half with just, you know, standing in line for 3 hours. Not for me. I've done it. I think I'm kind of past that part. I try to get the fast pass when it's available, or, you know, some sort of something, some sort of mentality that somebody runs through. But yeah, never felt compelled to use the bathroom right there. If you agree to keep that, I just think you know that.
Going to a theme park now is a lot different than going to a theme park 10 years ago. It's a whole new beach now. You would think the more expensive it gets, the less people would be going. Now it's just as more crowded. I can't wrap my head around the value of it now. It's like you see it's the increased charges with this byproduct of almost like a more sort of exclusivity. Well, I can't, what kind of afford that 150, so I can, so I'm going to go. And then you have 30,000 other people who feel that same way who are going to go, and before you know it, it's kind of to the mouth, you know, hand over fist, it's money, it's generating more money. For contributing to that. That's one way to bring you into my first show on food, right? That's classy lady over here. So, there's under two volcanoes, going from one volcano under the sea to another. There's a volcano in Japan that has erupted, and that eruption has caused a new item to be formed. This is not an item you can visit. It is not an item you can take your jet to the Alexander things from. This is an item that is mostly graphite, it's crumbling, it's already starting to disintegrate. So it has allowed the people of Japan, specifically in Iwo Jima, which is previously known for its involvement in World War II, this allowed those people to bear witness to a very rare phenomenon of a new island being built right before their eyes. Islands have always been constructed and have formed over millions of years, but we don't often see that happen. Now, we can say, just like we've been through a pandemic, just like we've been through a presidential Trump, just like we've been through many things that have made history, we are also now seeing the coronation of another ecological phenomenon in this island, which, again, off the coast of Iwo Jima. Fortunately, did not cause any injuries or damages after this volcano erupted, and it is completely unusual, and again, just groundbreaking. So, for the people of Japan, they are experiencing something that's historic. Again, another historic thing. We'll be thinking more about that when we come back. KFI 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and Tiffany Hub. Now on to the KFI 24-hour newsroom with Andrew Carabella. Hazmat crews are working to clean up and protect the community in Hudson, where a former military leader caught fire.
Well, we have people in the affected equipment here, respirators and second suits that are manipulating and picking up the debris. The air out here is totally safe. We're out here to show our bond with the community.
Greenberg says the original fire started on Tuesday. The fire started burning around 9 o'clock.
The fire was one of two structures on the property used by the military during World War II. Two professionals were now explosive with fire. The Pentagon says 5 U.S. service members have been killed in a plane crash with traumatic brain injury. This happened Friday night. The Pentagon says the mishap took place during a routine air fueling mission as part of military training. All on board the aircraft were killed. House Speaker Mike Johnson has come up with a two-step punishment to avoid a government shutdown. NBC's Julie Surkin says a full House vote is not expected until Tuesday. funding between any remake. Only a select handful of departments, the second would extend funding to the entire government to February 2nd. Neither bill includes additional aid for Israel or Ukraine. Democratic Congressman Raymond Boyle says the idea that government shutdown only half COVID Washington could exist further sounds true. But there's a government shutdown. Let's take a look at past government shutdowns. According to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, every single previous government shutdown has cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Another bill being proposed by House Speaker is additional aid for Israel's war in Ukraine. Right now, fractions on top of 14 of them Santa Clarita. It's going to be on the northbound side as we are happening. The offense is where there's a big one aside, and that's going to be there for a couple hours to deal with that. The big problem continues to grow. I see the camp, the westbound, and the Freedom Street 560 connected all lanes closed off there. Ultimate 101 blocking Boulevard to Olympic to a heavy drive as you approach Mount Rusty. Definitely took some time to find the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Marquita. The stage is the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain human rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, clothing. With many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instance, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional act of others that threaten our dignity. Whether it's a loss of a paycheck, a medical bill, securing a life from pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute, and you can't afford to pay a loan by the hour. Your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan Morgan for the people.com. This is a tribute to iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Jack Hughes and Network. Today's early NFL winners. The Colts held off the Patriots barely. The 49ers dominated the Jaguars to end a 3-game skid. The Buccaneers beat the Titans. The Steelers surpassed the Packers by 4. The Browns came from behind against the Ravens. The Vikings had a big second quarter to help lift them over the seats. And the Texans beat the Bengals in a back-and-forth 7-1. And tonight, the Lakers welcome the Blazers and the Clippers host Memphis. I'm Andy Beck. Check out the draft page after offer with Coach Ford to get life more fun when you're in on the action. Draft page. The crown is yours. Robin about 100 programs. Open eligibility restrictions apply. Order prohibited. See draftpage.com for details. Southline weather from KFI. Low side in the 40s and 50s across Southern California. Upper 70s at the top days and 80s for Metro and Cedar Valley tomorrow. Also mid to high for the idea of 70 behind us are straight down the harbor. 83. In the park, 84 degrees. Even local. 5 in the KFI, 25 regional. I'm at the Arizona. There's nothing quite like a feeling of trust. It's that moment when you know that someone's going to be there for you, no matter what. And you think Unicorn business to build something special. But that's exactly what Jacoby Myers has been doing since 1972. Building relationships with clients based on trust and respect. We're honored to earn your trust year after year, voting us the #1 personal injury firm in Los Angeles. And there's nothing we value more than that. Thank you, Los Angeles. Jacoby Myers. The name you trust. For today's marketers report, Coach Joby, Chief Brand Officer for Derek, weighs in on the speed of your production.
In this day and age, and particularly in Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audience in that makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
If you're living in Canada, learn how to do your sponsors, access to the audience's influencers, insights, and data
wasn't link and you missed it. So hopefully, again, you catch us on the iHeartRadio app, download the podcast, no matter where you are, and listen again, if you're not doing trending show. We last were speaking about the new porn volcano in Japan. Well, here are some more details about that volcano and some kind of historical context. At any given time, there are over 1,300 potentially big land-based volcanoes around the world. So it is concerning, right? You get the observation, you're going in the street, and there could be a volcano there just off the coast of wherever you're sourced. But there are over 1,300 potentially active countries. It doesn't mean that they will be active, but that they could be. And this one, off the coast of Hiroshima, is in fact active. It is actively erupting, and that eruption is causing this ecological or geological phenomenon. This new island that the eruption is causing has created a landmass that is not too large, but it is large enough where that it can be explored. It's about 100 meters or 328 feet in diameter, and that was as of October 30th. So it's sunken, it has grown, it's really fluctuating based off of the water that is flowing. But again, the material in it is the water that is made out of the fungus really easily. So it is not structurally strong. Okay? This is not something again that you want to build a resort on that we will be visiting anytime soon. But again, it is just front row seat to a rare phenomenon that we don't normally ever get to experience. And it should be noted, it is growing higher and bigger by the day as well. But again, as it grows, it shrinks. So it's just really, it has a mind of its own. Raw conclusions, one word, say that it's tricky for them to know exactly what's happening because it is so inconsistent. It has nuts, it has all sorts of other materials in it, and it's exploding. This volcano is exploding. So often looking for, a visual spectacle as well as a geological phenomenon. Again, we don't do a skyline or a coast look clear up until this point, and now there's this big mass in there, and so people who are really flocking to the coast to be able to see this thing. And who knows how long it's going to be. Who knows what it's going to produce or how strong it's going to be, but it is there. So check that out when you get a chance. I'm sure it's going to give you some really interesting pictures. Again, you're taking the front row to history. This is not something that we normally experience. If you watch the Big Farm, if you've seen movies like Note or Sheila and Eve, if you have children or yourself have watched Nickelodeon, Keke Palmer has been a mainstay on television screens and movie screens for 20 years. She started as a child actress and is now developed into a serious movie actor. With that visibility, with that increase in visibility, Keke Palmer's social media visibility has also taken a uptick. She's everywhere. And a few months or so ago, she was in Las Vegas, and this was talked about as well. But she was in Las Vegas and she visited a concert by the R&B singer Usher, who will also be performing at the upcoming foodporn in February. And when Keke visited Usher's concert, she was wearing what many would probably consider as being something thrifting. She's a new mom, and she was flaunting all of her newness and her new attributes, right, prior to her motherhood. And the father of the child, her then boyfriend, Darius Jackson, took to Twitter to round out Keke Palmer. He just really tore her down, and he said things like, "You're a mom suggesting that she shouldn't dress it, quote unquote, like that." Now, when that happened, people took sides. Some were team Keke Palmer, some were team Darius Jackson. There are all sorts of respective spin politics thrown into the fray. they were publicly affectionate at other public events. They were posting each other on their social media platform, and everything seemed to be going okay. That's until last week when footage from a video camera inside of Kiki Palmer and Jerry Jackson's home was leaked. Somehow leaked. I don't know who leaked it, but as we've been told, and the footage shows still photographs of what appears to be Darius Jackson pulling, yanking, grabbing, possibly striking
Trace Jackson,
Kiki Palmer. Later on her couch. And this was again videotaped, and these screen captures were released to the public. Again, causing people to take sides. And really, much of this now is not necessarily side taking, it's more so understanding that this was completely wrong. And that, abuse can never be justified. What questions are coming in place are, they never discussed it. What was that communication like? Are there some other things at play? And this is a topic that I hope I would really love to hear Dr. Wendy Walker's take on during an upcoming show, because Kiki Palmer is alleging that this abuse is something that has happened, continues to happen, and that it happened often on the heels of love bombing. He says that Darius Jackson shows her all sorts of affection, is really kind to her, and then turns around and is withdrawn, is obtuse, is neglectful, and that then draws Kiki back into the relationship, and that then is called love bombing. She alleges that Darius Jackson is very manipulative. However, what can't be manipulated, or hasn't at least been manipulated, is this footage that now is circulating in the public. And the footage resulted in Kiki Palmer being granted a restraining order against Darius Jackson, who now has to keep many hundreds of yards away from Kiki and their son here, who is about 9 years old. So it's really unfortunate that such a rising star is in the news for not only her talent, not even her talent, but for being the victim in a situation like this, for being so out there in social media land. You would hope that we would be celebrating people for their contributions to society and not necessarily for how they're tearing one another down. But that is what's going on with Kiki Palmer. So unfortunately, again, their son is caught in the middle of this, and who knows what's going to happen with that. We don't even necessarily think that it's over at this point. We do know that Darius Jackson took Kiki physically off the way from the mother of the child and her child. Now, it is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Tiffany Hobbs. We are going to throw it to the Paramedic 24-hour KFI system.
Along those captures of Tennessee who appeared on TV, applications on the air tonight along with boys has been arrested and charged with identity theft. Police are convicting UC Davis, saying they located a kill switch that can trigger the death of cancer cells. Scientists at the University Cancer Center say a protein on CD95 receptors can program cancer cells to die. And the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee says an exchange of Palestinian prisoners in Israel for hostages held captive by Hamas is under intense negotiation. We'll take a look at the 5-3 next. This episode of Showdown is sponsored by 391 Financial Services. Your life is too important to risk. Let's all honor the people of PhD is an honor bachelor degree that held in Maryland, Washington, Texas, Secretary Drudge, Iraq, and the students with his own marketing skills. PhD education and degrees are important, especially if you have a history of smoking, eating, pressure, or high cholesterol. Learn more at KayLunch. The initiative sponsored by Open Pharmaceutical Company. We're going to look at ATAs on the freeway. There are a couple of big road sponsors. One is River Park at 5 southbound of 208 to the 10. Also Hollywood 101 south of Melrose and Mission. Our biggest sponsor is Foothills Reaches Royal Heights at the 10 east and westbound between Alameda Street and 560 connector. All of your shutdown area planned was contained, but the freeway remains closed indefinitely. Also located at 101 Washington Boulevard or Olympic. Get around it. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. This report is sponsored LA's favorite Christmas store for over 70 years. Now it's home. 7 decor that you just won't find anywhere else. 70 styles of the best Christmas trees in the country. 7 choices of anything you'll find online. And right now, save 40% on those trees and 20% off nearly everything else. No one does Christmas like Albert Home. Find them on your property in Sarasota or the web at alberthome.com. Tired of your car staying open acting up on road trips? What you have first at Edco. Don't get around the start of your next family vacation. Let Edco get you back on the road in no time. With our experienced technicians and famous getaway warranty, we'll be taking down the highway with confidence. Don't get stuck on the side of the road. Visit Edco today. The transmission expert. Drive with confidence. Drive with Edco. That's getaway or NCA. The iHeartRadio app and the NFL right in your pocket. Follow the NFL Podcast Network covering all 32 NFL teams. All the expert advice to win your fantasy league and of course live NFL videos. Download the free iHeartRadio app for free never stops progress.
I believe that animal human behavior is designed to attract and systemize the quality or intensity of the dog. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. I'm about them surrenders to God.
Tonight at 7 on ViralRabbi and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Tiffany Haas, and on Good Sundays with Tiffany, we're actually at the bottom of our show. We're practically finished. First show now. It's been going really well. Another thing that's going on are the Grammy nominations for quite a few people. If you want the Grammys, then this will be of interest to you. If not, then hopefully I can give you something that you might be interested in, that you might find useful. You can only look at it from a different perspective. The Grammys are going to be held on February 4th. The nominations were just announced, and there are all sorts of people who came out really, really big. You had expected nominees like Taylor Swift, Doja Cat, Olivia Rodrigo, ViralRabbi, John Batiste. There's a lot, but these are all names really, really popular on the airwaves right now, on the Billboard charts and such. And there were some surprises as well. The majority of the nominees, the majority of the categories in the nominees are primarily comprised of women. That includes the album of the year, song of the year, and pop categories, as well as the record of the year. Again, dominated by predominantly female acts. And there are some legacy acts who are nominated this year. That's What Album is a rare skill category. The Foo Fighters are nominated. Metallica is nominated. Kings of Stone, Paramore, Greta Van Fleet. So some of these are names that we don't often see or hear about with new music. But those acts, especially Metallica, who is currently on tour, selling out everywhere, setting records like crazy, just set records at the Forum for the attendance, eclipsed Taylor Swift. These acts are now competing with the newer topic artists. So it's really cool to still see them hanging around and doing more than well, right? And I'm one of those geriatric millennials too, so I definitely grew up with Foo Fighters and Metallica and Kings of the Stone. And I also appreciate the newer topic artists like David Guetta, who leaded the pack of nominees with 9 nominations, right? So this is converging. Also, Tracy Chapman is back in the news because her song, Fast Car, which was covered by the singer Luke Combs, was nominated for Best Country Solo Performance. And Tracy Chapman's Fast Car, the original, debuted in 1988. So we're talking, can't even do the math at that, 35 years ago, and it just that song just won their Tracy Chapman a Song of the Year award at the Country Music Awards. He's the first Black songwriter in the 50-plus Country Music Awards history, and now Luke Combs was nominated for the song as well to cover of it. Beautiful. And R&B great. Singer, songwriter, producer extraordinaire is also on the team. He's nominated for Best R&B Album. So how cool is it to see again these names that we don't often hear about as much anymore in the public domain? They're all doing stuff behind the scenes, but to be nominated really shows your public profile. Best Score Soundtrack for Visual Media, so talking about film and television. The Barbie movie gets the song. Mark Ronson and Andrew White, right? Black Panther Wakanda Forever is nominated. Ludwig Göransson out of USC is the composer of that most Fable news. Is there Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is there? And then something coming up. Even not got a best score soundtrack for visual media for the DC-24 Rabbi. So I find that to be extremely cool because while I don't necessarily watch with any regularity, I'm not really into the Grammys. I love to hear kind of the underdog to it all, or the stories that are again, interesting and atypical. That's what I'm hoping to bring on Sundays, especially the stories that are interesting, atypical, to flesh out some of the things I might touch on within the viral world. One kind of in the story, or in this segment, before we get to talking to Chris Merrill, who's our Texan schools are still going to close on Monday. We're talking Orange County to assess the health impact of the current hangar fire. And I say it's current because the hangar that the fire was put out actually has reignited. It has caught fire again, whether it's smoldering or what, and it caught fire again. So it just added on more time to the recovery of that area. And because of the air quality is still closely impacted, there are asbestos warnings there. So Tustin schools, if you have children in the Tustin school district, if you are an employee in the Tustin school district, are out of school on Monday, and please monitor your air intake. This is a good time to be taught. We're going to talk to Chris Merrill. He's so I love. Chris Merrill. Hi, Chris. I'm good. And thank you so much for, for everything that you do. Already, I listen to you religiously. I'm a huge fan. I know, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, listen, good years. Here, really, show.
I look forward to meeting you.
Yeah, good time. So, listen, we're going to talk a little bit about fire before we go on the tag. Your daughter's in the food chain. And then we're going to go everything to one of those buy gold shops. When you go and you buy gold, you're expecting that you're buying gold. Well, this is why you go to a retailer shop instead of you buying from somebody on church. Because there's something called food gold. And there's that one that is supposed to be a food. Also, there are a number of great shops in medical schools that are available, right? And we know that there are shortages of doctors and nurses and this sort of thing. However, if you do get to that position where you can't get a doctor of some sort, it's incumbent upon you to be able to your patients even if they're dead. So, and then this is where the virality too. Another great one here, the first dollar, and that is the kids these days. The kids these days, they're going to school for a new career to be an influencer. So, yeah, somebody figured out how to open up an influencer school, and it reminds me of something that we all faced in radio. That somebody really tried to tell us, you could be a radio star if you go to our podcast. Yeah.
The pay-for-play sort of college, right?
Yeah.
Now we have an influencer. So let me ask you this. And I try to bring back to this stuff in one particular way. If you visit a theme park, or people are with you, have you ever felt compelled, or have you ever actually completed the task of relieving yourself in line while waiting for the ride? This is a face thing.
So define relief. I mean, it wasn't relief so much that you took the pressure off a little bit. You took something else.
Take the edge off, or anything that anyone else would possibly recognize or
Yeah. So the key is you don't do it in line when you're waiting for a ride, but you can do it
it's right there. And it's making it go even more when you see it. What do you do? I think that's why I'm pages for me. I don't know. I know about this. But what is it? I don't know if that's qualified if you learn out at radio school or influencer school. But you have a plus data or a
As long as you're YouTube ready, you got the GoPro on it, then you get away with it. Floating baby race.
Let's talk about one last question for you. What do you like certified? Now you gotta go. But once you get certified, what are you skipping at a restaurant? Where are you going to go? What's good for you?
Well, I started my wife is there, she gets mad. But I will always I will tip like 15% what she was looking, and then I will use some half extra. Yep, that's exactly what I do. I want to do that, and the reason I want to do that, and I do this to deliver my food, the reason I do it is because I want people to remember. So the next time I come in, they don't get my food.
Well, you know, you have a while at the theme park. They have time that they will remember you.
I tip them later. At 40%, the thing that they did is on the ride, it'll put more and more. Good job, Leonard. Thanks for helping me out there, buddy.
And with that, we end the show. I'm Tiffany Hobbs. This has been Sundays with Tiffany. Thank you for stay tuned for Chris Merrill right here on KSI AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please make sure you listen to Later with Mo Kelly Monday through Friday from 7 to 10 p.m. Our segment of Our Road is there Tuesdays from 9 to 9:30 p.m. Sometimes I hang around longer. If you like what you heard today again, listen on the iHeartRadio app, download the podcast, give me some feedback on Instagram, @CliffHobbs on here. If we can hear from you, thank you for having me. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, Raul. And thank you, Andrew, for the select. And now on to the 10-part feature hour meeting with Andrew Carabello. Every possible effort is being made to patient safety evaluation and initiate the needed repairs. SoCal Edison made it shutting off power for thousands of customers to reduce their fire. Storms and winds are picking up this weekend. Edison could be cutting power in sections of North South that could affect more than 68,000 customers. Spokeswoman for SCE, Diane Castro, said people should secure leaf islands around their home. That means backyard furniture, tents, patio equipment, anything that could get blown into a power line and start a fire. The company says they notify customers that 24 hours before it shut off and will turn the power off as a last resort. So that's it. I do.
And up next, critics are seeing up a testing the community air where a former military Eric Hudson caught on fire. The original fire started back on Tuesday, but then the people started burning again last night. Late last night, we got approval from the South County ACMG to immediately begin the remediation and restoration process to clean up public right-of-way areas. Pima County is down 5.17 a gallon. That's still more than $1 less per gallon over the past 43 days. Orange County, the average price has dropped down to $5.01 a gallon. A new app will help the Orange County human trafficking task force put more people on a passport healing. The tech-driven foodporn map was created by UC Irvine industrial candidate Chelsea Morgan.
The aspect is that I would re-victimize over and over again because they're not accessing the type of support that they need.
People might be offered, for example,
Hey, safety, security, then we can go to a job training conference. And instead, they feel like drivers to say, what I really need is a driver's license.
the online questionnaire is ready to be filled up to up to 50 million people who are traveling worldwide. In Orange County, 485 people are idle. The police in Fairfield, California is threatening to resign over an incident involving the Hells Angels on Christmas Day drive. Dan Marshall says it's refusing to have officers escort the Hells Angels during the annual toy run against the Diners Against the Motorcycle Club, which he calls a criminal organization. The mayor of Fairfield says he supports the chief's opinion and the toy drive will go on without a police escort. Former NFL player DJ Needham has been killed in a car crash in Houston, Texas. 5 other people also died in that crash. The crash happened early yesterday morning when the speeding car ran a red light and hit the SUV with it. Needham was a defensive back of Houston in 2011 and 2012 before the Oakland Raiders selected him in the 2013 NFL Draft. He spent 9 seasons in the NFL with the Raiders, Detroit Lions, Jacksonville Jaguars, and Washington Commanders. Then there was a crash in the fourth field in Santa Clarita. The offense, the westbound U-Haul Avenue was closed because of the crash. Figures on the side there, the ramp was probably going to 6 o'clock tonight. It was shown on City Road Drive, northbound towards 125, Bradley Canyon, just a little bit ago, but it seems to be westbound now. Until later, northbound 710 and 11 is running, northbound 5 between Florida and Garfield, Florida Heights after 10, goes down Jones, then westbound between Alameda Street and the 560 interchange, just yesterday's fire. Downtown Los Angeles, northbound 110, just past the 101, crashing the center divider, and things are pretty tough back towards Crawford on the north of 110. AFI with signs up, get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest single restaurant in the world? And the answer is yes. When I started, there was just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers aligned. No increased funds in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to do focus on our clients and to have a commitment to try first and to win. So when you have those results in file, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We do like this because we work hard and so many former clients refer to family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients alone. Hard work and client satisfaction will win. Good work. First is the outcome. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury lawyer. Visit morganlegal.com for an option for you. Listen on the free Apple Music, George, and podcast. Working forever started the AI story. Southern weather from Carolina. Today, tonight getting down into the 40s and 50s across the Southland. Start of the work week, could be partly cloudy in the morning, but sunny in the afternoon. Upper 70s for the beaches, mid-80s inland for Metro AC in the valley. Mid to high 80s for those working in the IE, around 70 up in the high desert. And in beach areas, a good chance of rain in the forecast across the region. Now look forward to 80 degrees at the peak, west of 85 and Pinedale, still 70 degrees. Beautiful local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carabella. Thank you very much, Andrew Carabella. Return with you behind the houses for more stimulating talk. Watch the fires for big story in the open story. The top story today is the fire incident. You heard Andrew talk about the news. There was a pallet storage that was going on that we decided to park under a highway. And we're thinking, what a good place to hold a bunch of people. What a great place. So we've got this deal going on, and how long is it going to be closed?
And you're told that they can choose the law. They said, well, here's the area under the 10 freeway. Now, last night, the mayor was pretty early and released a statement saying that she security officials are going to immediately plan to have address increased traffic in the area. She also said the White House staff is also ready to keep moving at a relative pace. As for the first emergency, Governor Rabbi looking for the surgery and said buildings are open to reserve infinite periods in the future with any access. Fires started early yesterday morning. The investigator around this building shooting lightly gas flames think about the 600 barbers along the 10 freeway and said explosive content of food to break it in. Two guys have been damaged and cars, pallets, shipping containers, and more in a storage yard burned. Took more than 165 hours to bring to a monitoring hot spot late yesterday evening. The weather hardly contained underneath the floor and seems people running for safety when fires like that. Yesterday, no one was killed in the city. Nobody said the long and he made children. As for the cause of the fire, that's still under investigation.
Gentlemen, for this weekend, there will be no video games. There will be no internet fads. This weekend you have two parents, me and Mother Nature. And I am Mother Nature's brother. Brother Nature. But you can call me in or Brother Nature. Your call. Brother Nature. For the last 3 years, I have served as troop leader of the Pawnee Rangers. This is our handbook. I wrote the whole thing myself.
It's time to run badges. Let's see. Emily, you get badge for community service. To Casey, the best penguin ball. Abigail, flyest hairstyle. And Ann gets badge for second flyest hairstyle. 5 years ago, lucky fifth grader wanted to join the Pawnee Rangers. Their executive council said what obnoxious jerks always say.
No, this is males only. Go start your own club.
So I did. We're called the Pawnee Goddesses, and we're freaking awesome. Hey, Ron, whose club do you think is better, yours or mine? The answer is mine. Say mine is better.
It's not a competition.
Oh, but it is. Your club made it a competition when they kept girls out. Oh, my stone. I'm the little lady. My fresh. My handle of fierce outdoors.
I have no problem with strong individuals.
My name is Angel Stress, and y'all, I love fall season when the sun shines on my head.
However, the Pawnee Rangers were founded because some boys wanted to go out into nature and learn traditional survival skills without being distracted by girls.
Well, my awesome adolescents don't want to be distracted by the club is better. Say it. My club is better. Come say it. Say it. Say it. Say my club is better. Say it. Give it. Whose club is better? Mine. Say it.
On principle, I never say anything that another person is obviously trying to get me to say. My first wedding ceremony took 2 hours because after the priest said, I felt silent.
Yeah, you do everything on your own. Oh, really? Well, I kind of need you to do it at my speed. Fine, I'll do it. What is wrong with you today? I think you have a little. Nothing is wrong. Listen to your job. Talk so quick. That is for fantasy enthusiasts. You're telling human stories in a fantasy world.
I used to have one big reason for staying at the party, but now I'm not sure it's going to be. and just 2 sandwiches away from a free meatball sandwich. Rangers, as a reward for coming on this trip, I have got you 2 gifts. Go ahead, open them.
What is this?
That is a canvas sheet. The most versatile object known to man. It can be used to make tents, backpacks, shoes, stretchers, sails, tarpaulins, and I suppose in most dire circumstances, it can be a surface on which to make art.
What's the second gift?
The second gift is the box itself. You have 10 minutes to assemble a shelter using only your 2 gifts. Go.
Ladies, God's cabin has never looked better. This year's cabin refurbishment badge is going to be hotly contested. Okay, so what did everybody make? Your loosely structured craft top, Lauren? I get orchard side. Amazing, Lauren, that's so good. Really wouldn't want to follow that. And?
I was making some pork stalls for everyone. I think turned out nice a bit monsters. I'm sorry. Just that fire.
Well, Anne's keeping us warm. April. Something on my mind. Right here, girl. Grandmother would travel by buffalo. Yeah, it's right here. All the blood on her face.
Donatello, see, three words for you. Treat yourself. Treat yourself sometime. Once a year, Donna and I celebrate treating ourselves. We treat ourselves to clothes. Treat yourself. Fragrance. Treat yourself. Massage. Treat yourself. Most. Treat yourself. Calm. Treat yourself. It's the best day of the year. The best day of the year. I got a question. What do you think about inviting Ben to come on? This art thing really seems like he needs to know. It's like a skinny little rubber band that's going to smack him. Exactly. He doesn't know how to relax. Now, you and I are relaxation professionals. There's no way babies can have it. Plus, we put in your existence. It's one day a year. I allow myself to celebrate.
Cupcakes.
This homemade bulgogi is so delicious, Caleb. This is the best Korean food I've ever had. I would say it's almost as good as warm meat from a can. Right, Ron?
Try to teach my boys about rationing. Your self-indulgent ethnic food isn't healthy.
Guys, let's go over our schedule this afternoon. We have hiking and then capture the flag, and then a puppet show on the Bill of Rights set to Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. And then we have lasso training and a s'mores off. What's on our schedule, Mrs. Russell?
We have one activity planned. Not getting killed.
Jerry. Oh, everybody must be killed. You know, I actually was. Maybe you should take a day, rest. Very important. Did you know? Lab rats require 5 of rest. Tumors, all of the body's motion. It's one way.
Thank you. Yes, I'm
I'd love to drink, but I'm afraid not.
Listen to us.
Go with those rats.
Right.
I'd love to drink, but I'm afraid not. This got to run. Go with those rats. Very important. No. Lab rats require of rest. Most tumors, all of the body's motion. It's one way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's pretty about right, this is first nutritional.
I'd love to drink, but I'm afraid not. This got to run. Go with those rats.
Patient.
Eating soup on a bench. I love it. Fine, rubber band. No argument.
is happening right now.
Great. Pillow fight girls. That was one of our best ones yet. Okay, now it's time for awards. Lulu gets the golden pillow. Silver pillow goes to Katie. Yes, what is it? I don't like pictures. I did it! My club is officially the best club. I would give myself a merit badge since the best club founder. Well, I don't have one, so I would give myself prettiest eyes as a place celebrant. I secretly always wanted this badge, so it works out great. My English is but you're so silent. Well, see, the thing is, this club is for girls only. Maybe you should start your own club for boys.
Check your candy spot. Discuss this no further. I'll thank you. Rugby's down, so my boys can focus on solitude.
Sorry, Darren.
So, treat yourself to a decent day. Smile. Well, I'm a relaxation novice. Guidance.
What is this? This is good for you.
Just recommend. All about this. Oh my God!
I don't know.
Relaxation lesson number one, acupuncture. It's great for your back and for your beautiful face. Pleasure, no effect.
I bet.
Hey Chris, I would like to do Wow. Sherry, great job. I'm your net boss. Yeah.
Thank you.
I say you look like one. And Halo agrees. So, I don't agree very much. I've been trying to Let's go.
Ladies, I just wanted to thank you, not cheer, when I said Darren away. No, wasn't Darren just asking you to do all the like your daughters want to do? In a sense, but it's a little bit more complicated. Wasn't your answer the very same thing that the legal counsel sent to you? Stick to your mind? Who wants homemade peanut brittle? Miss Perkins, please read the please. Come on, goddesses. We just struck a huge blow for love by proving we're better than them. I disagree. What about a public forum? You want to see that there's no better solution for a hot button issue than a good fashion. What was that? I said, great idea, Lauren. You're talking too well. Your creative mom and less monsters. I'm so proud. And a little annoyed, but mostly proud. 73.
Help me. There is nothing that I like more than running a chair.
Last summer, I went to see how that went.
My charity is electrically one of my support. I can't believe how much we are.
I know, it's like we're really super Attention everyone, welcome to Wonder Weekend's first ever public forum. Our topic today, should the amazing goddesses take pity on the once powerful Pawnee Rangers and let them into our clearly superior organization? Ron, your opening statement.
This forum, like all public forums, is a waste of time.
Powerful stuff. Okay, let's open up the floor to debate. Yes, Abigail. Isn't it like Brown versus the Board of Education? Separate but equal is never been equal. We should look at it again. Interesting. Casey, I think there's a benefit to educating the gender separately. Let's see what you're coming from. Let's hear from Ranger. Anyone? Darren? It's a whole learning curve. And it isn't easy. The caboose is making some well-informed statements, but the most important point is from Darren about candy. We have amazing candy.
Welcome to Nirvana, the closet eaters. There's plenty for our back. There's a little tiny train that runs you off, and free burgers. If you tell your friend, hey, if you get burgers, they gotta specify which one.
I really like the stress, and I like the stress to be on, but it's expensive. I just think there's some
Down amigo. Felt it with these cashmere socks. Felt this.
Jerry, I've already asked for this. But your post, I don't yes, that's I'd like to spend next to your
Honey, goddesses, I got the puppies you ordered. Oh, puppies for the puppy party that we're having in our cabin. Those puppies?
Wait, no. I mean that in a good way, man. Listen to me. You're part of the treat yourself team now, okay? That costume somehow makes you happy. You're gonna buy it. You're gonna wear it out of the school, okay? You're gonna treat yourself. Yeah, you know what?
Retrospective. Seriously, I couldn't put that into words that well there, but it's good.
There is an interesting thing that just happened. Radio commented on one of my retweets.
Kid, I gotta say this: if you're not going to admit to being that kid, then it's hard to listen to you. Because
I changed my name to Kid. I'm Kid. That's me. I'm Kid now.
You still see the hater, bro.
Let me just see what happened. So Radio posted a tweet that I retweeted from Paulie from December 20th, 2022 with him playing piano and drums on his like Kai beat maker. And then Radio just replies to that retweet a line. He was like, he said, Paulie, OX, Jeremy Cahan, are you Jimmy Edgar? Question mark with a GIF of a puzzle, a crossword puzzle. And Paulie didn't like that. You know, Paulie likes this game. He might be going along with it.
Paulie is this game, runs this game, and he's your daddy, Kid. Always has been, and I know you know that. I'm glad you were here for me to let you know that he's the reason that Pepe went to 1.7 billion. He's the reason he got listed on Binance. He's the reason you're here. You shouldn't be here.
I agree. So I shouldn't be here? Why?
I don't think so. After what have you done? Like, talk to us. Why does everybody DM me?
Swapper and a couple of older up in there, so I mean, I think I should be here. Probably have the right to be here as well as anyone, even if I was this guy. Kid, you think I am?
What do you mean? Were you treating people in a disrespectful manner for a long time?
Hell no, I was brought up right. I don't do that. I treat people with respect. All races, all genders.
Just because it's going to come out. You know, I don't know all the details, but I know it's you. I'll say that. I don't know what you've done wrong, but I know it's you.
All right, well, I'm going to try to find out what this guy Kid did wrong. Treating now.
Okay, look for now. We'll get back to you. So.
What's wrong? For a while. That's like know that about my wife. And I understand what you're saying, but we are becoming the non-humans in our own country. And it's being perpetrated by a ruling class that doesn't exist in our own country. And they are defeating us systematically using lawfare, using the judicial system, installing attorney generals in certain states.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of it.
No, I know you are. I know you are. But like this, like, you know, it's from my perspective. And it's like, you know, at what point do we just, you know, band together and be like, dude, what the fuck? Like, how far are we going to get to the point of collapse? Like, it's just...
Think about it this way. Look, it's been this way, right? Since the Treaty of 1871. Like, I mean, we have only sold our country out to the Crown and to the Vatican, and they have been running this country this entire time. So this outside foreign influence that is dominating our judicial system and our government is nothing new. I mean, it has been perpetrated, you know, hundreds of years ago, and it persists to the
Jerry.
Are you tough as nails? Would you rather sleep on a bed of pine needles than a mattress? Do you find video games pointless and shopping malls stupid? Do you march to the beat of your own drum? Did you make the drum yourself? If so, you might just have what it takes to be responsible. Connie's most hardcore outdoor club starts today. Boys and girls.
Swanson's, are you prepared for what lies ahead?
Yes, sir.
Correct. You do not. First outing is right now. We teach you to dig a proper trench. That sounds like you want that.
Yes, sir.
This would be no fun at all.
The internet's not working.
Man,
Need your help.
that is the thing I've been doing. Grab as much as I can get. That's all.
Still not working.
bad resource, not against it. You are fighting against it. The woman says, Yama, to see, I was saying, you do not come once. But my can't, Emma, no, can't be said. You come at it. Then I find out in Sudan. The final point to buy animals and truffle. And said, you didn't say democracy back, not liberalizing the said, Emmanuel, but then he said liberalization, why do I say that? Because
we are throwing a Halloween party at our house. It's the greatest thing ever.
Some people die
Of fun. And there's going to be beer, pumpkins, big ones. It's going to be awesome. We have decorations. Not murder, but pictures of dead people from TV or movies.
We didn't force them to be amazing today.
We made it real easy on them to find reason. He still gave us one with a bad pick. So, like, you got to look at all three phases in today's game and go, dog, nobody held up their department.
I mean, but that's all on the culture, right? We're very undisciplined. Like, we had to play.
Be mad at the coach. We don't by all means be mad.
Like, we were, I feel like the biggest problem with the family is we're just undisciplined. It's like we've got worse and worse.
Where did that come from? Not talking about you, talking about the wrong thing.
I hate talking about myself.
Talk about myself across the
When you work in government, people often suspect that you're anti-business. So I'm throwing a little meet and greet for business owners, and I've asked Tom's company to help. Here's my opening line. Hi, I'm Leslie Hill, and I'm in the business of being speakers. Oh, I'm not going to use that.
You brought a great part. President Chamber members, Princeton.
Oh, yes. Princeton rubber necklace.
Photos, flyers, likes, dislikes, dedications.
I've heard of Martin Princeton. I know what they're doing.
Oh, really?
Well, it depends. Lurkman is more than compliment.
I made a vote for today.
Okay.
Get at it. I want you to stop it.
Allergic to chestnuts.
I take it we're having a party. There's something I forgot to tell you. Sorry. It's fine. Why should you guys tell me you're having an enormous party? I didn't tell you I was going to be quiet working my road. That's a good point. Yeah. Biggest reason. If you need me, I'll definitely be away. Feel free to sleep. Party. Stuff. All right. My family is very non-confrontational.
The revenue is split between the first 111 people, but they were saying that it would cause.
Not if you're a corporation, bro. So you pay taxes once instead of paying taxes twice. You got to be an S corporation. So what you do is the company pays taxes after the money is distributed. Once the money is distributed, you all pay your own taxes.
Tom, now is not a time for you to explore your weird dreams. Okay, I want all of this gone. All of it. Except that cake. Keep that cake here. Just scrape off the words.
Blue shirt, badge, nice. You are invincible. Yeah. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes. I saw that in the street.
Something I helped you co-write and work on. You have things like the platinum plan, which is something I helped write as well. These are tangibles, or at least conversations about tangibles outside of.
The greatest character in the history. Smart, intuitive, handsome. Replaces hasty frailty with Sherlock Drake. Mr.
Oscar. It's sweet for me, like, and everybody think get rid of party, but if we're not going to buy anybody, I wouldn't get rid of party. I would say, for the summer, get rid of it for the summer. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about for Johnny, I'm talking about for the summer. For the summer, get rid of it. Bring it to the Bendy or bring everything.
I think it's really that's your name. Wow. That's amazing. High five. Hey, see ya. Did you hire last year? Yes, this is my Halloween costume. Andrew, are you aware
I was gonna be in here hurt. It wasn't gonna be a lot of blame there. I was just gonna be in pure pain. But it's good to get a win against a team like this, even though they are struggling right now. They got plenty of Hall of Famers over there. These guys went out there, they battled, they found a way to actually win the basketball game. Even from the coaching staff all the way down to the players, it happened tonight.
What else?
Go down with no one says you can't go down with other fake crap.
He said he had to tell Fergie I made a mistake.
That's when he said something about he said something like for Wayne United I would have been banned, but for West Chelsea it would have been me and 3 other Nigerians.
He trained with them as well, because I remember listening to Paul Scholes talking about training with them tonight. Because he trained with Man United as well.
Yeah, one session.
He done the dirt still. Done the dirt.
I'm especially thankful that we've become president. Mark.
You were responsible for Mark's right?
No, yes, well, it was a team effort. I barely did anything. I held them back, actually. They succeeded despite me. Sorry, I worked very hard. Just bureaucrats are used to bragging about themselves. Tom, come over here and talk about how great I am. Tom, tell Martin how hard I worked.
See everything coming through, which is what we were wanting, right? Utilization, but then it's really going to take a fucking time for that legal framework to be put into place. At the moment, we're just getting the legal framework for digital assets still going through. I mean, how long has that taken? Then you got to think about all the legal framework around property ownership, rights, deeds, wills, etc. that are attached to each asset, the tokenized assets. We are talking probably about 20, 30 maybe.
Yeah, I don't disagree, and one of the things, my heart goes out to a lot of people that I see in spaces and acts, because I'm
sorry, I just need to ask about this one thing, but we're all good now. Price of free speech.
No idea. Why don't you go over to one of your brothers? Sit on your knees. I don't need your help anymore.
Hey there. Is there a project you're working on? I know more. All right. When April and Andy married, I didn't get them a wedding present. In my experience, wedding presents are nothing more than forced bonfire. But I think I found a way I can really help them make a home. You, being bad, come with me.
I'm an actor.
I don't care. Come with me. I need small hands.
Is it you that was asking? Okay, I was praying today. Hi. Rabbi. And I'm wait, this is what I'm talking to. I hope it's not that if I don't get to this evening. All you single Pringles, you are talking to me that be married to me. Please, you people brought me out to this space to yab me. Wow.
This is the only time a man collects, the only time a man can raise your own.
Shut up, smart. You preach my darling.
At least, my heart and I'm linked. You don't be good for anything else apart from the reason that's discussion.
Smooth operator bikini waxes, Jeff's savings and loan,
And Entertainment 720. Thank you so much for that amazing intro, Leslie. Hi, folks. My name is Tom Howard, and I'm here to tell you about Pawnee's premier entertainment multi-media offering. Entertainment 720, where dreams come true. How about watching things Entertainment 720, picture this community.
turn that off. Right.
Just the news out. At that place, I put a picture twice in my profile.
was like that unknown that always get us to hold it back to move forward. But once you make the move, you're gonna realize, like, you know what, it really wasn't a bad move. Or maybe this has it ever occurred to us that maybe he's just sincere, that he loves to be involved in this organization? I absolutely believe that. But that goes to show me that he ain't worried about winning the chip. Not now, not anymore. Or he feels like staying here and showing his allegiance to this team is.
Great. I'm going to go around the show, everything I can find. Want to help?
I am free with you.
I can't reveal my identity.
Swear you funded it. Post for the effectiveness of the first step back. I will. And in fact, I'll post a liberal source called the Sentencing Project, which has worked for years to actually get prison reform done, and they posted an article in August of 2023 that says the first step back ending mass incarceration in federal prisons, and it talks about everything that's been done since 2018. I will post this liberal news source for you called the Sentencing Project, because they are not Republican friendly, obviously, because Republicans traditionally have not been for sentencing or any type of prison reform. They actually posted everything that has happened since then, and it kind of refutes every single thing you just said. I'll post it right now for you. So give me 1 second.
Can I help you out, man? Can I help you out more succinctly? So, Mark, can I help you out very succinctly? Just with this. Javon, you ready? Trump is a son of a Klansman. We don't fuck with him. We'll make...
Oh, really? No, you're not part of the party. You can't have the candy. Back up. Back up. I have one sister. We steal each other's stuff, hack each other's Twitter accounts, set each other's clothes on fire. There are no rules.
We need to deal with the father again. Oh, please come to my room. See, you're angry at me?
You're saving, been so long. I've been waiting for you, but you never come and just in the head. What I think we get to the ground and pull down a ring and said, carry me to the other night.
There you are, you little bastard. Get out of there right now. Tom, get out of your stupid limousine hot tub right now before we are no longer friends.
I'm not getting out.
Fine, then I'm getting in. Listen, what you are doing for a selfish little fuck, okay? Just because you want something doesn't mean that everybody has to bow to listen to me. You didn't even let me have my one night. Look at me. I don't want to see your face. Look at me. I don't want to see your face. I've been looking at your face all night. God!
I'm sorry.
What's wrong with you?
My company's bankrupt, okay? Entertainment.
Is it true? She always becomes like best friends with those people.
That's true, because you know what it is, guys? Like, when you forgive someone, you have to really, like, wholeheartedly forgive them, you know? So I think that has a huge part of it, too. Like, I don't know if that was taught to me. I don't think it was taught to me. I think it's just, like, I genuinely don't have enough, for the most part. Like, I put up a big front, but my heart is, like, this tender mush bucket, you know? And so it's just like a defense mechanism that I had to, you know, create because, you know, I grew up in a tough environment, you know? And so yeah, it's like you know how cobras put up their little necks or whatever, and they're like, you know, puffing themselves up like to, you know, look tougher. That's basically what I do, but
You know what you need? Good old fashioned comfort.
We're gonna get all more comfortable from this out. Yeah, well, the flange is a little warped, so I just used to trim the spots back.
That was nonsense.
I know, but it's fun to talk like that.
Keep this.
What's wrong?
How you get more dip? Great. Oh my God, Andy, I am so sorry. Oh, psych. What capsules? Did you do? Yeah. I wanted to shock you into expressing your anger. And that way, I know you're broken. I gotta go to the hospital. I feel good. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you guys were doing great. I remember trying to hire you once you said you were all messed up.
That was a business tactic. First of all, solid.
Oh, no. Stupidest idea I've ever heard.
Well, hindsight is 20/20.
And it seems like regular site should have that one.
Also, the logo.
See, it doesn't make any sense. It's gibberish.
You make some mistakes. Last chance to let you
So embarrassing. Hey, you're a smart guy and charming. Occasionally, you're gonna have a problem.
Thanks. Sorry, I screwed up your date. You wanted to do a good job. I just look amazing.
Like,
It's back at the office.
let's eat it raw. Can I ask for a man?
Yeah. But I don't even care. Just get it all out there, man. Go. And you have to start thinking about how your actions fit. Tell me about stuff that happened in the house. Stop replying to my phone. Say comments. Stop using my comfort. Just respect me. Absolutely. Yeah. And in return, I'll only ask one thing, which is for you to pay for studio recording time for my band. Well, about 56 you know, that's not gonna happen. Oh. Him? No. Yeah. And it's
random with like you, of course, or whatever, and she was just sitting there and she was so poised and just kind of gracious, and you just kind of gave it to him without really doing anything at all, if you know what I mean. Also, when she was doing the secret task and her and Trish had to get out of the bed in the middle of the night. Jenkin, I think, 1 week nominated Naki, and he said in the diary room, I don't think she's fake, I just think she's filtered. And I have to say, I completely agree with that. Sometimes I just feel like I want to say to Naki, it's okay to show a little bit of emotion. It's okay to take a stand on things. You don't have to be like Trish and get up on your pedestal and start, like lecturing or start going on these big monologues. But it's okay to say, wait, I thought that was inappropriate and you shouldn't have done it. I thought this, I thought that. Like, you don't have to use an old phrase, sit on the fence all the time, if that makes any sense. But again, as previously discussed, obviously the pageantry, like the background, I think culturally, where she comes from culturally and her family and stuff like that also plays into it. But I think Naki is a really nice girl, and I wish her well. I will say, and I think this is a broader point, I think that often people forget that I think there's a difference between being a good person and being a good housemate. And I think that the best Big Brother characters are good people and also entertaining housemates. So, for example, I think Matty is a really decent guy. I don't necessarily think he's a great housemate other than being involved with the whole Chenry thing. And for me, I'm not certain. My winner left the house, has already left the house, and it wasn't Trish. But the reason that person was my winner was just because I think they were a good person and they were an entertaining watch. And I think that there's not that many people left in the house who are like that. I will say, for example, Yinrun, obviously a good person, entertaining watch, but I also feel like a lot of them have their shtick that's kind of getting old. Like Yinrun's whole thing is that people kind of laugh at her because of the cultural differences, but it's like, well, that's been going on since the start of the series. Jordan's whole thing is that he's got this really dry, sardonic sense of humor that's been going on since the start of the series. When you think of the legendary Big Brother housemates, they often weren't winners. There were some excellent winners, like Brian Dowling, Pete Bennett and stuff like that, but they were often not winners of the series. And I think the fundamental flaw with Big Brother as a whole, whether it be in the UK, the US, Canada, or whatever, is that quite often the legendary housemates leave the series really early on because the viewing public get pissed off from them and everyone in the house nominates them. So that was just a little side ramble. Sorry about that, but yeah, I just wanted to say my piece. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, in terms of the winners, I think whoever wins, I think if Yinrun wins, I think it will be a big statement on the show. And I've been thinking about this, like if we get someone that's not Yinrun, I think it's just going to be one of those series that might be more known for what happened during the series rather than for the actual winner. But yeah, thank you for that. That was actually really interesting to listen to. I think, Mary, are we going to Jenkins just because he might not be here?
Yes, hello, yeah. Let's do Jenkins and Jordan as the last two. Is that okay with everyone? Just because they might not be here next episode, and I am aware of that, so yeah. And then we can do the rest of the housemates, like Olivia Henry and Matthew next episode that we didn't get round to. Yeah, is that okay, Lewis?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, Jenkins. Positive for me. A winning moment, I have to say, this episode, he was cracking jokes left, right, and center. I hate to admit it, I was laughing at his one-liners, especially the Spar one. Love that. Neil Diot Spar, love that. Yeah, and I do think he can be relatable. Like he does say stuff that are relatable. Yeah, and also like the bingo caller. I don't know what you call him. The bingo host. I really think he was in his element there. I loved it. Yeah, I thought it was really punny. He shouldn't be. He shouldn't be in the final moment. I think it has to be the cake thing. That's been going round and
celebrating the 50th anniversary. And so she said, can you help me get the realtor studies to the jury that are going to be spoken love letters from the media. And I was so, I wrote at the time the 50th wedding anniversary. I was so honored to do that. And sure enough, the real, it's really the real, but it's basically what that's on the real. And so I had to take
And the inner man is being renewed day by day. For our light affliction, which is but for a moment, is working for us a far more exceeding and eternal weight of glory. While we do not look at the things which are seen, but at the things
Listening up, I present to you Perfect Skateboard.
Again, Andy, you don't need a vowel. Kurt, what can I get you for?
Well, terrible weather. World is struggling.
Shorts tomorrow?
Great show. Right in wrong. The entire planet.
For a while in the 1970s, our town was run by a rookie cult. Every 2 years, remaining members predict the world's going to end, and they have an all-night vigil in the park. It's super annoying. Turns out, when you think the world's ending, you don't think so carefully in the porta potties. return of Zorn, the giant lizard god, and destroy the earth with the fire. Also, like, says it got turkey sandwiches and the nectar of 1,000 sorrows.
Oh, so good. Red wine.
Wait.
Sad mistake.
Yeah. Love
I like a tiny kid.
Jacob! Did it, baby? We built a company from the ground up.
And then we ran it back into the ground.
Or they can then take massive success. From Mark?
Well, Entertainment 720 is dead. Company has pets.com, Blockbuster, and my company is no better than a company where you have a fake partner.
Hello!
Looks like we're going to about 5,000.
Stop. We get 5 days each? That's amazing.
Started out with 400,000. So Harvey has a receptionist that whoever here is, and never get the run. Never read the igers. I say we message in lunch and accidentally get rid by city post and star on one. That's not what he said.
Howdy tomorrow.
One in essence, everything party. Because I'm in, like Laura Flynn, oil from the practice.
Well, they figure people criticize them, seem like they're attacking someone. There's nothing to worry about. They've said this woman in 15 times, and the only bad thing that's ever happened in any of these states is Lance Armstrong dumping insurance program.
That's a tragic thing. Strong. And it, I think very much.
Oh, I don't care.
I don't know why it says Facebook. Random nuts.
Kind of forced to hang out with each other.
Listen. It's okay, we can stay. Right?
Yeah. Totally get it. Definitely get it. Ben and I don't hang out much these days. Big deal. Lots of people don't hang out. Jerry and April, Obama and Madonna, probably. We're a good company. Should we do that? Let's do something good. Come on.
Catchaway touchdown at the Super Bowl.
Positive of society. So I'm kind of trying to sample some different opinions, and it's pretty shocking what I'm hearing from a lot of Black Americans. What I would ask you, the question I wanted to ask you was about the Kentucky election last week. And I don't live in Kentucky, I live in Massachusetts, and so I don't follow Kentucky politics, but on election.
Change my cell phone plan. That would be fun.
800, 900, 1,000. How much is left to check? 18
Still a lot left home.
Okay. Do you want to go $1,000 cash in hands?
Yes! Now this is what I imagined. Nickels. I want nickels. $1 billion nickels.
Hey, Herb. Sorry, Bob. Let's see what's still in the permit. It's $20.
Oh, and then no lady cola. We'll do it that way. Thank you.
I also just want to add, because I feel like this is kind of important. I know at times like this, we all want to defend Dream and we want to do it, effectively, but it's also going back to what Sab was saying, everyone is a person, and I understand it's frustrating seeing hate getting thrown towards Dream, but do not respond in hate either. That's never good because you also don't know what someone else is going through as well, and I understand it's frustrating, it's upsetting to hear and see these people just hate on Dream for being a human being. For years and years this has been happening, but don't respond in hate because it's not okay, and it's also kind of just giving them what they want. So yeah.
The entire party's a VIP area. There's also a double VIP, a triple VIP, and there's a street level VIP.
Yeah, that's a great thing to say. Exactly, like you just never know really what people are going through, and you never know like what is happening, or and people respond differently. And I touched on this in comments. People respond very differently to things.
Yes, and stop asking questions. Got a head? Maybe you want to break the door. Want to make out? Go to our makeout room. Kid bag. Jump around here. Check in. We also hired 10 scary mouse and ear pieces. What up, Pete? He actually wants to talk to you about blood beers, but DJ Watts mixing up some new beats. The 200 people reinvented to retain exclusivity. All is all rest. Party begins. Clink. Now. No one shows up to a good party on time. If anyone had actually showed up right now, the whole party would be that party.
Does the city consider them a threat to public safety?
It's been over 3 years since there's been any incident involving resources.
So I shouldn't interpret anything from the fact that there were 2 people from the city manager's office here?
Nothing except that better to do. We should probably say more about the
Headline idea. It's the end of the world as they know it, but Connie feels fine. It's a little ball. Okay, Zork Schmork. Doomsday prediction falls flat as citizens spend pleasant evening enjoying one of Connie's finest cars. How longer? Right, let's go first. Great. So, you know, Chris? No, he's actually dating Jerry. Sorry, I meant Ben.
Well, the Cowboys blow out people. They do these things with special teams and the defense and all this good stuff. All 49 points were from the offense being clear. Wasn't no defensive touchdown. Wasn't none of that. Wasn't no punt return. Wasn't none of that. This was absolutely unequivocally all the offense. Oh, and by the way, they're about the 96-yard drive, by the way. I do believe the Cowboys were 6-7 in the red zone.
I can take a look for that for you.
Yeah, I bet they were 6 or 7. I feel pretty confident that Ricardo let me know. I think they were 6 or 7.
6 or 7. You are correct. The
fourth down. Yeah. Either you're got to go with the bad, I guess. As Eddie said earlier, I mean, close game, we found a way to win. All right, let's get to these fans, man.
All right, again, I'm going left or right on my screen, so I apologize if Elon Musk hates you if you're dead last. We got James, Rico, and one-handed to start off.
All right, let's go, James. What's up?
I put my hand up last stage first, so you guys.
It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. He called you up. We rolling now. We got time for that. Go.
So, about that gap being,
The most amazing grilled cheese sandwich ever made. This doesn't say big, but pretty awesome grilled cheese sandwich. Gotta go back to the store. Get the kind of cheese.
This is the most amazing grilled cheese sandwich ever made.
Okay. What's next?
Hey, there you are. Wow, you think people talk and bend and bored you to death by now? So boring. You're grabbing a really great car. Keep your pants on. I mean, keep your pants on, girl. I mean, actually think I have everything mentioned here, but I might head over to that other world. It's ROTHSCHILD.
What is that? Email me that. I can check that out.
Well, then you should stay here then, because you can't go. I mean, when you're not here, when Zork shows up, boy, would your face be red.
Zork shows up, okay, so
Want to be glad. Take my chances.
Basically, Goof puts a page on your website that says this is one of our, that's the answer right there.
That is a great idea. I love that. Well, you said a branding thing.
Yeah, like a branding packet or a collab packet where you can even like brand like NFT. You could even do what is it called? Ambassador, or there's another word for ambassador.
We could totally come up with that, because that's kind of what I've been talking to the projects about. So just so you know that's like, when it's kind of already, the ball's already rolling. So if you're into that, then definitely giving it a title and making it a thing. But I've got like 4 or 5 projects right now that's exactly what I'm talking to them about. So that's cool.
Maybe there's a 28-foot tall missile with a volcano. What religion am I? Well, I'm a practicing none of your business. Okay, ready? Wait! Not ready. Super scared.
So do you want to be an action star?
Okay.
I love Shrek. Anyway.
Okay, everyone, Shrek Monday. Next week.
This is descending into chaos. By the way, Matty is getting out of the bath, guys.
Wait, did I mute everyone again? Thank you, Emily. We care so much about the housemate's welfare, so I'm really glad for that update.
You're welcome.
Why have we just got so unserious and space like?
Yeah, we're supposed to be like professional here, but yeah. I'm so sorry, I've done it again. I'm so sorry. That's a lot of time. I'm sorry.
Should we wrap it up?
Yeah, because I keep muting everyone, and I don't mean to, but the button is really near my finger. So yeah.
Oh god, okay. Yeah, should we wrap this up?
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Oh my goodness, I was on mute. Like I was gonna say Holly has her hand up before we wrap up. Should we say
okay, let's go to Holly.
Should we say hi to Holly before we say bye to everyone? Sorry, I was on mute.
It's genuinely like a really quick one. I really fell over of Jordan's as well. He was having like Captain Diet Coke from the vending machine.
Yes!
He was like slipping all over the floor, and I think like his old, like, is he from Scunthorpe? Where is he from?
Yes, he's from Scunthorpe.
Yeah, it was like funny, like he just slipped into his old ashtray.
Yes!
Like, and it was, it was really funny. Yeah, that's me done. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Holly. That was a valuable contribution. That was worth it. Like going to you before we say bye.
Yeah, what? That was Rabbi.
Yes.
Yes,
final speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I just want to say that very much like Big Brother UK, I stream my life 24/7 live on the internet, and I also watch Big Brother UK at the same time. I have 2 years of footage on 6 different cameras on YouTube. So it's the most amount of data that any single person has ever uploaded to the internet, and we cover Big Brother at length and Big Brother UK at length. So if you're a fan of both, you may be a fan of my video stream, which is my entire life, 24/7, 365 for more than 2 years. It's one long Truman Show, one long Big Brother.
That's amazing. Wow.
I was asked a question. Can you repeat that, Louis, please?
Sorry, So is it about your life? Did you say? Sorry.
So I stream my life in the same way that Big Brother has everything recorded. Everything in my life is recorded, from eating to sleeping, going to the bathroom, bathing, showering, going to the store. I live in California, and I've been streaming my life on YouTube for now more than 2 years on 6 different streams. And along this, I watch a lot of different shows, and some of them that we watch are Big Brother UK, Big Brother Canada. And if you're interested in, all Big Brother, or kind of that voyeuristic, being able to watch someone at any given time. Plus, we have common interests in Big Brother UK. I wanted to make you aware that I put my information in the little purple pill in the corner, and you can watch me whenever you want. I'm online 24/7.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, especially as our series of Big Brother is ending in less than a week. So I think a lot of people could do with that to fill the void.
Yes. Thank you, Rabbi. Everyone follow Rabbi if they're interested in checking that out.
Thank you so much. I have more content than any single individual on Earth. I have over 100 Twitter accounts, over 100 Instagram accounts, and over 1,000 TikTok accounts. All you have to do is put in ViralRabbi or Rabbi Rothschild in any search engine, and you'll see all my content. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, that was a nice ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Emily, Mary, do you have anything else to add?
I don't have anything to add. I think I'm all. I've said all I need to say.
Okay, Emily.
And just thank you very much to everyone for listening and for speaking as well. And I'm really looking forward to the rest of this week's episodes. I think it's going to be really interesting with the shock eviction and then seeing who comes back into the house. So yeah, really looking forward to the rest of this week. I think this series is going to go out with a bang.
Yes, and we've got 5 days till the final, so yeah, it's really close.
Yeah, so please join us every night this week up until the final. Let's really take it all in. Like, I know me personally, I've been waiting 5 years for this to come back.
Yeah.
Let's make the most of it, because then we have to wait until March. So yeah, just keep joining us and keep celebrating the last week with us. Just briefly, we had Henry's sister listening. Sorry, I just saw that. It's pinned to the thing.
Yeah, I pinned it.
Wow, shout out.
Wait, can I just say, if Harriet is still here, we love Henry's musically. Like, we even did a recreation. That's how Lewis and that's how Lewis, Emily, and I met, like, as a 3. And also with Taffy, our really good friend Taffy from TikTok. We just made a TikTok on the train. It was really spontaneous, but it was so funny. So yeah, much love.
And I love that song now. I've put it on all my playlists. So, it could go back in the charts, and it would all be thanks to Henry. So,
it's actually my ringtone.
Henry's influence.
It's my ringtone, and I don't pick up any calls because I just want to hear it ring. So yeah, love that song. will.i.am.
Okay.
Love it.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Right, okay. So yeah, I think we'll wrap this up here. Thank you everyone who's come on, who's spoke, who's tweeted, and if none of the above, then just listened. It's really great that we have this space every night to get together and speak about the show we all love. I think tomorrow we will be on Spaces at around 11:15, but also check my profile at about 5 p.m. Because we have something exciting for you all on Spaces, so join us there in a little maybe to the studio. So I don't want to big it up as much as it actually is. But yeah, we'll be around the Big Brother house, so come and listen to that because that'll be fun.
Yeah, thank you so much everyone. Really appreciate your contributions. We couldn't do it without you as always. So yeah, take care everyone.
Bye.
Bye. screw up even the potential when dating someone else. Broke up because of me. Just tell you what. It does make me feel better. Thank you very much.
Nice. How long do you think this?
That's the 30 hours.
30 hours. Starlight Express, the original cast recording Act 1. My cheese on tape. Bobby McFerrin.
No, not Bobby McFerrin. 60 hours of driving.
Anyway.
Thank you guys so much for coming out. If you're too drunk to drive, please take one of our shuttle souls. Valet service will drop the car off later today. If you're one of our designated drivers, please take a thank you bag and enjoy the giant bullet that's on your car. Hey, it's great to meet you. We're here with Mr. Trail for a bit. I'm heading to Louisville now. That's most of fun. Do miss this town. Well, if it's any consolation, this was honestly the best party I've ever been to. It was pretty great. It's really even for some people. See you around. Saw that. I saw that too.
And it wasn't until just now that I realized the romantic part of our relationship. So, I'm sorry. And I need to tell Sean and make something else.
Sean's not here.
So much more cute when I get a regular match.
Trying to find a way to be a point guard.
Where's all the faces? The presidents.
Gosh, I'm as disappointed as you are.
Yeah, but why in the world not? I went home and to read texts, and I realized each one of the
Well, math is hard.
6 months from now.
Great.
May 19th.
Okay, let's see what we've got. So on the 19th, we can't keep it in the park. We have a spring spectacular green ice cream giveaway.
I misspoke. Yeah, it's May 20th.
That's great. Okay. And a girl, May 20th.
Hit him with the DJ. Hit him with the ambulance. Turn this. Send him a drop. Where's Cram? Where's Cram, folk? Where is he?
Crim's always nowhere.
Where is he?
After the release,
Cram just called. He said he's at Jacoby's house. I lost my dad too.
Oh my goodness.
Jacoby always getting
Hey, you wanna know what's funny though? Sam Howell is now on pace for over 5,000 total yards and over 30 total touchdowns.
Cash out. Is that 17?
So I've been asked to run this year's model event at Connie Central High School. Attendance has been poor, and if I don't make it awesome, they make ends meet. Oh, wonderful. Make it awesome. Or I could be so greedy and be Bangladesh.
Like it. Merits it. It's worried.
Let's go back to plan A. I'll be Denmark.
Oh, wait. I see.
I need a few more volunteers. Andy, will you be ice?
Back as running. That's two.
Okay, how about you, Pam?
Back as running. How about Charlie? Back as.
Why don't you?
Okay.
Okay, and I'll be the food. Don't forget to be South Africa. Fine. Be South Africa and I'll see you. Sucks. Ron, you want to join us? Look, I'll let you be America.
Teach kids that not only is government good, but that the whole worldwide super government. I'd rather sand down my tone. Every 3 weeks, I have to sand down my tone.
Thank you so much for coming and help save our club. We're so excited to see you on a model UN legend in action. Thank you. I've described it as a model UN legend. I go back hero. Yes, and now.
All right. You want to hear my plan? Get it. I got it. All right. Peace, man. I just didn't work out.
That is. Sounds great, Tom. I've offered Tom his job back several times, and each time he's told me he's just too busy being an entrepreneur. And 2 days ago, I saw him spraying Mo's and Macy's. The young man has a lot of pride. This is going to be easy. Not sure if you're aware, but I am involved in Jerry Kitchen's daughter.
Yeah, you were writing pretty hard.
That's correct. We've been working this out now. That's huge.
Wow. 4-day-long relationship might not be 100% perfect. Maybe she's not just a full-scale investigation.
Sarcasm.
It's true. I am looking at you as well. Thank you. Suggestion.
Glad I could help.
You're healthy.
You've all been preparing for months for this year's geopolitical scenario, global food crisis, Security Council. We need you to listen. Billions of people will starve to death, but most importantly, have fun. Due to my campaign, the romantic aspect of our relationship is over, and I'm totally fine with that. But Ben and I have so much in common. We were amazing friends. And friendship is better because friends help you move and drive you to the airport. Boyfriends just love you and marry you.
I'm watching full scale investigation into our relationship with our husbands for each other. I just had you. And we must have all things.
Here's what I thought of it. Yeah, it is. Every time she calls, she answers.
Thank you, Tom. So, Courtney, this says you retired in 1960.
No, I was 5 years. What did you do in the last 3 years? You know, hitchhiking around, went to Mexico.
You're ready to get back to the game, Courtney. We'll be in touch. Another very strong candidate. You said he liked it.
I'm sorry, but I really like it. Let's bring it to in my 4 years here, I revolutionized fishing and made it I was the first person to create Parks and Recreation. First, Parks and Recreation, and then Parks and Rec, then P&R, then I just moved it to Duck Space.
Okay, wait a minute. I think I have it. What if we drop interest rates? Would that help you?
Because that shit is gay.
What's your top 3? Tell me, what's your top 3?
Bro. Top 3 animes?
The funniest shit is when people who are, like, don't watch fucking anime and they're like, what should I get into? Like, everyone always says Evangelion. I fucking watch that shit. It's the same fucking thing every fucking episode. And then the end is just some non sequitur fucking bull, like, humor fag, like, gay ass shit.
Evangelion's a show for like deeply depressed people. That's the reality. Isn't hold on.
You're not gonna guess what happens in this episode.
Yeah, I mean the Evangelion movies are watchable. Because it's not like because each of those are like an hour, right? It's not like 25 hours of the same shit. And they just do it pretty well. But
like Gendo's a pimp. Like I understand why Gendo did what he did.
Yeah, no, he's like an anti-villain, right? Like he's doing shit.
He's like an anime. He's like a
Okay, sure. Take 5 more minutes. Sorry, just a phone call to as they say in Denmark, I'm back. So, you guys ready to polish off the street?
Actually, I showered.
I got cut out of my own tree.
I had some running water, so I swam over the deal.
The nation of Denmark would like to formally request a summit with the nation of Peru over there. The refreshment is the nation of Denmark needs to talk. I am shocked and appalled by the actions of the
nobody else is gonna do it for me. So like, just gotta let it dry out. Maybe tomorrow. But no shoes tonight. But yeah, everybody, let's do a shot because fucking toast to new guns, and you can't toast properly without alcohol because it's bad luck. You can't toast like fucking orange juice. That's fucking whack. I don't care what time of day it is. You better mow most of that shit, you know?
Why not? Because it's selfish. Stop being obtuse.
I understand what he's saying, but I have been nothing but straightforward with him. And if anyone in the entire world should understand the difficult position I'm in, it's just I've made an effort. And I've shared lives with him, and suddenly he doesn't want to be friends. You know what? That leaves me with only one option. Hey, just excuse me. Attention! This is an urgent world now. Due to a recent betrayal, my homeland, the great state of Denmark, has officially decided to declare war on Scandinavian brothers. On my signal, unleash hell!
See, I just don't believe in this whole let people know nonsense. I don't know. Mostly this week. I will tell them. You know that crazy. What is this urgent behavior? Emergency to your advice. Precisely. And we get a lot of what's going on with the Jerry's daughter. And I thought this is incredible. Thank you. Okay, I'm good. I'm not doing great. Amazing. People like Phil on my spine.
A fact and not an anecdote. Tuesday. Today, President Boyd Mandel. You think
yes. Well played.
Thank you.
But offense is boy.
Keith, I have a job before you. I can tell you, you get out of here. Wait till you get out of here.
In like a month or so? Oh, what? What am I hoping to get out of this job? Yeah, like 1 month of money. Just right.
Well, you need to your hosting town hall. That was like one thing that we didn't get in the situation.
Alright. Well, thanks, guys. I think we've all seen enough. Time to assure you what I'm applying for. Yes, I think you know pretty well.
What we need to focus on is how to destroy your crew, specifically one person who lives there. Madam Ambassador, we're changing the scenario. We didn't prepare for this. All the politics will change and scenarios will rise. And suddenly you're just like, wait, I thought this one thing, but over there, that's a different thing. It's changing everything. And I'm like, what? Hold up. Who has tanks for me? I'm sorry. We're going to keep trying. This is war. It's time for you to nut up switch. Well, look who was brave enough to show his face in Europe.
So more or less, some like lines. Okay.
I agree. The dream and having that now you need to pay. Hey, do I stutter?
It's not dirty underwear. It's a white flag. You may as well start waving right now.
The only reason I won't be waving is your decapitated head on a stick in front of your sweet big mother.
They were dead, bro. Really? I guess you're right, Tom. I'm not going to find it. Confident enough to get bosses off my back. Selfish enough to slow. Tom Haverford don't grow on trees.
They did. I'd tell them. Tell the truth.
You consider coming.
Sorry, Ron. No kidding. You're like a shark. I'll swim back. See you later.
We've been making great strides in genetically modified crops. We gladly pledge to continue growth.
Madam Ambassador, excuse me. Oh, really? Then why do I have the microphone? I move that the Security Council formally condemn Denmark and stop them from making any more unwarranted acts of aggression.
As long as you quit derailing the conflicts, people are dying of hunger in Africa.
I'm here.
All in favor of the resolution?
That's interesting. The resolution passes with flying colors. Denmark is formally condemned.
Right, Jack.
That's no problemo, Peru, because Denmark no longer recognizes the authority of this international gang of thugs. And history will be unkind to those who stand opposed to justice. Together, we stand. And I ask all of you, who is ready to join the coalition of the willing? The moon shall join your coalition. Yeah, because the freaking moon is without ties.
Really? Do you want to get rid of it? Sure. Sometimes your pathetic cheeriness is confusing. Like I said, with people to avoid telling them that you can see. And you can see
I did.
So, the coalition of the willing is Denmark, Botswana, and now, here's what we're going to do. Ben is probably short of support in South America, while he does that. Attention! Security Council has decided to expel Peru and Denmark from the United Nations. Madame Ambassador! Pourquoi? Because you guys suck. Brown, I thought you were going to teach us how to solve problems. You know what my favorite problem is?
Did we win? I think we won. What were we trying to do? I learned so much today.
Just wanted to say, also, we should talk about danger. Ben's excited. It's really on Sonia's house.
So you're saying I intimidated?
No, not exactly. I was so into you, okay? And you basically turned me into a female version of yourself. And then you got bored dating me because you were dating yourself. Jogging, I hate jogging. Jogging is the worst, Chris. Van Gogh teach you how God, what cause?
Sorry if I had your
So I came on the other side. Just background yourself.
You rearranged yours. Delegates. I know that you're angry with each other, so your opportunities have been very low. Camp David. In high school, my buddy David Fundus would have his camp out in his backyard. We would just chill out, bonfire, talk about whatever's on our mind. Called it Camp David. You know about Camp David. You know about Camp David.
Okay. You guys are being stupid. Why don't you work it out while I
Throw these signs off the roof.
Right. Yeah. It's bad enough that we can't be together. One of us not being friends. It's just too bad. Well, I propose a treaty that states that we can have a fun conversation once a day at work for 5 minutes. What do we do with kids?
I can tell you, I would like to know.
And how are we going to do that?
Okay, I regret to do that very much. Okay.
Oh, hey, Rob.
All right. I got a couple. I saw you spraying your own sample.
Macy's? That wasn't me. There's a Macy's in town. Where's the Macy's in town? That was me.
Just take the job, Tommy. Come on back.
Like at $5, it's kind of been in that mid-single number range for a while. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it today, like how much I wanted to allocate. If I had like $100 where I put things, right? And I was thinking 35 to $40 in Bitcoin, right? Probably.
When you say dollars, like, are you talking about 35 actual dollars, $3,500?
Well, no, just like out of 100, like if you don't.
Okay, percentage-wise, got it.
Probably like 40 to Bitcoin at least. Probably about, I don't know, 10 to 20 to ETH, and then another 10 to 20 in that range to Sol, and you're left with an additional like 20 to 30%. Of that, I'd probably split 15% into NFTs, and then another, the other half into gambles, and those gambles are like the Celestials of the world, these Solana killers type stuff, right? Where probably.
Looking forward to it.
France. Bienvenue. My name is Cassidy. I'm really. Yes, and you have every right to be there. We're going to show you right now when we come. Connie, City Council Chamber. The next year in City Hall by a factor of like 1 million. Go ahead. Sit down.
Leslie and I feel terrible for Warwick having
For the record, Denmark is not thanks to a coordinated effort between the Parks Department and the City Manager's Office, 3 months from now, a statewide Model UN this year. The show. And we will just be not you. Or taking some small countries. Fine, not you. Okay? Those kids are passionate about something. That's important. That's all there is, really. It's passion. Passion is what makes good treaties, good relationships, good pizza, good friends, good everything, including yours. Denmark is like a addict. Ladies and gentlemen, he was gone but never forgotten. He makes all the ladies want swagger, beats, and I get the. Welcome back, Tom Hammerford! TikTok is talking to them.
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at it yet. This just seems unfair.
I understand that Jerry was the problem is Tom came back and Andy's my sister, so I'm not even close to him.
Okay, but see, I can't even hear anything because of the noise from the copier.
Sorry, this is really important.
Sounds cool so far. Take our measure. Take these words and make something amazing. You're saying you want me to choose your body? Yes, essentially. Here we go. I am making you two guy. I'll be the father.
And more music that actually brings them substance of some sort, whatever it is, so it's a lot of opportunity, especially in Web3. I think a lot of, and then you look at how Spotify is eliminating the artists being able to make money if you don't get at least other stream. That's not much money. You have to get at least that to.
Recently, the last remaining telephone booth in Pawnee was torn down, and on that patch of concrete, I am creating Pawnee's newest tourist attraction, the smallest park in Indiana. The title is currently held by Mark and Terry. Guess what? Terryville sucks old car tires. So does Martin. No, he did not suckle car tires. He raised men. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do.
Have there been any resistance? No, not at all. It's so small we don't even need to do environmental impact. It's expensive and benefits the town.
Great job.
I did not graduate college because I could not but I'm trying to improve myself, so I'm going to start by taking one class. I'm going to take a college course to explore and broaden your horizons. It's dark and I value a good education, so I don't want to see any waste his time. Of all my coworkers, he's one of a small number who might not have been convinced.
Hey! So I don't know, 9 things to talk to. You know what's bringing scissors? I can't tell you. Naughty ceremony. It's real.
Listen,
Oh, yeah?
after this project finishes, I'm going to focus on other parts.
What? No. We're just working on the things. You don't need to decrease your time. In fact, you spend more time. That makes sense? I think it does.
After this smallest part comes up, I'm going to ask Chris to take over all parts of our business. Okay?
Okay. Excuse me. I need to ascertain the whereabouts of some oversized ceremonial scissors.
I provide pens and pencils. I think the comic standards always creates fun, right? It's ours to better.
I never had one word for it. Like, cares about letters. The only it's small. With the R. I take your advice. I want to be back. Yes, technically my new job is my own job. But I'm not so great here. I'm more of a part. I train you. I shake things up. Hey, can anyone tell me what this is?
That's Brett. See that little thing you got right there? It's called a capo.
Maybe you should be in the advance.
Yeah, I'm very good. But I couldn't possibly just to begin. I barely ever seen that before.
Okay. We will be working on basic chords for the first 4 weeks. Very good.
Bye, everybody. Guess what? I was secretly an undercover rock star this whole time. For what it's worth, I think you made it incredible. Rob's watching.
He's not even attending the ribbon cutting ceremony or part of the evening together. Sorry, Les. This freaking out. The only thing we have left is work. And now he doesn't want to work together anymore? Does that all fine? I should just drag out that tiny art project for as long as possible so Ben and I can keep working together. That's almost exactly the opposite. Well, what I'll do is I'll get David all riled up. Then maybe he'll ask for an environmental impact report. And then Ben and I will work together. We are no, and please, I beg you. Shut up. Let me stare at you. While you silently support me in proceeding in this way. And your wife's apartment, the world's thing. Well, yes, of course. sure, reasonable adults, I understand that this will be the last project that Ben and I are working on together. So please join us in the grand opening of Connie's smallest farm on November 12th, 2017. Thank you for coming to this very important and what I suspect will be lengthy meeting. The proposed park is very small, but we believe we need to investigate every detail. So if anyone has any questions for me or Assistant City Manager Ben Wyatt, right ahead.
I have a question.
Wait, whoa, where's the fire? Get to know each other first. Tell me about your childhood. Is there going to be basketball there? Basketball was in fact not desirable to my community.
Well, there's barely room for an actual basketball, much less a court.
Because there's a definite type of person I associate with basketball, and I'd rather not have that type of person nearby.
Don't worry.
Okay, I'll just come right out and say it. I'll tell you what type of person I don't like.
I think we get it.
Yes, we do. Very good point. Intolerance. Can we be doing more? I'd like to hear each and every one of you about a time when prejudice has touched your lives.
Hello, everyone. My name is Professor Barnes. Glad to meet you. This lecture is Introduction to Lasers. The word laser stands for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation on a laser. This graphic here represents the electromagnetic spectrum range of both.
Excuse me, Professor? Hi there, Inquire. I'm curious, when will you be bringing out the lasers and focus through small lasers or big lasers? In terms of playing with them, we won't be using actual lasers in this course. It's not clear. It's impossible. One of the most significant bummers of my life.
First up, a personal favorite, The Sopranos house. Now, I guarantee you, anyone who sees this look is not going to get fired. This is our new community center. That's right, it looks like an apple. Today, I'm a very thrilled with Blackbird, and the Parks Department is going to build out flashing of the characters. I'll have to work on it.
Thank you, Mayor. What a story. Anyone else? Anyone? And this gentleman wants to say something.
I know.
Come on, Mel. You're always in arms about something.
I'm always up in arms about something.
You go. Spirit. Concentrate on what's bothering you.
Okay, that'll do it. Thanks, everybody.
I once hosted a forum about a new mic rack that lasted 7 hours. Now when I meet these people who claim they're done in 45 minutes. Oh, check it out. We're incredible thing. We don't know.
Okay. You can take a class on this. Alright, you take a class on something that's already happening. You guys have already had your say. Now, I want to try something that I will try. Make my choices, I always do.
As she was burned at the stake, Joan of Arc did not call. She did not beg for mercy. She said in a strong, clear voice, I am not afraid. I was born to Many societal institutions were established solely to oppress women. To this day, some feminists have even condemned marriage as a glorified form of slavery.
That woman wants to find
Then it's decided. Andy Dwyer
Also stretch the game a little bit because we got 3 guys behind the arc. You got Kalk inside. He can kind of run that drive that Ryan Nemhard would play last year, right? Where he kind of goes up the lane, Kalk trails him. If they're playing Kalk, he has an easy layup. If they're playing him, he can just dish it to Kalk. But also there's a third option this year, which is you can just kind of stop the ball at a time, pull up mid-range, and just hit that shot.
Yeah. I mean, he's just so, the game is, it seems to be moving so slow for him right now. I mean, it's just coming so naturally. It's not, I mean, he doesn't even break a sweat, you know, and I say that tongue in cheek, but it's honestly, it's kind of true. I mean, he's not working super hard and chasing all over the place and, you know, working crazy hard without the ball to get his shots. I mean, they're coming within the system.
But, this brings us down that word. Ranger reality.
Guess what, you're
I dream big.
We can workers, job.
Hey, where you going, Joe? No, get back over there. Find your mama.
Why do they choose?
Well, you know how it goes. You want to take one nutjob to get people riled up. I hate to say this, but I think we're going to have to do that environmental impact report. They are explicitly demanding.
Hey, everybody, listen up. In response to your complaints, we are canceling all of these disruptive events with parties. Quiet patch of grass, harming nobody. Everybody cool? Drinking? Actually, Chris, I know you think that you're drinking. Yeah, but we're not. You see, Leslie here is a team of one, and that might be a very good team, but she kind of steamrolls the rest of the team. Me, do whatever she wants, regardless of how the rest of the team feels. So, I don't think we should work together. Wow, that's very hard. So many things. I just need to process this. Okay, you guys had a great run. Oh, at the party, so.
Hello, man. Just as equal as men, I would like one ticket for women.
We would like to register for women's seats. Okay. Here's the registration form, and we'll even show you money order for $940.
What?
Just give me some expensive. Here's a good one. I'll just have a mix of these.
Oh, good. It's embarrassing. Yeah.
Oh my god, everything in my life is going wrong right now. Whose fault is this? I demand to know. Actually, Ben thinks that I'm a steamroller. That's unbelievable. How dare he think that I'm a steamroller? I know he's going through a phase right now, and eventually we're gonna both be friends again.
No, what I was gonna say is we really are.
I know, Andy. You keep starting all these sentences now. You're a steamroller.
You're a massive, enormous, runaway steamroller with no brakes and a cement grip on the gas pedal. You only watch all 8 Harry Potter movies. I don't even like Harry Potter.
That's the same. You love Harry Potter. You've seen all 8 movies.
You go too far. You order my drinks for me
Because you order white wine and it gives you a headache.
What's my headache? Leslie, you do what you want. Where would other people want you to go?
Okay, I know. I do this.
No, you're very passionate. You just push too hard.
Is it? Leslie, is it? I mean, I guess it just needs to be. I don't know. That's what he says he wants. Okay. Well, this steamroller is hanging up for rolling thing in front of the machine. What do you call that?
Always makes sure you know that.
Better guy. I guess I'm Jerry. This is my wife. I have a home. My dog.
I have to produce something. That's my focus. Everything. Absolutely. I stood up with I wanted to stay in the job.
I gotta go. Come on, send me a drink.
Mouse rack CD, $30. Candy bars, $50. $50.
Over 2 phone calls came. And they paid. Raised my college education fund. Took a second job, my old job. You want shisha? Good news, son. You have just won a Ron Swanson scholarship. I don't think so. I don't remember applying. Stop it. No. Stop it. Why not? I like the kid. I have the money. One thing I promised myself when I was very old is that I never be afforded to okay, is this help department? Is this less than why? So she can force me to spend time with her again? No way. I'm done talking to her.
I know she can be strong. Okay? She wants me to eat an entire cheesecake and pop up so she can cook that. But I really think she's ready to listen. Everything she's done for me, I would eat 10 cheesecakes for her. Also, she has delicious cookies and everything she does. Please just talk to her for my sake. I don't have enough to text her. She can't talk to you, she texts me. So, the yoga, 97 today. Tag, t-shirt, everything. Love, bus. Parents get love of the nostalgia and want for the fun. Great fun they have going on.
This is amazing. It is possibly the best idea anyone has ever discovered in everyone.
Talk. But most of the credit goes right up for Period. She shares more and one of them, thanks, buddy.
Well, I'm very curious.
Try to be a little less intense, more considerate. Perhaps secret, but only if you want to. I never listen to what you want or how you want it to be. I decided what I want. There's another option. We could just say screw it and do this thing for real. Miss you like crazy. We fight all the time. I want to be with you. So let's just say screw it. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I don't know. But I know how I feel and I want to be with you. But I'm done steamrolling people. This is how I feel. How do you feel?
Ready as all I'll grab my books and my computer. Just pay attention to the lecture and enjoy. My first day of college, my father around me. You still didn't think I should go to college. But I just arrived home. Learned a lot. Nobody knows. We need to start teaching women football, teaching women UFC, teaching them to drive trucks without crashing. Hey, maybe I'm only 6 feet, that's what you see, but at least you can give me extra money, tin money and stuff. I'll write my name on that thing. They're going to do it in a right, legal way. Ours. You don't press until we get that will be progress.
That is extremely impressive.
I'll get it next time. Thanks, Professor.
Hey, bro! Listen, I was trying to find this handcrafted mahogany model H95 metal Panchino aircraft. So it says, I went to this website, this ad popped up that says, hey, Ron Swanson, check out this great model. My question is, what the hell?
Like, how do they know who you are? Okay. There are these things called keys where, like, if you go to a site and buy something, remember you and then create ads for other stuff you can buy. Dude, if you think that's bad, or point is, Ben and I were dating on and off for about a year.
I am and not just because men usually prefer to call it that. We're very sorry for the position.
What's happening? Hugging me or are we fighting? Hugging or fighting?
I like it. You are exemplary.
Exemplary? That's the word we were thinking.
It's true. Which makes me about to say this.
Don't say it.
I want you to hold this occasion to stand you want my first thing in the chambers that describe and subsequent. Hey, it's 6:30. So you got your well, observed like 3 times realize was awesome. Yeah. Slap on the wrist.
Marcus Everett Langley was Pawnee's greatest lawyer at the turn of the century. His nickname was Old Stone Face because of his stealing to beat and because he got in an accident at the rock quarry and died from his face.
13 and 7.
You seem like you're in a good mood.
14 and 7. 13 and 8. 15 and 8.
Well, you're radiating your choice.
16 and 8. 16 and 9. He's got 20 and 5.
Stress leads to depression. And if I don't maintain an extremely high dosage of hormones, I will be very depressed. We are here today to bring the lesbian this was caused through the romantic relationship with superior mankind who are beyond the law. Would you like to say this time?
Yes, I freely admit to the relationship.